radio signal from another world. Sir?
Welcome to Saving Star Trek.
Hey everybody, welcome. It's your buddy Admiral Teague. I'm here with Germ and Sean. Sean, deal with a couple of things. Germ is here with me, and JT will be beaming in. And wow, are we ever doing this under like maximum stress? Like at the last minute, it got all weird and hard. But I guess that's sex at 60, as they tell us. I don't know. I'll get there in a few more years. Welcome to our coverage of Star Trek movies 11, 12, and 13. The Kelvin Trilogy, as they're called. 2 of these are JJ movies. The last one is a Simon Pegg movie. There's still heavy fingerprints of JJ in this, and I think Kurtzman and his pal Orci are all over them. Roberto Orci had a lot more talent than Kurtzman. I think he's I guess the reason that they stopped working together was because Kurtzman had so many stupid ideas, and it was just an all-day fight to try to calm him down. And then finally, Urtzi also passed away. So, rip to him, even though he produced a pretty bad Star Trek movie. If you're just coming through, we got, a call to action here for you. Please turn on your notifications. It would be great for the show, and it would help you out to get a good crowd here live. We're over 3,100 Star Trek fans and Landman fans on here. We'll be back tomorrow with episode, Germ, is it 9 of Landman?
Yeah, I believe so.
In a season that does not seem to have any identity of its own. And tonight we're going to talk about this Kelvin trilogy. We start hearing about it in about 2007, and by the time it all ends, they're about to become the Star Wars people. And I don't know about anybody else. I think one of these movies comes out after Force Awakens. I think Into Darkness is a year later. But did anybody else get the impression right away that there was never an intent for JJ to stay with Star Trek, that this was just one long audition?
He never has intent to stay with anything.
I think right now he would be willing to hold on tightly to anything that's offered him, because his last 2 projects was like the Batman cartoon that you and I watched double failed. No one wanted to buy it. And when Amazon got it for nothing, no one watched it. So no one cared about. He made people not care about Batman in a Batman that was connected to the Matt Reeves Batman. And then he managed to have that show Duster. Maybe it finished its 10 episode season, but it was canceled by episode 3, and it was unwatchable after 3 minutes. I mean, that was the worst, most rapid fire, horrible crap I've ever seen in my life. But welcome to everybody. We have got a Star Trek show for you tonight. Out there, we see RRTNZ. Welshie is traveling around England. He'll check in later. It's good to see you, buddy. Thanks for checking in. John the Beagle Dad is here. We've got Gavin Blackburn. Gavin, my friend, Resolute is here and in the chat. And we got the Trek reviewer. Guys, tweet out that we're live. If you could, hit those like and follow buttons. If you have hype, we're willing to take it. And we'll start with the end of original Star Trek. Where else can we put it? Star Trek doesn't so much end as we don't hear anything for a long time, and then we just hear there's a movie coming. And I don't know about anyone else, but I didn't know the details of what was coming our way for a while on this
This
movie.
They're very hush hush about it for quite a while because they didn't want. They knew they had a stinker on their hands. They didn't want it getting out.
Well, this movie does well, and I think it's well regarded for a while. I didn't like it right away, but it's well regarded for a while, and I think the people who backed it were very happy. I think it takes a while for the bloom to come off the rose on this one. Sean, do you remember when this movie first hit your radar before you saw Trek 09?
Yeah, I just sat back down, but vaguely.
Perfect timing.
I vaguely
on my part
remember.
there.
Those were some troubled times for me, so.
Okay, yes. You know what? My life wasn't that perfect then either, so I know what you mean. These people come out of nowhere, and I guess the one thing we'll say is these are the two strengths through all three movies. The score is good except for the stupid use of the Beastie Boys, which is inappropriate and bullshit. And the cast, unlike subsequent Star Trek casts, they don't call us out. They're not dicks. Almost every single one of them is really, really likable. I think we all felt a little bad when we lost Anton Yelchin. Everybody everybody liked Simon Pegg as Scotty, even though it wasn't appropriate. But it only took until about 20 minutes into the second movie for people to get completely sick of this Star Trek forever.
Yeah,
that second movie was so
actors.
bad.
It wasn't the actors or their personality. No. They were behind it. They were fine. They weren't.
They were doing it in good faith.
Yeah, they were in good faith and did what they could. And I don't think the fans were mean to them. I think fandom.
They're very much
from
accepted
the way
right away.
Yeah, I think the fandom learned from the way that Ahmed Best was treated with Jar Jar that it's not the actor, it's the writing.
Right. Also, this movie is before it comes out, people are looking forward to it in a good way. Mm-hmm. And for a while there, they managed to pull off the smoke and mirrors. Lost hasn't quite ended yet, so we don't see that stinker. No one has the keys to decoding like that. JJ's a one-trick pony. He's just sort of out there doing his thing. Hey, Sith Dad, hello. Good to see you. Welcome to the show. A slop of movie and entertainment. That's a case that can be made. I will tell you the truth. JT is our Trek 09 expert, and he's finishing up over at Nick Weiser. So, I mean, the story of Trek 09, if we have to get into it, really is that this movie was never a good idea, in my opinion.
Nothing that was the only one I was able to watch. I've seen Into Darkness, and I've seen them all multiple times, but I watched 09 today, and I was like, ugh. So I do have some thoughts.
Why don't you go ahead then?
Well, in a nutshell, every single scene in this movie is either really cool or really stupid. There's nothing mid in here at all. It's either really, really good, really interesting, or really bad.
Bipolar is the word I came up with.
Yeah, it was very bipolar.
In a rapid cycling way.
Yeah. I mean, the plot holes, the premise, it's pure JJ, MacGuffin, mystery box. So many inconsistencies, so much wrong with it, but and they address it in the beginning, like it's an alternate timeline. Okay, fine, it's a what if story.
They got they got that much goodwill out of me that I understood that this was definitely an alternate timeline that changed other events. But what clicked in my mind was this is not being done for. But what didn't it click in your mind that this is not being done for the right reasons? This being done for merchandising reasons.
Oh, of course.
That's what went through my mind. I'm like, oh God, don't give me the merch pitch in the movie.
Yeah, and I can't blame chasing the money. It's Mel Brooks stated it best. The merchandising, that's the name. I can't blame him.
Exit through the gift shop.
Yeah, but God, there's so much wrong with this movie. It's pure
Hello to
JJ.
Miss Katonic, by the way, and to
Hey,
DM
Eminem.
Viewing. Hello. I watched each of these movies once, completely soulless. Before we go any further, I first want to agree. Welcome, DM Viewing. This is the deal. Yesterday, I was a lot sicker than I am today. Today, adrenaline kicks in around
You're good.
showtime.
Okay.
Well, adrenaline kicked in around showtime, and I have like the right combination of like Claritin and aspirin to get me through it. So hopefully it doesn't make me any more autistic than I already am. But the bottom line is JT is flying in, and he'll be here in a little bit. But yeah, these movies, I watched them. I was really sick yesterday, and I watched all three of them in one day, something that I don't think anyone has ever willingly done. I was so sick. And I was thinking back to high school when I used to watch the first few movies while I was like waiting to not be sick anymore, to go back to high school to get that good beating and peer pressure that we all love. Like I was, watching 1 through 4 over and over and over. Mm-hmm. I never have had the desire to watch these movies in a row. By the way, there's no through line to these movies. And then in their very last movie, I want to say this right now. They try a different approach. The third movie has a somewhat altered approach. Germ's the third movie expert. What's weird is JT, our first movie expert, is still not here yet. So here's what I'll do. Let's talk about the plot of this soulless movie. This completely unmemorable soulless movie starts out with, it's like 50 years, it's like 32 years ago. We've got the USS Kelvin. It is an underthought Federation 1 nacelle ship with a Constellation-style saucer section. The Federation has a lot of fancy uniforms that they change, but they're at a technical plateau. This ship has no real differences between the Enterprise we see 20 years later. Their design language is their design language. Yeah, wouldn't you have thought that
and they have at least 37 medical shuttles.
Oh, that was ridiculous too. Here's the deal, guys. There's a lightning storm in space. All right.
Yeah.
Star Trek 09 is not a science lesson. So out of this lightning storm in space emerges the Narada, captained by one, what's his name? Nero. Nero's problem is this. He's a dick. The movie doesn't allow him a lot of dignity, which doesn't help. And he is simply described to us by Kirk when he is told who he is, goes, so he's an angry future Romulan? Exactly like that. And like at that point, you start feeling bad for Chris Pine. This picture of Nero, it's Eric Bana. I tend to think that this is one of the reasons we stopped seeing Eric Bana is this movie makes him rethink Hollywood and also like kind of kneecaps his career because it's only a year after Munich.
And the thing is, he didn't do a bad job, and there's so much behind the scenes and comments. If you guys watch,
he's so badly directed.
Yeah, but if you watch it on Prime or with the X-ray thing, there's so many notes behind the scenes. This shot right here, I think
it's from when he's in prison.
Yeah, when he's in prison, and they
they're
never
retasking
that.
Well, I don't think he's in prison anymore. What the deal is this? The Narada, we'll do this chronologically because this movie is such a
big starship because he didn't pay a parking fine or something.
Exactly. The Romulans slapped one of those boots on it. So I'm sorry, the Klingons. So the Singularity opens up in front of the USS Kelvin. Hey, did anybody know that Kelvin's the name of JJ's grandfather? Moving on. The USS Kelvin is being attacked, is attacked kind of bad and crippled in space, and the screen turns on, and it's this dude, and he wants to speak to the captain, and he tells him to come over on a shuttle. That seems to be his move. And the captain on his way out makes George Kirk, who bears a striking resemblance to Thor, makes him captain.
Uncanny.
It was a good, you know what though? He didn't do a bad job. Like I thought the acting in these movies is actually good.
The movie is fine.
It will fool you for a little bit because you're like,
yeah,
this is shit, but I'm pulling for this character. I don't know why. I don't know why I like Captain Kirk. But here's the thing. This Nero sequence was filmed to be part of the prison scene. But I think what happens is he's just getting communicated with. And what do we see? Doesn't he look at like the picture, the hologram of his wife and kid, and then we just see him again, and he's listening to people talk to him and reacting by moving his eyes. And JJ's like, Eric is such a great actor. This was filmed we had a lengthy prison scene he filmed like 5 movies. He did a whole, he talks about how he made a whole movie that was a lot like The Goonies with the child cast. That's just and gets lost in that for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of production and makes like 3 movies. At any rate, Eric Bana, his career somewhat affected by this, in my opinion.
It's a good thing though that they're so well fed in the Klingon prisons and they provide them with shaving equipment.
Yeah, those Klingon prison tattoos much better than the ones that we get in jail here. I can tell you that.
Yeah. And they get to shave regularly, and you can tell he's got plenty of protein and carbs. Yeah,
you get to keep that perfect 5 o'clock stubble like we all have until our beards go too gray. This is a great look until your beard is like 60% gray, guys. Then you just look seedy. Sean, am I right? Right? It's like you're getting to the point now where you have to make a decision for yourself. Do I keep this kind of cool stubble, or do I get rid of it? Just look a little younger.
That's why I shaved today before my haircut.
You have been much more presentable the last few months, ever since the weight loss started. Like, you got the shorter hair, you got rid of the beard, you're always looking well groomed. Soon you can be dressing like Douglas.
I don't think I can pull that off.
All right, so listen, the Narada comes out and he glibly starts talking to these people. And I don't know if anyone else knows this, but there's only 2 Romulans who have any kind of speaking roles in this whole dumb movie. And the other one is Eric Bana's brother. But does anyone know who does the voice?
Mel Blanc.
It's Will Wheaton.
What?
It should be Mel Blanc. It's Will Wheaton does the voice. Will Wheaton does the voice of Nero's right-hand man. And this movie is so forgettable.
Wait, they dubbed the guy that was on camera?
And that's Eric Bana's real-life brother.
Why did they dub him? Did he?
I don't know. I think he was trying to member bury people subtly and be able to have Will at publicity tours. Because, like, one thing we found out is Will is weird, wild, and woke, which is right up JJ's alley. So maybe they met at a Trek convention. He's like, I'm a weird, wild, woke guy. My wife tells me what to do. And he's like,
well, maybe
just
because
the kind of useful idiot my wife would want me to put.
Well, Will Wheaton kisses Kurtzman's ass, so.
He'll take it. I don't blame anybody for taking Kurtzman's money, but Will Wheaton looks worse than anyone. And the day that he was exposed on Facebook, when he put stuff about Star Trek on his actual Facebook account and got hate for it that he didn't get on Secret Hideout and called everybody a supremacist and stuff, that was a big day in my life where I had to rethink people. I was like, I forgave this motherfucker for being Shut Up Wesley, and he does this. At any rate, in this confusing Star Trek movie, our new crew, our weird Kelvin crew, we don't know who these guys are on the USS Kelvin, except one of them's name is Kirk. The captain goes over to the Narada, and the one guy, the Romulan voiced by Eric Bana's brother, is like, "Where are we?" It's like, what do you mean, sir? In a Jungian sense? Yeah. It's like, what do you mean? Like in a Jungian sense, sir? Like the duality of Romulans? What do you mean? It's like, what is the star date? And they're like, he gives a star date about 10 years before the cage, and he's like, and he like does he throw a spear at him, right? Something wild like that. He stabs him or throws a spear at him. Something stupid like that.
I did like that captain though. He was cool.
He was brave and he was cool and he was very Federation, which is why he had to die right away, right?
Yeah, but I did like him. I mean, that's how you do diversity stuff, you know. I mean, he was an Indian guy. He was fine.
I think he's in Beyond. I think he's one of I think he's the helmsman for the Vulture.
Oh,
but yeah, JJ uses the same people. I don't spite him for that. I guess Kerry Russell didn't want to do this, but we see a very pregnant mother of James Tiberius Kirk, and she looks like Kerry Russell a bit, and she's George Kirk's wife, and she's being evacuated after the captain is killed and they know the ship is messed up. Kirk has orders to get everyone off the ship, save as many lives as possible, and then, turn the ship on autopilot and get off himself. So he tells everybody to run for it. You're figuring escape pods, but no. dozens of shuttles start coming out of the ship. Dozens. Maybe it was a specialty ship, maybe, or something like, or now everyone just has dozens of shuttles. I don't know. It's a little aircraft carrier, but
37 medical shuttles.
And the Narada gets like 3 or 4 of them because he's a petty dick. He's a petty dick. He's trying to get everybody. There's no real reason for him to kill these people. Eric Bana has decided he's going to do it. He's in the mood to do it. Germ, at this point, when you saw this movie, where was your brain?
Walking out of the theater.
You left, really?
I walked out the first time I saw it.
Did you really? You just walked out of it?
Yep.
Wow. I've never walked out of it. What other movies have you walked out of?
I walked out of Insurrection.
Those Hobbit movies.
Okay. I walked out of the second Hobbit movie. Yeah, it was really boring.
That's the one that made me physically sick.
Yeah. The frame rate experiment didn't work.
Man, I've never walked out of a movie.
I walked out of a couple of movies.
I should have walked out of a bunch, but I just never. Wow.
Walked out of Meet Joe Black. That was easy. I had only gone to see the trailer for Phantom Menace, and then that beginning, I was like, okay, I'm out. And when I finally saw the movie with the sex scene having been tasteful, I really am glad I left. That movie sucks. It's like, you're going to die, but I have to have sex with your daughter. Hello, Dan Crane 1. We're talking about Star Trek 09.
I worked with a guy named Dan Crane. And every time I see Dan's name, I'm like, is that Dan from where I worked?
If you are Dan Crane, keep your anonymity, but we love you, sir. Welcome to the show. Or, say it. You make your own choice, although I would keep my anonymity with all I've been through in this world. But you know what? Eric Bana...
hold on. Dan Crane, if someone ever spilled chewing tobacco on your poker table, then we know each other.
All right, we're going to find out in a moment, or not. You can always DM Sean on X too. So here's the deal. The people, most of the crew escapes the Kelvin. Of course, right as he's about to initiate the autopilot and get off, they take one final barrage from the Narada, and you hear, I think it's Magil say, autopilot offline. And he's like, oh, I've got to do it myself. And then for the longest, what's supposed to be 1 minute.
I know that
it's not always Magil, but they
when
use
Kirk
her like
is interacting. Yeah, when Kirk is interacting during his allergic reaction, that's Magil Baird. I didn't know if it was here.
She might be the voice of the medical devices only or something. She is the voice of the computer, but only in specific situations. There's like the same kind of disconnected female voice that we have in the Star Trek the motion picture now. The one that they replaced the other one with. The harsh male voice that made no sense.
For making an actor's voice AI and reusing it as Magil Barrett as the computer. It makes sense.
You know what? I have to agree, and it's in the spirit of it being the computer. It's the computer. The voice would be AI anyway. Here's the deal. George Kirk makes a huge difference. He is able to save almost all the shuttles, and he has a goodbye, I love you conversation with his wife, who's screaming in pain, and they have the stupidest, most trivial conversation instead of about, they do say they love each other, but like, it's really not about like, I don't know, like the conversation lacks weight. He's being glib and trite, even though he's about to die. And, like at this point, I'm like, by grab Thor's hammer, I've seen better Star Trek movies. But
I actually think that was the most honest scene in the entire movie.
Probably the only honest scene.
Nope. I'm sorry, Germ, go ahead.
Is the only honest scene in the movie.
Okay, yeah, it was good. It was well acted. It was what a brave and noble husband would do. He was trying to calm her in the face of death. He looks at the clock. He's got 17 seconds to live. And he goes, and he just laughs. He goes, Tiberius, that's so silly. Let's name him after your dad. I mean, even at the end, he was thinking of her. I thought it was touching.
George Kirk is pretty noble, and Nero is a really good bad guy. We've just come in into the first Star Trek movie in a really long time, And then as we leave, we see something that we're going to see again. We see it at the beginning of Force Awakens. As the shuttlecrafts are heading away from the Narada, George Kirk pulls a kamikaze run. Now, this is easy because he's point blank facing it inside the tendrils of the Narada, which is like got like a weird like shape, like it's like an octopus coming at you backwards. But
it's like
he's
a distorted labia.
Yeah, he's inside the distorted labia, and he flies right into the IUD.
Yeah.
And like whatever, the warp engine goes up, and you see the ships flying. You see the shuttles flying away, and it's the same shot that establishes the beginning of TFA, The Force Awakens. And this is when one of his best decisions and one of his few good decisions comes in. The song Enterprising Young Men by Michael Giacchino begins, and we see the shuttlecrafts limping away from a not quite fatally wounded but extremely damaged Narada that has just been hit dead on by the Kelvin. And
yeah, that was a good shot.
The song is great. And the song is great. Na, 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 na. I love the music. Michael Giacchino is a worthy Star Trek composer, and it's a shame that his work was wasted in this terrible movie. And that's when we get the title, and it's just Giacchino's music. It's really dramatic. He's unlike any other Trek composer. It's really impactful. He's abandoned all other Trek themes, and he himself boldly goes to put his own signature on Star Trek. And you know what? In isolation, I really do think he had a great soundtrack. The opening theme. Yeah, I was stoked after the opening scene for the second time I saw the movie.
Yeah,
the
and
first
that goes
time I saw the movie,
to the comment about this movie being so bipolar. There's so much to appreciate and like, and yet,
well, like Eric Bana is consistently villainous in the opening approach rather than too glib. He could have been so much better than this movie lets him be, but instead we're going to spend time with Girl Boss Uhura. So they don't tell us anything. We fast forward about 15 years, and young douchebag James Tiberius Kirk has stolen his father's his uncle's 1966 Mustang. See the member burying there? And of course, he doesn't know how to open up the roof, and he gets that blown right open. Hey, Radioactive Actual, thank you for the $2 super chat. G. Kirk pulling the famous Matt Decker maneuver. You know what? I'm glad you mentioned that, because that did go through my mind that like this is like what surface level Star Trek research would bring you, like a mega ship hit on by a starship. And we do sort of have the aesthetic of the Doomsday Machine, where we have shuttles and the wounded principal ship just crashing into the enemy Doomsday. He has a Death Star. This is the first of like 5 straight JJ movies that have a Death Star. This one is the most ad hoc Death Star. It's a mining ship that in 2 minutes can blow your planet to pieces. Why it does that, I don't know.
Imagine what their warships could do if this was a mining vessel.
Which makes no sense. It was just to facilitate that fight on top of the mining drill. But as the theme concludes, and we step away to this new aesthetic where Kirk is driving a mid-20th century car at 130 miles an hour down a road in Iowa that looks more like Arizona or something like that. It's totally California. And the Nokia song plays. And he goes to answer the phone, and we see the Nokia label. We're 6 minutes in. I am now starting to disengage. Now, I want to caveat this. The very first time I saw this movie, I saw it in IMAX, which seems to be a good idea. Whatever it is about my specific kind of vision disorder, IMAX doesn't fucking work for me. Especially not in the like a rounded ceiling IMAX. So I thought that maybe the reason why I couldn't enjoy the movie was because the plot seemed like garbage, because of the images were so distorted and crazy and such rapid fire insanity. So when I saw the movie again a couple of days later on a 2D screen, I was like, wow, it sucks even worse than I thought. This movie's a piece of shit. And
hey,
like I would have left. Who do we have?
Wes Cagle is here.
Oh, yes. We saw Wes Cagle here during the week. He has manifested. His spirit cannot yet manifest itself physically, but he has lost none of his potency.
I've been meaning to send you a message, Wes. I hope you're okay, man. You've been not around. I miss you, dude.
I have been told that Wes Cagle is pretty okay. And
great.
he wasn't able to come live with us yet. What can you do? I'll quote Sarah. I'll quote Simon. He can't go live yet, but his spirit has lost none of its potency.
I guess there were some James Taylor cons that
we went to the James Taylor con. Hey, Kimberly, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, you know what? We are including the Kelvin movies, even though most people won't. And I will say this, it's a little bit daring of us. I think that this will probably do better long-term than than our first live night, because I don't think our audience has a huge appetite for these movies, although they do seem to like when we do New Trek, and they do seem to like when we get angry. And if you think we are going to get angry, you've seen nothing, because we're going to get angry during Into Darkness, where I think we all have some passion.
Well,
with
and
this movie,
Academy is coming, so
we'll talk about that in our final half hour. So at any rate, Nero's performance is pretty good. It facilitates a pretty good beginning. The theme song is pretty good. This is when it has what I call Star Trek Voyager effect. The beginning was good enough to keep the momentum going through the stupid part where James T. Kirk is teenage James Kirk is chased by a cybernetic cop who, like, for no reason is a robot. And in the commentary, the production team and JJ are sitting there talking, and they're like, did we ever figure this one out? They're like, no. And they're like, yeah, cool image, though. They're like, yeah, bitchin' image. And I just like, all right. So they still don't know what their movie means. Is he a robot? Is he a man? The movie doesn't know. So James Tiberius Kirk's uncle calls him up and yells at him, and JJ in the special edition confidently says, "We're going to have his mother yell at him, but we thought it would be wrong."
We
thought that one of his parents.
Stepdad?
Yeah, it's his uncle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Where
it
do
says
we
his
learn
uncle.
Is
I think
his
only JJ
stepdad.
says it. I think only JJ called it his uncle. Who knows? In the rewrites, it could have been his stepdad. JJ calls it his uncle.
Well, it could have been the same thing.
His
last name was
I don't
Elmore.
know. His Iowa's that bad, right?
His last name is Omar.
Not Kentucky. No, no real world stuff. It's too dark. We have a weekday show for that. We'll do Into Darkness yet, guys. This is a this happens and this happens movie. So I guess what I'll say is, so that happens, and James Tiberius Kirk sees one of his friends in a scene that's clearly been cut down in a reference where we're supposed to recognize this character, and this kid recognizes us or whatever, recognizes Kirk, and like it's just like it's stranded there like some little piece of Stand By Me that makes no sense. It seems like there was some sweet little story there, but it was too small, and it was just like must have gone on for too long. As James T. Kirk zips down that road in the Mustang, he passes another kid, and he's like, "Ah!" And the kid yells,
the kid that was
stares
hitchhiking.
back. Yeah, and why are you hitchhiking in the 23rd century? You're right. Why are they hitchhiking?
Yeah, why is he walking miles?
Yeah, just jump in a transporter. So stupid. All right, so James T. Kirk is driving a internal combustion engine car and slaps in what is it, a cassette tape of the Beastie Boys, and we get the first of 3 assaults of the movies of the song Sabotage throughout this horrible trilogy. I liked the Beastie Boys. I still like the Beastie Boys. I guess it's because we had to fight with our faculty to get Fight for Your Right to Party to be our prom song, and they imposed Forever Young on us instead. But that's the song that won. They're like, you can't have that song. And they're like, why? And they're like, it mentions porno mags. They're like, well, our parents wouldn't be at the prom. And they remember doing that.
It's better than Hello.
Yeah. Or everyone else from Long Island who gets These Are the Times to Remember by Billy Joel. Every single high school from Long Island for the last 30 years. Like, you get Forever Young by Alphaville. It's like, well, at least it's an okay song. You know what? James Tiberius Kirk destroys this freaking 66 Mustang by rolling it sideways. He manages to jump out. He gets out of the car after it clears the cliff in a scene stolen from the movie The Good Son with Jamie Lee Curtis and Elijah Wood and Macaulay Culkin.
I love that
stupid.
scene. I love it because they just ignore the fact that as he's jumping out of the car, he still would have been traveling at 80 miles an hour.
The other way, yeah. Terminal velocity would have brought him the other way.
He would have still been going 80 as he jumped out and would have just flown off with the car.
Right. He wouldn't have gone. He would have gone forward but like going forward would have meant he reduced his overall speed to like 73 miles an hour with his jump.
Yeah.
He would have crashed into the cliff face 200 feet down. It was the physics don't work out, and the physics aren't working out in a lot of these stunts. We see them make these jumps where they're not going to make it by the angle, and then they just cut to the landing. That happens a lot in these movies.
They never explain like why he's like, okay, I'm going to destroy this car on like
this 200-year-old car.
Like why?
Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news for you. We've only gotten just so far in the "this happened, then this happened" filmmaking of this fine movie, but assigned to watch one of each movie was one of our Saving Star Trek crew members. So assigned to watch this one was our friend JT Kirk. So with no further ado, and with a reduction in the pixelation of his replicator in his cabin, here he is, coming right to our bridge. Hello, JT.
Sir,
How are
Admiral.
things over at Mr. Weiser's?
It was wild, I tell you what, and we did get LL over here joining us directly from that stream.
Hi, guys.
So, yeah, good to see you. If you guys are joining us from over there,
Hi, Cal. Yeah,
great.
welcome to all the Nick Weiserans. We love the Nick
Yes.
Weiserans. You guys are awesome, and we love Mr. Weiser. He's a good guy. He has always been cordial to me, and we have always had a good relationship. When we've crossed paths, always been fun. He does comics, I do Trek, but I've heard him talk because he knows his Star Trek. So, JT, we just explained the destruction of the Kelvin, and we're up to James Tiberius Kirk, he who would later blackmail Asia Argento, jumping from the car after it's already flown off the cliff and doing a physically impossible jump back to land. And the robot man cop that they never figured out themselves coming over and talking to him. And the kid saying, to erase all doubt, "My name is James Tiberius Kirk."
yeah,
So
I'm Kirk. Yeah, that's my impression for the person called Kirk in all of these, in all stages of life for him. Yeah.
I would have to agree. Yeah, this
so
is
have
no
you gone
kind of
through
JT
childhood
Kirk.
yet on this, or is this still the scene where fake father
got
Kirk
birth
is going to get deleted real quick?
We've got the fake father out of the way. If you want to
Okay,
give thoughts
okay.
on the last stand of the USS Kelvin, Sean
Are
mentioned.
we allowed to say
and
the
I
R word
agree.
on this show, Teague?
Sure, why not?
Okay, I've never
As long as
seen
you use the hard R.
yeah,
put
I've
some
never
Viagra on
seen
that
a
R.
more retarded layout for ships in my entire life until Kurtzman came along. The stupidity of a mining ship being this big, totally impractical, cosmetic only ship
Death
of
Star.
stupidity. The Death Star actually is a nice geometric shape. It's beautiful.
No, I
Even
mean
though
this
that
thing is
too
a Death Star.
impractical. Oh yes, with a stupid laser. Also, the Kelvin is smaller on the inside than what would be possible. If you look where the shuttlecraft flies out, there's not enough room for more than one or two, and it takes like the entire volume of the secondary hull. So you're sitting here going, they totally don't know how to do the perspective
Yeah,
right.
they have
on their own
shuttlecrafts on top of
CGI.
shuttlecrafts, honeycombed in there, hanging from the ceiling every which way.
But they're too big leaving. Like the shuttlecraft that leaves is so big. This
That's too
ship
big.
should only be big enough for like 60 people to, live like a bunch of cockroaches on top of each other. But then when you watch the scene of the ship getting blown up, they're back in the power plant that they filmed the Enterprise in, and it in no way looks like a ship whatsoever. It clearly looks like they're in a power
Actually,
station
the
somewhere.
engine room is the Anheuser-Busch factory.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it's totally not.
And by the way, if we ever get
You can tell
a
time.
Star Trek contract, guys, and we get to write a Star Trek movie, if one of you guys somehow convinces me the harebrained idea that we would get any work done if we set up shop at a fucking brewery, it's the Guinness Brewery over in Ireland. Okay, we're gonna get some kind of vacation out of this. We're not gonna go to St. Louis to drink Budweiser. For
Yeah, I
God's
think
sake.
they filmed that at the one in Van Nuys, California.
I've been to that one. I've been to that
have you?
one, by the way. Yeah, I've been there. It's next to the it's in the area of the Jelly Belly factory, who has a giant mosaic of Ronald
Wait,
Reagan
where is that?
in Jelly Bellies.
I grew up there. I don't remember a Jelly Belly factory.
Oh,
'Cause
it's
the Van
in
Nuys
Fairfield.
It's like right in the
It's in
middle of the San
Fairfield.
Fernando Valley.
Jelly Belly, the Jelly Belly factory's in Fairfield.
Oh, okay. That's not near the LA Bud Brewery.
Oh, well, there's more than one Bud Brewery then in
Oh, yeah.
California.
There's 12. I used to work for Budweiser. There were
okay.
12. There's St. Louis, Alaska, California, and LA, a bunch of others. But where the LA one is, even from where my house was when I grew up, if the wind was right, I could smell the yeast or the hops.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
could
you
smell
were
it.
well acquainted with the engineering section of these JJ verse ships. And
Yeah,
they
because
don't
every
fool
starship
anyone.
has concrete and like 5 stories
Yeah.
of pipes.
Yeah, they didn't fool a
Right
damn
beyond,
person.
they had a
No, they
set.
didn't.
They had some kind of set. I don't know what that section of the ship they run through where you can fall a really long way for
No,
no
that
reason.
was the brewery.
They at least had a set. That was also the brewery.
That was the
Yes.
brewery. That thing
Yes.
is like 5 stories tall.
Mhm.
And they just set up shop. They're like, hey, there's a lot of pipes and steam and things going on here. Let's do it in here.
Yeah, it
And
looks.
then they went across the street and had Tommy Burgers, which is a really good burger place across from where the brewery is.
If you were going to film it stupidly in a real world scenario like this, at least go to like a nuclear power station or a
yeah.
natural gas power station, something that would make sense for this. But no, you didn't fool anyone. It's 5 stories tall in the movie too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where is this?
It doesn't look
Because
right. It doesn't
there-
look like
there's-
anything that would
Big
ever be in
tanks
space.
where they're just brewing beer. That's all Bud
Let me put it
Light.
this way: it is significantly less immersive than the set of the engine room in the show in the episode Court Martial before they have a warp ad hoc warp core. The
Right.
old engine room.
They could have
Right.
they could have used that factory so much better. There are some cool stuff, but you do tight shots. You do zoom in, but you don't have like big tanks where you know there's beer in there. It was so
You have to
stupid.
do that when
Yep.
you need people to run for like 14 straight minutes while they yell into their communicator to erase the stupidity of your movie. And by the way, I'm sure you never experienced this, but when one of your coworkers told you about it, that must be the worst place in the world to go to work torn down, huh? Smells a little like sour beer.
Yeah, those guys
No
were
comment.
actually up until the early 2000s. They were allowed to drink on the job. They were allowed 3 beers
Yeah.
a day.
Yeah.
That is awesome. That was like one of the things that I think destroyed one of the grandfathers in the whole scheme of my adopted and
Oh, yeah.
extended families. One grandfather worked for a New York beer company where after work you can drink as much beer as you want.
Yeah.
Schlitz? Schlitz?
We got to, when I worked
It-
there, we would
it
get 2
was
cases
Peels.
a month, and that
Peels,
was plenty.
okay.
You get 48 free beers.
But
every
my other
month.
grandfather worked for Schlitz. The whole German family worked for fucking beer companies. Sorry, Sean. Quick question
no.
though. Sean, did you know the woman who did the movie Beer Wars, and have you ever seen it?
No. But you do
You need to
have,
see that
a
documentary.
Radioactive has just
Oh, I
sent
see
a,
this. I just noticed this. You know what? We're going to try something new, actually using our media. So, Radioactive, here we go. I'll give you the full treatment.
Admiral Teague,
Oops.
incoming super chat.
Let's get that right.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
There we go. Radioactive with a generous $2 United States and soon to be Greenland dollar. Beer anti-beer drive greater than Kurtzman's fungus drive. This is true. Although, by the way, Kurtzman is in on this story. He's in on all 3 of these stories. Although the third movie a little less horrible than the first 2 because I don't think he's
What was he, the
doing much.
fluffer?
I think he is the fluffer who added the scene with Gay Sulu. I think he added that scene. That just feels so Kurtzman.
Oh, for sure. For
And
sure.
probably the one who insisted on use of what do you call it, of the Beastie Boys song again.
Oh, so yeah. So after that opening scene, in that whole thing, I did want to say to their credit for this 2009, the music is fantastic, and the score
yeah, we were
was there,
talking
but
about
it was
that, yeah.
way in service of a piece of steaming pile of shit. The other thing on this that I did want to say to catch us up here, the kid scene with him driving, he drives like a professional race car driver.
Yeah.
So how did he do that when he's stealing it for a joyride at the age of like 10?
Oh,
I know
JT,
that. Mhm.
I would love to hear your take on something after you're done.
Okay. So also I hate current day music like this. In 2009, it was a little bit ahead of its time, but it's very what Guardians of the Galaxy was popular for. But it's not a Star Trek movie when you do it like this. You could play quote unquote old music and have like the Beastie Boys in there, but the Beastie Boys is not Star Trek anyway. Sorry guys, if you're Beastie Boys, if you're Star Trek fans, your music doesn't belong in a Star Trek movie, and that's okay. You know,
They are Star
takes
Trek
you-
fans. They hate that Star Trek.
Well, it takes you out
They
of the
also
film.
disagree with their
It-
use.
it
I
takes
give
you out of the
Beastie Boys
film.
credit. They took the check and stuff. They're like, what can we do? We can't stop it. And they were just like, it doesn't make sense to us. And the one thing I remember is we have like 3 songs about Star Trek. Why not use them?
Right. My other real bitch and a half on this is, where did you get the damn gasoline for this antique quote unquote Corvette?
It runs
where
on
was made to
Mr.
look
Fusion.
like
You
a
could have
Corvette.
made it. That didn't bug me as much.
They're in Iowa. They had ethanol.
You're not putting
the
ethanol in a
impression-
Corvette. You're not putting ethanol in a Corvette. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Well,
You're
they
gonna get
ripped
me
the
upset.
roof right off.
Oh, yeah, that made me angry too. But I was like, yeah, that's fake. Whatever. The
Wes Cagle
whole
is correct.
slide the car off the edge of the cliff. Can we just not do that? It wasn't funny. No one was entertained.
And the inverse physics that don't work, where the car's flying
Yes.
off the cliff and has cleared the cliff when he starts to casually think about maybe I should jump out
It
of this
was
thing.
totally Looney Tunes physics.
That was what I wanted to ask you, JT. I still to this day, even when I first saw it, I'm like, okay, as he's jumping out of that thing, he's going as fast as the car is. So
Yes.
as he jumps out, he's still going 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And just would have flown off with that damn thing. They should have had him jump out way sooner. But why? But they didn't even explain why did he like? I'm just going to destroy my uncle's car. I'm just going to destroy it.
They never
Yeah.
were able to justify why. They were never able to figure it out. And I want to apologize to anyone who tried to watch on Rumble. I've been wrestling with Rumble since the beginning of the stream, and it's just not working today, and it's just not going to let me do it. I'm really sorry, and this is one of the reasons that we fear this platform. If we get banished to Rumble only, there'll just be whole weekends where we can't do it. I'm sorry, everybody, just coming out now. Since before this stream started, I have been wrestling with Rumble. Wrestling with it and trying to fulfill my obligation to leave no Star Trek fans behind. So I apologize. Put the word out on X that Rumble fucked us again and that this is the only stream out there. I'm sorry to Vic Fontaine.
You have to tumble
Yeah.
with Rumble.
But there are no ads on this stream while it's live, and there's only like 1 an hour when it's not. So don't worry.
Okay. Kal-El says something. I'm showing the thing here. It says,
Thanks for the backup.
he goes, it doesn't belong. Jar Jar did it to appeal to the normies. Actually, Kal-El, I slightly disagree.
I think he personally did it to be
because
friends
he
with the
likes
Beastie
the Beastie
Boys.
Boys. I
Yeah.
don't think he did it to appeal to anyone but his own ego. He's like, I
JJ
like the
Abrams
Beastie
is
Boys. I'm going to
60
put it in
this
there because
year.
I'm edgy.
There's something you need to know. JJ turned 60 this year. Okay? So
What an old fart.
Yeah, right. But the thing is,
Oh, wait.
JJ is like say 5 years ahead of me, and I remember the same era, like where like he's getting out of college and going to film school when I'm starting college, right? So we're going to that. Like, how many times were JJ and I at the same Beastie Boys or Ramones show? And like, as much as I'm enjoying the fact that I love the Beastie Boys, they're from Queens, I'm from Queens. I'm like, why is this in my Star Trek movie? This is not exactly like chocolate in my peanut butter.
And Teague, I don't care for them. I don't hate them. I don't care for them, and that's fine, right?
I
Like
think
a lot
this
of
movie
people
hurt
didn't
their
like Roy
legacy.
Orbison in First Contact, or as I
I
call
already
the warmth
loved
of
Roy Orbison.
collectivism, right? But that's okay. Like, you don't have to love every single band, but what you do risk is picking the wrong current day tune and having normies totally check
There's
out on
something.
it.
The Roy
or-
Orbison song was
Orbison
45
thing,
years
though.
old when they used it.
But at least the Roy Orbison, you could say that Cochran may have grown up knowing him and that he would have liked Roy Orbison because he would have been born in like the early 2000s. So maybe his grandfather or dad liked him.
Roy Orbison charted that year.
Fit with what he was listening to.
Roy Orbison charts in 1996 when the movie comes out.
What's that?
He charts that. Roy charts that year. Here's what happens. He dies while he's in the wheelbarrows, and his CDs come out.
But what I'm saying, at least using Roy Orbison in First Contact made more sense because it was 2063. So
and
maybe
it's older than Star Trek.
Yeah. But
the song is older than Star
Trek. People still would have been listening to his stuff at that time.
You know what was really stupid from last week in the last TNG movie was that stupid buggy scene through the desert. And, you know, the only difference between that and how stupid this Corvette scene was the Beastie Boys taking that to the next level of stupid because it doesn't fit into the movie.
Yeah, the cinematic music made that scene a little less horrible.
There were no stunts where someone obviously got hurt.
Of movie making from like 2007 through the end of Marvel Relevance, so we'll just call it Endgame, right? That where you have to throw that kind of music in, and it just is tacky. It's tacky as all hell. But yet they do it in all three of these movies, and I hate it. So anyway,
it Admiral, might not be in Into Darkness. I don't remember the incident of the song in Into Darkness.
They did it in Beyond 100%.
Yes, they do. They play, but the thing is, in Beyond, at least they added a different song for a while. It's like I like Fight the Power too. If I have to listen to hip hop, you know, feed. But the thing is, JJ and Kurtzman, they are stuck in that year that they almost failed out of college. I have told this story a couple of times. It's just the almost failed out of college scenario. Everyone else here is a lot smarter than me, so no one else really understands this. Unless you do, speak up now. All right, so I had a semester where I almost failed out of college. I went to every club. I went out. I banged every chick. I did every drug. I had the wildest fucking time. And like I almost failed out of school. I got put on academic probation, and I had to get my act together. I still went out. I still had fun. But, you know, maybe I could only have like 2 girlfriends at the same time. And maybe I could only do like 5 drugs at the same time. And maybe I had to actually get some better grades. So I got it together enough, but I feel like maybe like wealth and privilege or just some kind of like the fact that JJ was smart enough to be among the first males to ever be admitted to Sarah Lawrence University. And like, that's where he gets the feminism from too. You know, you would just figure that this guy and he and I crossed paths without knowing it. And JJ Abrams is a man who's unaware of his own life story. When you see him talk about his life story in the TED Talk, he says he grew up in New York City. When he talks about his life story in the BAFTA talk, he speaks of having to relocate and change coasts to go to school in Bronxville, New York, 10 miles from Yankee Stadium. 10 miles from Yankee Stadium. He's like, I had to change coasts. I'm like, what? The coast of the East River for the coast of the Hudson?
Right. Well, for me, it's the East Coast is like Huron / the Detroit River versus the West Coast is like Michigan. So, you know, which do have different cultures, by the way. They do, but nobody cares. It doesn't matter, sir. Nobody cares. Admiral, on the next thing on this, I want to say that I think it was okay for Kirk to be fleeing at high speed in his car, in his vehicle. He was fleeing a masked police officer, right?
Yeah, we were talking about how they never decided what was up with that cop. Is he a robot? Is he a man? And they're like, we just gave up on it. He looks cool.
I thought it wasn't cool to have law enforcement masked.
It was not. Not because
Star Trek did it first, Sean.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah. I just thought it looked stupid. Like, why are we doing this? Nobody else wears masks.
Their final disposition on that was first they were toying with the idea of having it be an android. Then they were toying with the idea of it having be a man. Then doing a face reveal. They never got around to it. They came up with some cool steampunk art that they had commissioned while they were thinking it was a robot. They used the steampunk stuff and didn't even think about it again. And on the video commentary, I think it's Damon Lindelof. They're like, so what did we decide it was? And there's a moment of silence, and someone, I think Lindelof goes, a person who's been in a really bad accident? Like that. Just like that.
At least
And
they didn't do
now
what
we're
they
on
did
to the
in
next
Solo,
thing.
where it was just some teenage girl.
Oh, well, I mean, are you talking about when they roll out Freckle Jesus at the end?
Yeah. She takes off the mask like, oh, it's a girl.
A 10-year-old girl starts the rebellion. This movie's just as dumb.
Look,
All
the
right,
mask is the least of this movie's problems. It really is, but it is stupid. All the
Listen,
same.
we have 4 hours. We've done 1 hour on the first 10 minutes of this movie. Let's put it into gear. We have 1 hour per
here,
movie.
I think tonight is just going to be this movie.
My coverage
Very
on this,
possible.
Teague, Admiral Sir, my coverage on this movie ends about an hour into the film, and you'll understand why.
Go
But
ahead.
just to catch
Continue,
up,
Star.
the bar
did
scene,
the same thing.
the bar scene
That
is
is, by
beyond.
the way, guys, that's the next thing that happens. He trashes his car. Fast forward, he's 30.
or at least 21. We know he's at least 21 because he's in a
gotta
bar.
be 30. I think he's supposed to be like 28.
Also, why is everybody in this bar calling him Farm Boy? He's just
That
a
made no
guy
sense.
sitting in a bar. I'm like, these are Starfleet cadets. They're
Why are they in the
not
middle
going to
of
be
the
that
country?
istrophobic, right? On somebody, they're not. They're not.
And what a great
Hello,
place to
hello,
put
the great
a
Simon
shipbuilding
Gohan.
facility in the middle of the country, as far away from ports as you can.
And the line in Star Trek Beyond where they're like, these old ships weren't built on the ground like our advanced ships are. They're built in like space. And I'm like, yeah. So in other words, you guys move fucking backwards because building them in space makes a lot more fucking
Well, they
sense.
couldn't
Oh,
get
of course.
they couldn't get the cool shot of the motorcycle and looking at the Enterprise being built
Yes.
Stupid.
which
None
was
of that
the
is
goal.
Star Trek.
in the middle of the Midwest.
At this point, we know that
10
they
years too
don't
late.
give. We know that
Yeah.
they don't give a damn about lore. They don't give a
Oh, yeah,
damn
because
about
the
continuity.
Enterprise would have
This
been
is all
would have been
about
in service
JJ
by then.
Abrams making a movie that's Transformers-esque. This is
Yeah, and so
Transformers with people with Star Trek names. That's all this is. Once you get to that point, you just got to be cool with it because that's all this movie is.
In the spirit of the script, I'm going to set it up like this. So then anyway, then this happens at the bar. Go ahead, JT.
Yes. So then they order horrible drinks. He doesn't know how to order.
Our
Also, they
second
haven't
product
discovered.
placement in 5 minutes. We order 2 Budweiser Classics.
Yeah,
And
two
I'm like,
Bud
you asshole,
Classics.
get a fucking real beer.
And that's what I was thinking. I'm like, everybody out here is thinking, why didn't you get a good beer? Why did you get
We
one
have
of
no
those?
money. We don't have money in this society. Just get a
They
fucking
had to
Molson.
do the Budweiser because they were in the plan, of course.
Well, yeah. And then I
yeah.
was like, at least
You're right.
Uhura, me watching this in 2026, I was like, at least Uhura ordered Bud Classics because
No
she
black
knew what
girl
would
from the
happen.
Bronx drinks Bud Classic out of a bottle. She would have been like, I want that in the 40-ounce form, please.
Also that,
Put it
but
in the brown bag,
she,
motherfucker.
she knew what happens if you try to order Bud Light, what that can do to your future.
Well,
So,
they
This
she,
needed
movie,
King Cobra
a lot of
40s
Bud
for
Light
her,
went
so-
into this movie.
Yeah, they needed King Cobra 40s for her or Mickey.
Also,
They
they
don't
hadn't
have
met.
My
they don't.
godson's uncle used to date Zoe Saldana. She's from the
They-
Bronx.
They don't know who Cardassians are yet, but yet they can order a Cardassian drink in the bar. That was retarded. Then they ordered Jack
Hey,
Daniels.
Rapagina.
They ordered Jack Daniels, and
For our
I'm like,
third product placement in 5 minutes.
yes,
In the
Yes.
future, guys.
Budweiser, Jack Daniels, Chevrolet, the Beastie Boys.
Well, that's
let's
not-
see.
yeah.
We could
That's
we
a
could
service
probably
that
find
that's
more
wild.
things that are more current day that have nothing to do with Star Trek. And not that these brands that I hate the brands. I'm just saying they do an Adam Sandler movie if you want all this product placement, right? So she orders terrible drinks. They start fighting with him on the slightest provocation, even though they're not acting drunk. So I have to assume that they just got there. Why is this guy just going to do this to
Well,
some nobody
need
in a bar? I don't buy
I need
it
a
for a
quick moment
second.
here, JT.
Sure.
To the great Simon Gohan, I couldn't be more honored that you've chosen us to be your guides through the final frontier for the first time. we're doing these conversations about the overviews of the movies. We're going back to Enterprise next week, so don't worry
We
about
are.
that. But wow, what an honor! Thank you.
And just to let you know, we normally have great things to say about Star Trek. We did the good
he's
2
been here
weeks
a few
ago.
times. We're getting the great
The
table.
bad movies last week, and now we're doing the ugly. So this week you're not going to hear many good things, but normally we do sing praise.
get funnier.
So and we get funnier. Sometimes we like to be angry when we do this crap. I think Admiral Teague has figured out sometimes I like to be angry.
It can be cathartic because a lot of this, you have to remember, like, we spent a year anticipating this movie, which we left vaguely unsatisfied and then figured out was a piece of garbage. Or in Germ's case, like, went charging outside and murdered a prostitute in the parking lot to get his anger out.
They acquitted me of that.
I wanted her to go up there and shout, "Give me the brandy," and she didn't.
Right.
By
The way, I agree with Russ Cagle on this. I like Carl Urban a lot, and I don't think he had a bad intention with that one. But he's made a couple of mistakes in this role, and I did not like the I got divorced, so now I got some bones. I was like, I liked the sawbones explanation for it, and I liked his original meaning for the nickname a lot better. Yep,
there's a good reason for him. There's a good reason for him being in this.
Go ahead.
JJ screwed him out of a 3-year deal on Almost Human. He said, "Oh, I got this big role for you to make up for it."
Really?
Wait, who got screwed into this?
Carl Urban.
Oh, Carl Urban. Okay.
He had a show on Fox, Almost Human.
Right.
Which JJ was the executive producer. JJ bailed on it and canceled the show. Carl Urban had a 3-year deal on that. And this was sort of a, "I'm sorry I fucked you."
What, are you kidding me? He had a 3-year deal with Secret Hideout with Bad Robot. He owed him the money and he had to use him no matter what. So he's like, "You're going to be fucking McCoy." Right? I mean, I don't.
He got significantly more money off of these Star Trek movies than he did off of a 3-year deal for, let's be honest, a guaranteed fail being on Fox.
You know what? You're right. Okay, so let's keep going. So then this happens. The non-drunk people in the bar decide to get into a fight. JT,
are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Were you
okay,
able to hear me?
You cut off for me for a second. Sorry.
So then this happens. James Kirk at the bar wearing a leather jacket, because everyone in Star Trek now wears a leather jacket. It's not whether or not you have a leather jacket. It's what the leather jacket they give your character says about you. I'm being very honest. At the end, when Kirk and McCoy are walking around, it's like they both have 2 cool leather jackets, and then like everyone waiting for them, like everyone's got a leather jacket. And then Kirk's like blue leather jacket that he wears in Beyond is not. It's like kind of cool, but so then this happens. Uhura doesn't take very well to Kirk's advances, and she goes back to the table, even though he kind of makes her laugh, and he's not the worst stalker in the world. And these 2 guys who want to be Starfleet security start some shit with him. And he says a bunch of lines about how, like, at 5-1, they better get some more guys, so it'll be a fair fight. These lines hit the ear like dead fish being thrown across the room. This dialogue is stupid. And then it's like, okay, fight. It was like, almost like Mortal Kombat. It's like, okay, like now we need to fight. And so there's a big brawl in this stupid bar in Iowa, and it ends when Captain Pike comes in. So JT, then this happens. Tell us about what Pike and Kirk at the table for no reason. By the way.
Yeah. So out of the blue, was it Pike? I can't even tell. It was just an actor. It was just an actor that came in.
From 13 Days is the is Pike.
He comes in, sees that he kind of resembles this guy that just got beat up in a bar fight. Kind of resembles
whose face is all puffed up in a mess.
Yes, exactly. That which makes it even stranger yet. Resembles a captain from an old ship that he did his
Academy
dissertation on. And then he's like, "Oh, you get into a bar fight drunk? Well, you should join Starfleet. That would be great. What a great idea." And then the famous line, "You can be commissioned as an officer in 4." So I assume he means 4 years at Starfleet Academy. Then you can be a captain in 8. And the way he said it,
how many ships do you
all the
have?
time?
That doesn't. The way he says it, you are left open to think you can be captain 4 years after leaving the academy or 8 years after the academy. Either one. If you were a captain of a ship in 4 years or 8 years, the attrition rate would have to be so immense. I'm not joining that Navy.
The most famous sailor to be captain of a
Either way,
ship
he's not
after,
even 30.
Right.
The most famous sailor to be captain of his own ship after like 1 year was like John Kerry, and we saw how that went. Another famous example would be JFK.
But that was a PT boat. He was
at sea. Yeah,
that was a PT boat attached to a carrier.
And
or a
he
destroyer.
hit a mine while he was drunk. That submarine story is a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, this happens.
I cannot believe how dumb that shit was. I just
even George was captain as a lieutenant. So
but he's just telling that to a random guy that got beat up in a bar. You should join our fleet. A fleet that's so hard to get into.
On your father.
Yeah.
Well, and he tells him to enlist in Starfleet, meaning you're not going to OCS. You're not just enlist. You're oh God.
Yeah, it sounds like he's setting him up for like Starfleet military. It's like, we Federation needs cannon fodder. I mean, leadership like you.
Well, yeah, you're going to be a captain in 8 years because all the other ships are going to get blown up. So you're going to be the most senior person left after 8 years.
Yeah, how many ships are they cranking out that you can expect a captaincy? And how many cadets are they graduating? So like the rank and file of everybody doesn't go to Starfleet Academy at all.
Look, Admiral, I don't think we should necessarily spend this much more time on this movie because we could pick it the fuck apart for about 5 hours. It just shows you the clear disregard, clear, just no negligence, if you want to call it that, in an alleged non-legal manner. The clear disregard for care of what is being written in your script. This was
there's a feeling of they'll tell them what's cool. That's for sure.
Yeah, but they don't care what's being written. They just have some dude bro writing this, and then it's going to be put in the movie. There's no Star Trek overseeing group of super fans that is looking at this and saying this doesn't make any sense. Hell, they didn't even get somebody in here like Radioactive who could tell them this isn't how you talk in a military. This, you know what I mean? There was no veteran in place there to say that's not how you talk. There's none of that. There's none of that. They cut down this dialogue to be as stupid second grade reading level as they could to try to appeal to the most people and to appeal to an international audience as well. Because it's easier to translate dumber dialogue. That can be the only reason why they're doing this. So Kirk is a drunken asshole who has destroyed his family member's antique car and has no respect for authority. That's who we're going to send to Starfleet. This whole movie does not work from beginning to end because it's not a movie. It does not really tell a story. This is an origin vignette.
Very dragged out
origin vignette.
Very bad dragged out beginning. Yes,
and you'll see
movie when the movie ends.
And this is an earlier version of what you'll see a lot of superhero movies that are just starting to come out around this time. And why all those fail, and why a lot of superhero movies, the longer they go on and reboot, the more they fail. Origin stories are not stories. Origin stories don't have a real plot, and you're not doing an actual quote unquote story any justice. All you're doing is dropping things to create identity for these characters. And whereas a real movie like Patton the movie did not spend 9 hours going through him, having them shoot the bonus army, and having him in World War One, and having him growing up in California. All of that is bullshit. You learn the character of Patton along the way. You learn by the way he acts, by the way he talks, references to the Bible, references to Roman and Greek philosophy, references to him by how the German intel officers speak. You get Patton through the movie. You are on a journey to learn who he is, and the reward at the end of the movie is a character that you feel like not only you know, but you feel like you could be him or you would want to serve with him. This movie does none of that. This movie gets all of the backgrounds wrong. And the reason you're showing this picture up on screen, Admiral, with all of these pictures of all of these characters is because this is the stupid movie. You have these little modules of people that get dumped into this film. You have one for Kirk. You have a real shit one for Spock. You have a smaller one for Uhura. You have a bad one for Bones. You have an insulting one for Scotty. You have two that might as well not even exist for Sulu, that insults Sulu, and Chekhov, which is only there for the lulz. Okay. And
it becomes a favorite simply because of a terrible tragedy. Everyone feels bad for Anton Yelchin. He was a likable person.
Oh, yes. Look, I'm not going after any of these actors and actresses.
No, we have singled them out for praise, saying that we thought their performances are pretty good.
Yes.
And hello, everybody.
All of this, I cannot stand it because these movies do not tell a real story. Why the hell is this guy Nero, which is a stupid name for him anyway? I guess idiots have never heard of Nero from the Roman Empire and enough to at least know, oh, that's a Roman name. I'm sorry if you haven't. I don't mean to call you an idiot, but in the writing world, you know who Nero is. This isn't fun or new. In
the regular world, we know who Nero is. I mean, he's like one of the top 5 most well-known, crazy, world leaders of all times. Napoleon, precisely. Nero, Caligula, Hitler, and I don't know, Biden.
Well, they thought since he was Romulan, that mean he had to have a Roman name. They didn't go back and check, say, oh, we've never done this before.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great point.
There are also very, 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 utilitarian and alien sounding Roman name mashups that could have been done very easily, even at that time, using a little bit of Latin. If you were that into these roughneck landmen, these planet men from Romulus who are going out mining for God knows what. We never find out what they're mining for. But, so then this happens.
Whoa,
we end up at Starfleet Academy.
It was Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah. I you know what? I want to get through this plot because it's so stupid. I have a few objections to it. So then this happens at Starfleet Academy. We're walking around and we spend all of 18 seconds establishing what life must be like there. Kirk is banging some green chick because that's what JJ thinks Star Trek is. She is hot. Gila is her name. She is killed in the Farragut incident. Uhura gets her killed by swapping spots with her in the movie.
She was an Orion. What's she doing in Starfleet?
Not only that, but
true.
You know what? Aren't all Orions guilty of something, right? But anyway,
by the way, that Starfleet Academy, that building that they walk out of, that's at the University of California at Northridge, CSUN. And I used to drive by that all the time, that building.
It
was like a library.
I had to delete a few comments about my feelings about Star Trek Academy from a previous stream, so I'll just keep my mouth shut about the kind of behavior I'd like to see play out there.
They spend no meaningful time with him doing that, and then they just show Kirk still being an asshole with the Kobayashi Maru. So,
sorry, that was a good
you're like, why do we like Kirk? We hate him. This guy is immature, a lady boy, or not a lady boy, a lady man, a womanizer.
Well,
lady
fine.
boy is something totally different. Sorry, folks.
By the way, he's right
we
about
won't go into
Kal-El's
that.
right on this one too.
Nero was idiotic. If he had the ability to travel back in time, why didn't he just go back to when the Romulan Empire and warn them what was going to happen? Yeah, time
Go
travel.
back an extra 100 years. Be like, check out how fucking advanced my ship is. You think I'm lying? I'll blow up the moon to prove my point. It's better than what you got coming.
Right. And if he really had all that power, why is he bothering spending his time looking for Spock in the first place? Just go after Earth and go after Vulcan right then and there. I mean,
then this
you're only
happened.
10 minutes after the Xindi, right? At that point.
They have some throwaway line that tries to explain that.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Sean.
It doesn't.
This is the
It doesn't
throwaway
work.
line as far as why they don't go after Earth right away. Here's the deal. So Cadet Kirk is banging and having a good time at school. At least he still digs chicks. They haven't taken it that far off the radar. But then this happens. Gila's roommate comes home, and Kirk has to hide under the bed because Gila is a slut, and she says so. And then of all people to come in, it's New Hura 1.0, Zoe Saldana. She's like, hi. And she's like, oh, where were you? I thought you were going to be out all night. And she's like, I just heard the most interesting transmission. Klingons are the most interesting people. Did you know that there was a jailbreak with the Klingons? Some Romulans. They destroyed some sort of advanced ship. They destroyed, 265 Klingon raiders or some shit, like some preposterous number. I think it's 47, to be honest. And it's like they destroyed 47 Klingon ships. And it's just like, whoa, like this is something that the Federation Council probably needs to meet over right now. There's a new power out there that dangerous that seems to have advanced Romulan weaponry. We are in trouble, right? So, but instead it's cadet homework. And then she catches Kirk under the bed because she can hear him breathing, which don't ask me how. And he has to we get some male nudity, but at least Uhura's in a bra pant, and Gila are also in bra panties. So we get some nudity all around, like some partial nudity all around. She runs him out of the cabin. And he's like, I think it's very interesting that you discovered that you heard a transmission from the Klingons. And then the door closes, and the next day he's taking the Kobayashi Maru test. Then this happens. JT?
Yeah, so he's taking the Kobayashi Maru. We hate him because he just clearly sits there like an asshole eating an apple and pointing at the ships and being like, pew, pew, pew. I'm like, this does not show a creative mind. It shows a lazy,
mid-test, there's an
unserious
obvious
person.
malfunction that would have negated any test ever.
Yes.
Ever. Any test, your driving test, anything. If you have a blowout taking your driving test, they're going to say, you know what, you got to pay. You just come back in a couple of weeks.
Oh, and by the way, that they even admitted that him eating the apple, they didn't think of the Wrath of Khan. A lot of people are like, hey, he's eating an apple like he did in the Wrath of Khan. No,
they did it so you would seem more arrogant, JJ said.
Yep. And meanwhile, like you were saying, Admiral, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. They are just dumping background.
Best way to
about
segue
characters.
this movie, right?
Yeah, they just dump one scene on you after another, different modules about
segue is the
Kirk
wrong
character
word, by the way,
module.
guys. We hard cut from one storyline to another. We hard cut from one fucking character to another. It's just this movie is
So,
and now the pace of the movie is steadily increasing. We're like 26 minutes into this nightmare already.
You know what we
Holy-
haven't gone into is the nightmare. Sorry, go ahead,
We're
Germ.
spending far too much time on this atrocity of a
Well,
movie.
we're almost done with the movie, actually, Germ. We're almost done. I was going to say we didn't pay any due to the module about Spock's background. Why? Because it doesn't
We
matter.
forgot
Nobody
about-
cares.
yeah.
It
There
doesn't
was a
matter.
thing-
Nobody cares. And they
The
show
only
him
thing I'll
being,
say about that is
Mhm.
we decide that 40-year-old Winona Ryder needs to look older and nerf her looks.
yes.
She was
Yeah.
so damn beautiful at that moment. I'm sorry, 36-year-old Winona Ryder couldn't be the mother of a fucking 10-year-old. Shut the fuck up with that. That pissed
Yeah.
me the fuck off. And then the Vulcan children taunting and teasing him. I knew that was part of it, but it didn't play well on screen.
It didn't
This is
play
the
well, and they wouldn't be
267th
calling an
attempt to get an
ambassador a
emotional
traitor.
response from me.
Yeah. And then that whole thing happened, and I was
They
like,
were embarrassing their parents even worse than Spock did.
yes, they were. Yes.
When
they
I
were.
won the fight, my dad was less embarrassed. You know what I mean?
But the whole module doesn't matter. We just move forward, and then Spock is supposed to purge all emotion through the Kolinar, which they have no idea what any of that means, but they just throw
In
words.
this movie, it's the colonoscopy.
Yes, and so then you have Spock's mom say, "Honey, whatever you want to be, I'll always love you, and I'll be happy for it." And I'm like, "Oh, so if he goes and chooses to pull a Dr. Murderer and just destroy people in a transporter buffer, you'd still love him." And anyway, the stupid lines, more stupid lines. We fast forward to the end.
This happens, by the way, very quickly. Spock's arc ends with him having a hissy fit in front of the Vulcan Science Council, like a little dick.
I was like, this isn't Spock, but whatever. We already knew that none of these characters were real characters at this point. We're just getting modules thrown at us like we had never seen Star Trek before. So we'll and then this happens. So after he defeats the Kobayashi Maru, Kirk gets put on a tribunal, but there's like 500 people in this room. Like all of Starfleet Academy gets to see this disciplinary hearing. And
they allow him to
Spock
have
Hold on, they
They
don't
allow
tell him
that
he's going to be
fucking debate in there.
disciplined.
yeah,
They don't tell him he's
They
going to
don't
be
tell him.
disciplined. They rug pull it.
Yes. But see, they're all there because they need to hard cut into the Nero storyline, which has nothing to do with anything. See, they spend 45 minutes in this film doing one module after another about the background of these characters. But then they're like, oh shit, we had this stupid Nero time travel plot. How do we work it back in? And it really has nothing to do with anything. And oh wait, we didn't go far enough into the future. We're that freaking stupid. We didn't just go another 15 years after the Academy where it would have made sense because they couldn't age their actor for 15 more years. And because they didn't do that, they have to throw a bunch of cadets on the Federation flagship because they're the only ship and crew in range. The level of just idiocy, stupidity. Kirk is a cadet who's
They
about to
crank it up a little
cashiered
harder
out.
by saying that it's their maiden voyage and like all their starters are out too.
Yep. Yeah. And then they crank it up where they're going to have some battle and all this crap. So let's just bring the trainees in. At this point, I'm banging my head on the wall, Admiral. If we can go at warp 5, please.
Just tell them about how Bones manages to get disavowed knock list Kirk onto the ship.
Yeah, so
In a
Kirk
very
isn't allowed to go
Mission Impossible
anywhere
sequence.
because he's Kirk, the arrogant asshole, is going to be kicked out of the Academy for blatant cheating, right or wrong, and so he doesn't get to go on this
Straight
mission
up
to
hacking
save.
the fucking Kobayashi Maru.
Yep. So he doesn't get to save the planet. So what he does do is he talks to his friend Bones, who is already a medical professional, but somehow still going through the academy with them. None of it makes any sense. But he runs into his friend Bones, who just happens to have a vaccine or something else that gives him an allergic reaction to it. And so they're like, well, the only medical facility in range happens to be where I'm going on the Enterprise. Let that sink in. So he gets onto shuttlecraft because they can't use transporters in this century. And he has to take a real slow ambulance ride all the way up to the ship. And wouldn't you know it, his hands get really big and his tongue gets really big. And he says funny words and Uhura has to translate what he says.
Yeah, because she also speaks idiot.
So
So now we're on the ship, and then this
my
happens.
Joker laugh. That's my Joker laugh, by the way. That comes out when you're trying to laugh at Alex Kurtzman or JJ. So yeah, and then this happens. So then they fail. They have a failure to launch a better movie. But they failure to
Hudson
launch.
looking very hot in that movie, yes, and Matthew McConaughey doesn't really ruin it.
So failure to launch, they forget to remove the parking brake. The stupidest fucking joke
Yeah, they literally do. They forget to turn off the inertial dampeners that are keeping them in space dock. And Sulu doesn't know what he's doing. And they're being glib again. And this movie, throughout this entire movie, one thing you can count on is tonally confused. Tonal confusion. It's like we see everybody go to an emergency. This is why this is what happens. Kirk is going to be put on trial for doing a bunch of bad shit. Then there's an emergency, and everyone gets called out to go run to this emergency. We spend like 20 minutes running around. Bones injects everything in sight for 5 straight minutes while Kirk is like, ah, ah, and it's like his head blows up, his arms blow up, his face is swollen. I got numb pog, and every dumb thing. It is too slapstick. And then like Bones, who's a cadet, pulls rank on somebody somehow, and like we can't
to a
here,
commander,
the best
no
medical
less.
facility in the
To a commander.
To a commander.
By the way, while this is happening, Uhura goes and sets Spock straight.
Oh,
Now, this saves her life, by the way, and ruins Spock's, but this saves her life, and she's going to be on the Farragut where Gila goes. So all the other ships warp out at the same time
and get blown up.
Yep. Well, we don't know that for a moment. Then this happens. We stand around on the bridge of the Enterprise having the dumbest conversation ever. And because of Sulu's mistake, he pulls a ray. His mistake actually works out to their advantage. Because while they're like inert and other things are happening, a partial transmission is overheard by Kirk, who shouldn't be there but is anyway, about a lightning storm in space. And he appeals to Captain Pike about the lightning storm, at which point Pike is like, you were about to get kicked out of the academy this morning, person that I saw who has a fucking criminal record.
2 big fucking problems here. One, we never get the ship leaving space dock scene because their Enterprise is so ugly. They won't do it, and they've also never watched the other Star Trek movies.
Change it by their next movie. They make the cells a lot smaller fast.
Yeah, so they haven't watched the other Star Trek movies, or they have, and they're like, oh shit, we can't do the flyby scene because our ship model is too ugly and too uncanny valley.
Anywhere near enough money.
Yeah. And then the second mistake,
it is 25%.
A lightning storm in space. Now, gentlemen, a lightning storm in space, we would know in Star Trek as a
ion
storm. Question. Thank you, Sean. See, Admiral, this is why you have great officers surrounding you, like Sean
best
here.
Crew.
Best crew knows this stuff. Knows the stuff that they can't get right in the
Dr.
movie.
Mapanga and a honey badger kidney to my own to help me get over this Virgilian flu faster. I asked Phlox to help me, but his alternative was to kill several crew members and give me their organs. So I told him to stand down. I hope he does.
Pike should have bitch slapped Kirk and been like, Kirk, you stupid.
Listen, guy
asshole.
getting expelled for cheating?
It's called a fucking ion storm. They're everywhere.
Yes. That's the other thing. I guess this was distinct from an ion storm. Whatever. So then we drop out of warp with just a little bit more information than everyone else has. But we see a bunch of destroyed Federation ships in a very un-Star Trek-like, but very Enterprise derivative. We see a lot of bodies in space. But we're talking instead of like the 4 people that get pulled out of the Annex 01, we see like hundreds of bodies. They're bouncing off each other,
and it's totally out of all sense of scale and perspective too. By the way,
it's been done in 4 seconds. It took about 3 or 4 minutes to argue out what was going on with the lightning storm in
the
space.
Kelvin survived for about 20 minutes, but an entire fleet gets wiped out
in about 4.
Yeah,
it was like the
and why did they
Castorine
drop out
cast.
of warp so close to the system?
Yeah, this was like the Castorine cast. I mean, I was like,
from their point of view, they're trying to make it seem that the Enterprise was like hours late for some reason. They didn't set it up properly, but from their dialogue, they were more saying, "Oh, we're like 2 hours behind the rest of the fleet," or some crap like that.
from my point,
they
the
came out of
JJ
hyperspace
is
too
evil.
close. Like, why didn't they hey, let's drop out of warp a little bit away, take some scans, see what's going on, then we'll go in. No, let's just drop out in orbit.
We could jump back to warp for a half a second and pull like a Picard maneuver like move to get in close real fast if we need to.
Yeah.
Or try diplomacy. You don't know what's there. You have no idea what's
there.
there.
Negotiate at that point.
So stupidity ensues. Further stupidity ensues. Why we can't beam? Why we have to start taking shuttlecraft over? We don't know. It's a stupid thing. It just go with it. We should beam, but I guess the shuttlecraft is cheaper than a beaming.
We get one line from Nero. He says your transporter is out.
Yeah, the drill was causing a problem.
Yeah. So then all the rest of this, they're like, put on these Iron Man suits and start doing action shit.
Yeah.
Okay, and here's
one guy clearly set up to die.
Oh, one guy clearly set up to die. Also, at the altitude you're at, the atmosphere is far too thin for these. You would open those much lower in the atmosphere. So parachutes are not going to do jack shit for you. You should have the rocket boots that Spock has in what is that, Star Trek 5?
That is Star Trek 5.
Yes, thank you.
Well, there's another stupid thing about that anyway, is if you're dropping chutes going that fast, you're going to go so far off course. But when that chute deploys, you're going to be blowing all over the damn place. But let's pinpoint a thing on a 20-meter wide platform.
And they didn't explore stuff like amazing tech that could have minimized it. Like the chute deploys and then a few little jets fire on your armor.
In Admiral,
flight path.
Later on, when you have Kurtzman fail Discovery Trek, Captain Michael Spock has a better suit.
Yes. I was going to say this is our first stupid suit.
Yes. So I didn't want to go too much more into this movie because
we lose a red shirt because he just wants to be a red shirt. We kill Winona for no reason. We do the two guys, one parachute joke. We're able to pull them falling at whatever terminal velocity through the skies of Vulcan out. But later on, the transporter doesn't work for shit. Things just work and don't work. They can't obey their own rules. The movie limps along to the final confrontation, which is that Pike goes over again in the shuttlecraft to talk to them. As we said, we drop these guys off and they replicate the Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark fight at the airfield, where everything Indiana Jones does fails to advance him in the fight. And you can tell, and in the special edition, when JJ praises himself for that, it's you should have framed that with, as you probably noticed, rather than, and what I did here, you're like, ha, Uncle Steven, will you be happy? Can I do this? It's so, I think is the word cloying.
So the whole rest of the movie, the next 110 minutes, the only thing you need to know is they bring back Leonard Nimoy for some canon-breaking bullshit.
By the way, we're going to use a MacGuffin that is explained as the red matter will stop their sun from exploding and cause a black hole, which will suck the sun into it. To which I say, what's your plan for when the planets go flying off into space and get their atmosphere stripped off?
They get sucked into the black hole too. They're not going to escape that event horizon. Again, a much better movie.
No, I'm talking about the planets. Spock's plan is that he's going to stop the Romulan sun supernova from destroying their solar system. But rather than and they don't say it interrupts an evacuation. This is sold to us as a fix. The red matter. They never say what it is. Spock says the red matter would cause a singularity in a black hole, preventing the supernova. And I'm like, you're going to initiate a black hole inside their sun, therefore extinguishing that. Your sun's gone. So
Right.
what have you done? Like
the center of your
I
solar
thought it was
system.
much more appropriate for the Romulans to die freezing to death when their atmosphere is stripped away as their planets flew off into space from lack of having a star. Like, what was the point of that fucking rescue
they
plan?
won't even fly away. They'll be entrapped in the event horizon of the black hole.
I would figure
Because
that
they have a massive
they would just
black
keep
holes
flying,
have-
and they would fail to curve around the sun and just fly in a straight
No.
line really far away once the star
The
went out.
black hole has a far larger gravitational pull, so they would just get sucked
Over
into the black
88
hole as
U's.
well. Yeah, it's no saving them. So you have
Yeah, here's the
Leonard
thing.
Nimoy
Their
being-
plan to save Romulus is like it doesn't survive sixth grade scrutiny scientifically.
doesn't.
It's really fucking stupid.
So you have
And
Leonard
they don't
Nimoy.
describe it.
You have Leonard Nimoy with a stupid cannon destroying return. You have stupid red matter MacGuffin.
You mean the
And
Pilati
then-
ball? But somehow they were able to make a syringe immune to its effects.
Of course.
They put the syringe in there.
Yes. Oh, of course. All
And
of
then,
this
by the way,
complete-
then this happens. We need to mention this. Kirk and Spock get into a fucking argument, and Spock gets hurt in the fifis, and he ejects Kirk into in a shuttle pod and crashes him onto Delta Vega, which somehow is now the moon of Vulcan, where Spock has watched Vulcan be destroyed, and somehow he runs into fucking Leonard Nimoy, who lends his gravitas to this piece of shit. And this is just total JJ stuff. They teased older Star Trek themes from moment here, a moment there. Then he saves Kirk's life, and he says that I have been and always will be your friend. Everything.
Yeah.
It's just member
And then-
buried city.
and they find Montgomery Scott on this stupid planet as well, right? And he talks about
Luckily for them, Scotty's already there. And by the way, Spock didn't go to him for help and be like, "Let me talk to the Federation. I'm from the future. They'll believe. I can tell them a few things that'll convince them. The Mets are going to win the World Series tomorrow, sirs."
And meanwhile, the Enterprise is warped on. They're way the fuck gone. But somehow Montgomery Scott can transport you like 32 sectors away on a transporter.
Hey,
Because
at least we
that's
know
what the
that
plot
Admiral
demands.
Archer is about 180 years old.
Oh yeah, his prized beagle.
Yeah, because Admiral Archer's still around, and he's about 140.
And only will get beagles,
Yeah.
by the way. Yeah. And so they beam back onto the ship that should be about 20 light years away by now. Okay. That's more stupidity. Then end of the movie, they fight for the next 50 minutes. The good guys win. You have Spock and Uhura have some weird romantic thing going on. The end. The crew's all together. Kirk is the captain. The end. That's it. That's the last 50 minutes of the movie. Good guys win. See, I knew we get done with this in less than 2 hours, Admiral. Because there's nothing to be said about the last 50 minutes of the movie. You might have had
no,
notes,
you're right,
but-
and
but
that's
it-
I kind of
completely,
was
there's nothing
counting
there.
on that. I was somewhat counting on that because honestly, yeah, like what's there to say? We have a fight. It's kind of lackluster. Then, like trying to pull on all the little strings, like the little like confrontation on the view screen, like they're trying to put a little T-Walk in there, and they don't know what they're doing, and they don't have a feel for Star Wars and Star Trek. And if you were to listen to JJ's commentary, it's so infuriating. It's stuff just like and of course Star Trek was just never that good anyway, so it was a real tough task to have to go in here and solve all these franchises problems. But you know what, here I present to you perfected Star Trek. And he said stuff like, guys, it's on YouTube, listen to it. He is insufferable. All right, so Captain Nita, yes, apology accepted.
Yeah, this is some of the worst crap, and I
By the way, you forgot one thing here. We met our new original cast member, and you guys didn't even take notice of it. I think that
Yoda?
yeah, well, he's there, Yoda. He's a fucking moron, but he's Yoda. Keenser, And that's because you judged him by his size. I'm so sorry that you got this.
Scotty does. He calls him "we sir,"
but he calls him sir. That's a sign of respect.
Oh, hello, we sir.
Yeah, Keen's just going to prove very important in Star Trek Beyond. Thank God for that.
Yeah.
All right, so then this happens. The fight ends with the Narada somehow between Spock's old ship getting rammed into it again, and you get another Doomsday Machine type attack. They set off the red matter and the freaking black hole singularity, and it takes a really long time for it to kind of crush up the Narada. Long enough for Eric Bana to sort of like rage quit Hollywood and like, I've had enough of you and I would not ask for your help no matter what. Fuck you. And it's like, okay. And then Kirk, to be a dick, he's like, fire on him. Because he's already pointed out the hopelessness of the situation and that he's definitely going to die, and they're willing to save them. And he's like, no, I don't want your help. So like, okay, well, let's murder him then for the fun of it. And I'm just like, why?
He's going into the black hole anyway. Why are you wasting military resources? You know, how many photon torpedoes did you waste on this loser?
After that fucking display in the Kobayashi Maru simulation.
Right.
And this movie could best be described. I'm going to give my my one-line review for this right now. Here we go. One-line movie reviews. Star Trek 09. The Adventures of Uhura and her weird space friends.
Is it even that? I wanted to look and see because I remember coming out of the theater not really being too happy about this movie, but I saw it with some friends who weren't really Star Trek fans, and they were like, it was all right. And I'm like, yeah, but they got your ticket money. And so I wasn't really that hot on it. When I rewatched it, I hated it. They tried to make a video game after this that just completely bombed. And so I went back in 2026 to see what the scores were for this thing. I don't have the legal claim on this. Okay. It's allegedly, in my opinion, the 90 and 91% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes is starts with an F and ends with a rod. There is no way that's an honest score for that. If you look at IMDb, it's like a C-. It's like a 7 out of 10.
This movie is a mockery of a sham, and it almost is so incohesive that if he hadn't have gotten it together, and I still think somebody like Damon Lindelof said, we got to call like a script doctor and fix this fucking thing enough and get like the best editor we can because it's a mess.
Yeah, there's no way that 90% of people and 90% of critics loved this film to make it certified fresh and all this popcorn bucket and all this shit.
If it's such a good movie,
look at IMDb and Metacritic and other places that aren't perfect either. Why are you seeing 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10?
If these movies are so good, why are they always free on YouTube?
That's true too.
It's not a good movie. All right, so Nero, our movie one villain, does a pretty good villain death. Not as bad as the death of a lot of the Enterprise crew. They don't understand that to save their lives. And then in movie two, we get a new interesting Star Trek villain called John Harrison. I don't know what to say about this one, except that in the special edition for Trek 09, JJ goes, we filmed the scene, but we cut it. And we didn't want to lock ourselves in direction. And I don't think they filmed it. And I don't think they cut it because the scene has never showed up. Right. I think that he made up this clever member burying story to get us ready for what he was going to do, which was a complete and total corruption of Wrath of Khan. And he goes, we were going to film a Starfleet vessel finding the Botany Bay. And I'm like, well, why the hell would you do that?
At the end of the first movie, where you're dropping in character modules, and then you have
it's a different ship is going to find him
already. Yeah, what the hell?
And we uglied up Winona Ryder.
Yep.
We kill her for no reason. We're killing Kirk. In this movie, we kill Kirk's father and we kill Spock's mother.
We blow up Vulcan.
We blow up Vulcan. Spock has 3 different bipolar breakdowns, one of which he almost kills Kirk, and his dad has to yell at him and send him to his room.
Yep.
That is coached on by Leonard
guys.
Nimoy.
Great job.
Great job. So anyway, a lot longer than they said it would take, but way too soon for anybody to recover from how stupid the fucking movie was. This next sequel comes out, and Star Trek Into Darkness, nothing so much as a fulfilled threat. I throw this piece of raw, rancid, maggot-infested meat to my fucking paddle and say, tear it apart, boys.
Who watched this one? Was it
I
Germ?
watched them all.
No.
Them all. No one was assigned this movie. I figured this would could be a group, but if you want me to go lead on this one, I will.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this happens. Captain Kirk is out in space, and he is on a planet, and we have what amounts to these weird low effort aliens who are mostly CGI, and they are tampering with their culture in a way that is reminiscent of unprincipled actions of Indiana Jones that are implied in Temple of Doom, when he's supposed to be kind of unprincipled Professor Jones. And, they're running around in these monk robes, him and Bones. People run nonstop in this movie. And what happens is they've stolen these people's sacred scrolls to distract them, so that Spock can set off a cold fusion device, whatever the fuck that might be, in the volcano on the planet. Now, why they wouldn't launch a photon torpedo from space or something that made more sense like that, beyond me. But what we're going to do is we have John Choi as Sulu, and for some reason, Uhura put Spock into our second set of special suits. He has a special suit to go inside the volcano. He's got his little Iron Man suit. So then this happens. We drop it into the volcano. So then this happens. They stun their ride as a joke. They run into this weird creature, and Kirk knocks it out. And he's like, "Where's our beast of burden?" He's like, "That was it." That's how much he paid attention to their plan. He didn't even know what their beast of burden would be. So that's their escape plan to get to the beach. So now they run to the cliff and redo the shot from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, where they jump into the ocean, and then they redo the shot from The Phantom Menace, where they drop their robes and cloaks and skim through the ocean with some sort of breathing apparatus and go down way further than they should be able to and go in an airlock door of the Enterprise. They're walking around in these weird Starfleet scuba, like fucking, I don't know, surf suits, and like on their bridge, dripping wet. And we find out that Spock's in there, and we have the longest 90-second countdown ever to save him. And oh my God, the ship's been underwater for 2 days. Like, this is a spacefaring vessel. Give me a break. Like, turn on the navigational shields. That'll keep the water from fucking it up. I mean, just, what the hell is going on in this stupid ass movie? Beam Spock out of there now. I can't do it, Captain. We need line of sight. How the fuck does the captain not know this? So then this happens. We beam Spock out of there and reveal the ship to the people on the planet. And Spock keeps saying, no, you got to let me get deleted by this volcano. And it's like, I guess they saw Lord of the Rings and they wanted to really celebrate that volcano thing more. Spock takes the world's most complicated, most difficult to set off time bomb with him. He finally sets it off, and they beam him out of there right as it happens. It stops the volcano from going off. They see the Enterprise rising out of the water, which is a pretty cool visual. They again play the Michael Giacchino music. It's really good. Again, as usual, the music is great. And as they fly off, we see that they're now ignoring their old sacred scrolls, and they are worshiping an image of the Enterprise that they have carved into the dust, and it's perfect. And as we look down on the image that they've carved, it morphs into the Enterprise in the rule of cool, and we see the Enterprise flying through space for no apparent reason. Then this happens. While I reset my brain from that stupidity.
I'm still trying to catch up from that level.
Okay, so then this happens. We get back to Captain Pike's headquarters, and we find out that Kirk and Spock have not coordinated their reports. They're wearing really weird Confederate uniforms or Stalinist uniforms. I don't know what to call. They're actually a lot more Stalinistic than Confederacy. I apologize to anyone who lives below the Mason-Dixon line. And we remind everyone that Kentucky fought for the Union. As I correct myself on that one, they have these weird like commie uniforms with these strange Pan Am hats. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
And they gotta go.
Pan Am.
They do. I don't know how else to describe it. They have these headgear with like scrambled eggs on them, and we see some other versions of the headgear where it's like the stupidest hat that no one would ever have. Just like so dumb. So many bad visions of the future. Clearly, they didn't think a lot of this stuff through. But Captain Kirk gets demoted because Spock told the truth, because Vulcans don't lie, and he somehow forgot that. And Spock told Pike that, they got seen. So Kirk gets busted down to commander, and then Spock is, going to be reassigned. And all of a sudden, we cut away to a long, boring, wordless story with space diverse family. And it's space diverse kid. And this is supposed to be set up and payoff, but it's so dumb and so fucking boring. And we see this guy and he's sad. And we see Khan and he looks at him. And then we see this guy and he's got his head down and Khan's there. And then he hands Khan like, some like a ring. And then we see him sees his daughter and she's all sick. And he goes back to Khan and Khan gives him something else. And he goes to this futuristic hospital that has no security camera. And he waits for his Persian wife to go to sleep. And their child who's of yet another ethnicity. I mean, just none of
totally
this is
in modern day. A modern day
house,
a modern day bedroom.
A modern day Tide
100%.
commercial, which for a Tide commercial, I understand the forced diversity and it's only a commercial, so I can laugh it off. You know what I mean? It's like the Chinese father, the black mother, and the white kid. It's like, all right, whatever. It's like, I'll laugh this one off. It's just a Tide commercial. But in this one, it's just like, what the hell is going on here? It was like, now see here, I'm black. People will be discriminatory against me, and you're sort of brown too. So what we should do is find a more ideal shade of brown for our child and have a custom design. Like, I don't know, did custom designing their kid to make it different from them, give it whatever terrible disease it has that is hurting this kid, and they go out of their way to get some blood from Khan, and that's our setup. That Khan's blood, they flush it in. So this guy suddenly knows how to use the medical stuff, or no one needs any skill to be a doctor. He pulls off some sort of blood transfusion, and moments later in real time, her DNA is rewritten, and she's peaking in health in everything, and she's going ideal or higher in all these feed-out categories where she's down in the red, and all of a sudden it starts spiking up into the green. It's not even like a gentle curve. It's like one moment she's as red as it could be, and then the next spike is like kind of pretty green. And it just inverts. It doesn't taper off and build back. It's like boop, boop. As soon as it hits her blood, instant reboot. And then the kid breaks out of there, runs around the hospital, beats down 3 or 4 intruders with her. The miraculous recovery, to say the least. Nothing like I said, but miraculous recovery. Still wordless, by the way. He spends 5 seconds being nice to his kid. We see Khan glowering. We see him walk down a London street. We know it's a London street because although it's a united Earth, they still have British flags. Go Brexit. Anyway, he goes into this building, the Kelvin building, of course, and he hesitates for a moment, but he looks across the street and dressed like a freaking Megan's Law designate is in his long black leather freaking coat from Matrix is Khan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin it. The renegade Star Trek guy, John Harrison, and he gives him a dirty look, which remotivates him to go inside. And he goes into this big bank vault type of building, and he goes down, deep into this vault, and he sits down
into the ring of fire, right?
And he drops his ring into a glass of water.
Yeah.
And I guess because we're so far into the future and Khan's supposed to be a genius, he could make this. But it's not very convincing. As the ring, which is made of Alka-Seltzer, just fizzes away, the entire building blows up, and there's secondary explosions as well. Then this happens. Captain Kirk and
Admiral,
everyone else. Yes.
Sir, I'm noticing a pattern. You keep saying, and this happens. And
there is no causality in this movie.
There wasn't any in the last movie. Are you telling me that these JJ Abrams films don't have any causality and their plots all suck.
It's a series of unrelated vignettes that are as edgy as possible with the best possible visuals they can give you, which is why I'm sticking with this still. This is the only still for Star Trek Beyond. This is it. We've got Khan. We've sterilized him. We've dressed him in a cool black outfit, and we've thrown him in a cell. He can't do anything. He's slaved to our will now, unlike the real Khan, and he's got no agency. And in the context of this Khan, let's remember something, guys. There's no previous relationship. Now, what I thought they would do, because JJ Abrams was still well regarded despite this, before this movie came out, was I said, perhaps they'll save money, but make a great movie with a Space Seed movie. Because if they want Khan in this, without his relationship to them, why, Khan is no more dangerous than a particularly sciencey Romulan with some military skills. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but at least he's a white male. I mean, which is, of course,
a white male. I have
why you have to do that.
So at any rate, everyone gathers together at Starfleet headquarters where Kirk and Spock are glib, and Spock is like, I understand now that I do not understand. I understand now that I am a dick who let you down. He's like, yes, Spock, thanks a lot. And he's like, I am going to kind of miss you, though, which doesn't make any sense in context. So we have the greatest minds of the Federation. None of them look military at all. We've got RoboCop there. Why he's back? Terra Prime forever, but I don't know why he's back. Playing a different character.
They wanted to try out those new contacts that they made him wear, make his eyes weird blue.
that, and also for some reason, there's some inference of the motion picture style uniforms, and he's got like a strange iteration of it. The motion picture style movies are in the fringes of this aesthetic. So they're like, that's what they're about. Like, so way to go, costume department as well. But none of this so far is really JJ. And this is Kurtzman again, is the story guy. JJ was a writer. The movie he wrote was regarding Henry, but he wanted to be a director, and he didn't want to write and direct, which is, I think he could have been okay if he had gone down that route. Never great, but okay. And never this, which is just terrible. So at any rate,
the film already sucks, by the way. You're only about 20 minutes in. The film already sucks. And I think people are about ready to walk out of the theater.
This is when a lot of people walk out. And I'm only about 18 minutes into my explanation. We're doing really well, time versus movie. We're ahead of the movie as far as time. So then this happens. We go back to Starfleet headquarters, and they have a meeting in a preordained place and spot at a preordained time. And what happens is
no security.
None of them, no security, no air cover, no combat air control, no security, no countermeasures,
no
shields,
transparent aluminum windows. They're
no
glass
emergency
windows.
Transporters. No emergency transporters, nothing, and no one brings their weapons with them. Like, it's like going to a meeting with Hilter. It's like, let's all go to the Wolf's Lair to discuss our offensive against this Khan guy.
Yeah, they're having this high-level meeting behind regular glass, just like in an office building, because that was the cheapest place for them to film. And
the Anheuser-Busch building.
Admiral, I'd like to propose something for a crew vote, even though I know this is not a democracy. I think we should change the screenshot of the movie. There you go.
Okay.
To Sydney Sweeney?
No, to this one there.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I have to remove
this. Is the only screenshot we need.
And she's proud of this, and JJ isn't. Yeah. Yeah, she was told a year ahead of time to work out and be in shape because this was going to be front and center in the movie. And then JJ apologized to it in what I thought was an attempt to sabotage and destroy Star Trek on his way out the door. And
I'm fine with this.
You blew Dadman's mind, by the way. I'm fine with this too.
No, he wasn't out the door at this point.
Yes.
He wasn't out the door when he made this, but he was out the door when he made the statement apologizing for it. He was already announced as Star Wars.
Although, is this the first
this was
time?
malice and forethought on Alice Eve's career.
This is the first time they did this in Star Trek, isn't it? Outside of that one episode where Counselor Troy was wearing the see-through.
And like Luxwana's full frontal, but we don't see it. I mean, she's covering herself.
Well, yeah.
Menage a Troy. But that was for comic effect.
This is just.
Did I say hi to you, Mr. Catonic? I'm sorry if I missed you, sir.
This is
Hello,
just,
Mr. Catonic.
This is just for the men's only
And Megan
Leering
knows to say
Center in Minneapolis.
No more real news. The world's too dark. But yes, okay, one Leering Center joke. We live in a real world.
Yeah.
But let's not invoke it too much. Everyone out there is doing a really good job of covering it, and
Yeah.
you know what?
That was so controversial, sir.
But all you're meant to do here is to leer at her. That's it.
And by the way, Alice Eve signed up for this knowing this, and she looks very beautiful, and she took it seriously, and she said she worked out and dieted for almost an entire year so that this scene could be filmed for him to like put it down like that. She called him an asshole. I thought that was great because he wasn't at the premiere. I don't know if it was at the premiere or at some other publicity, but she's like, yeah, I thought that was an asshole thing to do. Or maybe she has an American accent. I've heard her described as Australian American actress Alice Eve. I don't know. She's doing something coming back this year, so she's only 46.
How short is she that she like is nowhere near the sign that says low clearance?
I'd go
Or
down.
how bad is the prop department?
But either way,
Yes, I would go down under.
Yeah.
But she looks beautiful here. Compliments to Alice Eve. This is during our space shuttle scene. Let's go forward. Let's try. I can't look at the screen. It blows my mind because she is so hot here. And we got people joining left and right. We're up to 3,104. So thank you to the two people who have joined just in the last hour. We got some. I guess people are enjoying the takedown of New Trek. And you know what? We'll get through it somehow. So anyway, where had I reached in the plot of this terrible movie? Had we gotten to
we were right about ready to blow up the damn conference room.
Okay, so here's the deal. In the conference room, Kirk has the realization that people who put this plan together years ago and all the greatest minds in Starfleet have known about for a long time. He goes, this makes us very vulnerable if we have to meet here, and he delivers it just like that.
Have them lead them back home.
And what happens is in the next few minutes, people teleport around the room. There is no continuity of movement. Kirk is then all of a sudden in front of the window. Khan opens up. I want to point something out. Khan's method of attack on Starfleet headquarters is that he takes. I turn on my camera for this. I'm so fucking angry. Khan's method of attack on Starfleet headquarters is so goddamn fucking stupid. He takes a 300-year-old means of conveyance, a helicopter, but he gets the worst helicopter he can get. It's got a lot of weaknesses, like open fan blades and stuff like that. I would suggest to you, if Khan had stopped by the Museum of the Vietnam War and stolen a helicopter from the 1960s, his fucking plan works and he kills them all right there.
It worked in Demolition Man.
Yeah. Genius Khan does not fire one explosive missile into this building full of people where it would have taken them all out.
Opened the side door on that chopper and got on the M60 and started to shout, "Get some! Get some!"
Anything.
Yeah.
So at any rate, Kirk runs outside, and we solve the first of many technical problems just with like physical maintenance. He throws a fucking fire hose. Those haven't evolved until the 23rd century. Gotta be honest, that makes sense. That would probably, it'd be reliable enough. We probably would still have some hardwired stuff too. Not that these douchebags would ever do it, but
in a building you'd have a sprinkler system. We solved that.
Kirk throws this fire hose at Khan's ship. It gets sucked into the fan blades. The ship starts malfunctioning. The engines blow out, but for some reason, it's still kind of hovering. There you go. How do you delete women and kids? It's easy. You just don't lead them so much. So this as the ship is caught, and this is the same thing we see in Star Trek, Star Wars, the Force Awakens, where the one TIE fighter is stuck by the refueling thing. They take the only TIE fighter that's tethered to the ship. Kirk is able to tether Khan's primitive futuristic helicopter that is less capable than our helicopters now. It breaks completely. His choice of weapons sucks. He leaves most of his targets alive, and then he goes trans. For the second movie in a row, we have trans warp beaming. Now that we've had trans warp beaming and gone back and mentioned it for a second time, we have now baked in that you don't need a ship.
Also,
you just don't need a ship at all.
We also have established that we don't know why, and it doesn't matter why Khan has gotten that archive to detonate and why he's attacking Starfleet Academy, or not Starfleet Academy.
Why didn't he just beam a photon into the building?
Right.
You could have
or a grenade.
Close.
Genius, people. He's a genius. Yeah. We keep hearing he's a genius. We're repeating. First of all, at the press conference, at the conference that gets interrupted, the military council that gets interrupted, the story is Starfleet renegade John Harriman did this, or John Harrison did this, and we have to stop him. And we show a picture of what's his name?
Not the captain of the Enterprise B, right?
Right, which was so stupid. We're doing so many things to confuse us. We have the name of the captain of the Enterprise B. We have a villain who's been substantially fucking changed. We're changing all this origin stuff. And like a hand phaser would have taken out that fucking ship. That fucking drone copter that Khan used. One Sidewinder missile unguided from that distance kills every single member of Starfleet Command. They were asking for it.
Well, in why has no one from Starfleet or Khan ever watched the rerun of second season of Star Trek Voyager, where Captain Janeway gets them all on all the Kazon sects into a conference room, and then that other species that actually built the Kazon ships tries to take them out in that mafia style, and it doesn't work?
No.
We all know.
Almost got away with it, didn't you?
Yeah. This is
all right.
Method anyway. But anyway, so another stupid movie does stupid things, and plot armor abounds. Okay. And doesn't Captain Pike get deleted here?
Yeah. Okay, this is the part I wanted to talk about. I never recover. Okay, so Khan's ship is incapacitated. Khan's drone copter is incapacitated, and as it's being incapacitated, we see him beam out. Their beam outs look like shit.
They do.
He beams out, and then his ship crashes into the building and then onto the ground. Kirk goes back inside where Spock has mind melded with dying Pike rather than render any kind of first aid. He looks slightly savable with some direct pressure to that wound, but Spock instead is like, oh, cool. Now I can understand why my girlfriend doesn't love me anymore. So he mind melds with this fucking guy.
Yeah.
While he's dying, which seems like a violation and was not a cool thing to do with supposed hero Captain Pike. Anyone? I never 100%. Got past this, by the way. I was disgusted by Spock after this point, and I thought he was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I was like, that's Tuvok level shit. Tuvok did that to the murderer.
Right.
I'm sorry, not Tuvok level shit. I'm sorry, Grima Wormtongue level shit. Tuvok.
The whole scene was stupid.
With Grima Wormtongue.
The whole scene was stupid and implausible from the very beginning, and no one told JJ this was a stupid idea, or maybe they did and he didn't care. He's like, no, people are even dumber than you think. They'll love it. Yeah.
So no. Khan is a genius. So what he does is, he escapes. Remember, he's in Starfleet custody, so he escapes. His plan? To be captured. Okay. So that's going to become clear in a little while, but his plan is to be captured.
Admiral, sir, I've read the original Joker series from the 1970s. I've heard better plans than that. And they were making them to be funny.
And he had the Joker mobile in that comic that we read that one time.
Yeah. And those plans from the Joker were better than this piece
To
of
be
shit.
fair, they did make me LOL. They were LOL
They
great
did.
plans for the comic book.
did.
Like, yeah, this is now things have gotten deeply stupid. So then this happens. Everyone takes off for space in the Enterprise to go get revenge on Khan after Kirk talks to RoboCop, who is an admiral. And he says to him, you know what? I think I have to go. I know where to get this guy. Scotty figured it out. He left behind a breadcrumb trail that was like more obvious than obvious, but we won't consider that he wants us to go find him. And Kirk's emotional appeal sways Admiral RoboCop, and Admiral RoboCop is like, you can go. But first, take this odd numbered amount of 70 some odd photon torpedoes with you. And for no reason whatsoever, Scotty's like, no, I won't take on new weapons from the military service that I abide by. And this just reminds me of why we need to stop construction on all U.S. aircraft carriers and return to steam catapults. Because, sirs, steam's better. But moving on with this stupid movie.
I thought Scotty in this movie was getting high in his mom's basement.
Which Scotty? It's true. If we redesignate Scotty's, certainly.
Well, he
not
needs
earning
saving.
away.
He needs a lot of saving. That's all we can say. But good thing Kirk is here to save him.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm talking about the movie. I don't know what you were thinking, but I was talking about the movie.
Yeah,
I was too.
I'm trying to get my this happens in a row.
Yeah.
Where was I up in the this happens?
So
we go
for
up
no
and
reason,
nobody checks anybody's papers in Starfleet, and we get on a shuttle and we bring the stowaway up to the Enterprise with us. And she's not supposed to be there, and she's going by Carol Wallace. And the Admiral's name is Admiral Marcus, which is like setting off all sorts of alarm bells in every Star Trek fan's head. At this point, it's clear that they're not going to be able to save this franchise or this movie or this cast. And you're like, oh my God, it's getting worse. And this is when the horror that has stayed with me ever since the middle of this movie set in. I was like, oh my God, it's getting worse. The movie just then begins a free fall.
Yeah,
we
in
find
the
out we have to go to Kronos. Go ahead.
In the Wrath of Khan, doesn't Kirk have a bastard son with the scientist Neiman Marcus? Yeah,
that's right.
So why
his son Henniker Schlemmer?
So why does she then try to hook up with the Admiral to get the last name? None of it makes any sense.
She's deceived. She's using a false name to get on the Enterprise because she's a weapons expert and she wants to see these scary, great weapons that Khan made because no one will tell her about them. They disappeared off the Starfleet manifest.
So why did Khan go to a planet in Klingon space?
He didn't just go to a planet in Klingon space. He went to Kronos, but he went to the Pitcairn island of Kronos where there is nobody until they need them to be there. And Kirk makes an emotional appeal to Admiral Marcus that he's the one who needs to go apprehend him. He can do it, and he's got, the ability to pull this off. And he's like, take these special torpedoes with you, go to the edge of Klingon space, and fire them all at once. Somewhere along the way, for no reason in particular, Captain Kirk gets the idea that it would be better to arrest him. Is it because of Spock's freaky mind meld? I don't know why, but this is unforeseen and unforeseeable. Okay, Kirk just gets a feeling that instead of stopping at the edge of Federation space and firing all the missiles at once, he doesn't want to be as bad as them. So he's going to put all vengeance on hold, and he's going to go to Kronos, and he's going to risk war with the Klingons. The one thing that he himself has said they don't want. He's going to risk war with the Klingons to get the fugitive John Harrison, and they go there. They take Harry Mudd's ship in another member-buried moment, and they put Sulu on the stand, and then we have Kirk tells Sulu, do this, this, and this, and if this happens, do that. And he's about to walk off the bridge. McCoy stops him. Hold on. McCoy stops him and goes, Jim, you just threw a man into a high-stakes poker game with no cards to play. And Kirk, in a line that made me sick, says, you know what? He'll be fine. And enough with the metaphors. That's an order. And he glibly walks off the bridge. And I was like, ah!
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. It was terrible. It was like, we're going to take the piss out of Star Trek now. And this is where the movie is starting to crater, like the red matter cratered the Romulan sun in the first movie.
Even if you're just trying to enjoy this as a movie, not as a Star Trek movie, but just as a movie, you're trying to follow it, you're like, wait a second. So this ship is going to fly to the end of space where, I'm sorry, Kronos is not on the border of Klingon space. So you're going to fire these 71 torpedoes to get one man. What? Why is one torpedo not going to do it, or two, or three, or four? Why are you firing? What was it? 71?
72.
What the hell is this? 72? I mean, really, anything more than like three, you've already done something really stupid here with the plot. But then the Klingons aren't going to detect 72 missiles flying at their capital world, their home world, the head of their empire. They're not going to detect 72 of these things. Okay, they're stealth. If they're stealth, why do you still need 72 to take this guy out? Why are you doing that at all in the first place? You should be sending like a covert team to go and take this guy out. This whole thing, just as a movie, makes no sense.
A real life reenactment of the terrible plan for Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Well, so, I mean, what? Okay, if you would have said, we're gonna, you have the president here, and he's like, we gotta go get this guy. I don't know, send some helicopters or something. But no, we're gonna launch 71 Tomahawks.
So
72. Screw that. Not 71. Exactly 72 to get him in his presidential palace. You'd be like, sir, this makes no sense. Why 72 Tomahawks? Why don't we just send like Delta Force and go pick him up? Oh, okay, good idea.
Stylistically designed to be that way, and you can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it.
Like this is so stupid. And then we okay, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. Why do these missiles?
Well, I keep getting distracted by the charming Miss Eve. But,
so do I. But why do these missiles have people in them? What is
that's
the
thing I was going to get to next. So then this happens.
Yeah.
We have a discussion about the missiles, and Spock finally decides to tell his boss that this chick is not who she says she is, and we find out that she's Carol Marcus. So now we've got fully member buried in place Carol Marcus from Wrath of Khan, and it's like, oh God, we're doing this. And I'm starting to get nauseous, and it's all starting to come up, the popcorn, the soda I shouldn't have had, the pizza from before the fucking movie. And I'm just like, this is fucking horrible as this movie continues to implode faster and faster. They go to a planetoid. They have a moment that's almost amusing where Bones is trying to pick up on Alice Eve, and they're listening in on it. And it's just like, he knows they can hear him and he doesn't care. That almost made me laugh during the rewatch. I'm like, Carl Urban can be kind of good sometimes in this garbage movie. But then they try to open up the torpedo. Why you wouldn't scan it with a tricorder and find out there was a frozen person inside? Don't think about it, right? So the medical doctor has been sent to disarm the weapon. He gets his arm trapped inside as it counts down. He does the noble thing, says, save the chick. She doesn't want to go. She cuts the 23rd wire down from the top at exactly the right moment. That doesn't work. So then she yells fuck and tears a piece out, and it works. This is the second time we have solved something by just doing the stupidest thing we can. We threw a fire hose at Khan's ship. It worked. We ripped the circuit out of the torpedo. It lets Bones' arm loose. Turns out that was the only danger, because people aren't warheads unless Khan's people are also unstable and could explode like what are they called? The Excellus soldiers from Iron Man 3. So after that stupidity, we find out it's people. And so Scotty was right, and Kirk calls him back on Earth. How we can do this, I don't know. Kirk calls him back on Earth, and he's like, oh yeah, sorry about that, mate. You know what? Be great if you checked a couple of things out for us. Go to Utopia Planitia Memberberry Station and check on this stuff for me. It's like, it's only 3 numbers. I can remember them. What were they again? And other dumb jokes like that. He's he's at least getting trashed. He's being the Scotty we remember, but it's dumb. It's dumb. And he's hanging out with his little Keenser pal. It's Deep Roy. I guess it's okay. I don't hate Deep Roy. But then this happens. They decide to take their ship to the planet Kronos. And on the way there, dressed to be in Matrix again, Spock and Uhura start to have a fucking fight about what happened at the beginning of the movie. And she is being all sorts of black chick from uptown New York City. And he is being all sorts of like poorly written Vulcan, almost Asian stereotype of like some sort of vanilla supremacist was to write a stereotypically like superior character on that one. It would be like this. It's like he was just like out of it. And like my calculation was, it's like, you need to speak with your heart, not like an accountant right now. It's like, on the day that my planet was destroyed, I chose to not have feelings ever again. And it's like, oh God, more of the colonoscopy. And Kirk is like, are we really doing this now? Seriously? Really? And after we've talked about how we're going to be safe because there's no Klingons coming in this area, they get picked up by a random Klingon patrol, and we have this stupid like chase scene where they're bouncing off everything in sight and they're not sticking their landings. They're not precise flyers. They're terrible with what they do. They suck at their jobs. They crash their ship. The Klingons have them dead to rights. They're going to go out shooting in the second reference to Butch Cassidy, the Sundance Kid, in as many movies. And this is when Uhura puts Kirk in his place and tells him how to really Kirk the right way, if you want to ask my opinion. And she's like, you brought me here because I speak Klingon. And I'm like, you speak Klingon? You don't just use a universal translator?
Yeah, they forget that those exist whenever they need to. Klingon.
And I'm like, which of the 68 dialects are you going to speak? Because that's established in Enterprise and in fucking Star Trek 6.
And it's Klingonese. And so they say it wrong.
Yeah. And also, this was the part that really infuriated me. Guys, I don't know how you felt. Germ, I think probably similar feelings. Were you as angry as I was, Germ, when you saw that after we had bothered to learn Klingon back in the 90s when they offered it as a class, that they just put the translations right up there on screen anyway?
Yeah, that's kind of a downer.
Also, they were too cool for school with their subtitles. Their subtitles go from gold to white while they're on screen, and they're hard to watch. And then they abandon that halfway through. And it's just like, and while the color is changing, it makes it hard to read. And
also, the conversation doesn't make any sense. Like, if you watch it, she's like, the Klingon says, why should I care about somebody without honor and all this crap? The whole conversation just doesn't. Like, they're two people talking past each other.
The only cool part about this is that she's filmed from low and behind, and we get a great view of her ass. Like, JJ was still willing to do that stuff. They spend this entire scene showing off the goods of Zoe Saldana. She comes walking off that ship full stride in her Miss Hipsy Titsy jacket and fucking equestrian tight pants. And she rolls up on this fucking Klingon and tells him how it's going to be. And he pulls off his mask, and he's like not too far off from like a General Chang kind of Klingon, a little different, but not like these Klingon snot sculptures we get later. And he just sort of laughs, and she's like, you guys are in great danger. And he's like, yeah, I'm sure. And then all of a sudden, in like a cloak and a hood, this happens. A guy jumps up with what looks like a leaf blower in one hand and like a phaser in the other and takes out everybody. He almost never misses. And our heroes pull out these non-Federation weapons. They get involved in the firefight. Everyone's shooting it up with everyone else. The fugitive John Harrison wipes out all the Klingons for the Federation. Then he asks them who they are. And for some stupid reason, the conversation leads back to the torpedoes that Kirk declined to fire, going on this suicide mission instead. And he says to him, you know, how many missiles are there? And he goes, 72. He goes, I surrender. And then Kirk walks up to him.
Why do these missiles? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Admiral. I didn't want to interrupt you. It is.
Do it. Get tangential.
It's so fucking stupid. Why? 72. Okay. Maybe that's how many just fit in the ship. What do you know about 72 missiles?
There's a virgin in each one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly.
I'm remembering Space Seed where there were 72 people on the Botany Bay whose capsule still worked. That's what it's from.
But what never made sense is why the captain or the admiral would put 72 people into missiles and then try to launch them.
Or why a doctor would try to disarm it without scanning the fucking thing first. It's like, we got nothing to worry about, Jim. We can beam this person out of the missile.
But why are we putting people in these things anyway? What is the point of that? We never know.
The point of putting them in there is that this is the point. To launch them at Kronos so they'll all be killed, killing John Harrison, even though they don't have warheads. That's the point. I'm being honest. So now Khan's plan is complete. He has escaped so that he can be he has escaped from the Federation so that he can be captured by the Federation. What he didn't count on, but was intrinsic to his plan, was that Kirk would not do what he was ordered to do, and in fact do what no captain would do. Instead of pulling a massive air raid and eliminating John Harriman, he goes down and tries to black ops him out of there in a totally unforeseen, totally eccentric, and totally Kirk-oriented move that has nothing to do with some weird decision that we don't need to be as bad as him that he makes for no reason.
So why would an admiral spend the time and effort to remove the payload from 72 missiles to load them up with people, have no one catch on to that, and then launch warp-capable missiles across space to use that to not blow up the enemy that you want destroyed?
I guess you're counting on Khan will be killed by the Klingons, but he's stronger than them too.
Yeah, none of this makes any sense, and a Federation admiral would just not do this. I'm getting so mad at this.
Feel free to indulge your anger, Mr. Kirk. This will get good listens later. Although I don't know about we're gonna try to get beyond it. And Germ is just burning his notes right now. All right, so then this happens. Captain Kirk says, on behalf of Christopher Pike, F you, but he doesn't actually curse because it's a PG-13 movie. They don't drop their F-bomb at that moment. And he punches Khan a total of 6 times before he's punched out in a mess. And Uhura has to help him. And he's like, you killed my surrogate dad. And thank God, John, I guess he Ubers them back himself. He's like, I will return us to your ship since you're all emotionally compromised messes. They get back to the ship and they lock him in the brig. And that's when we got the shot we had before of him just standing there. And, they go up, they roll up on him, and Bones and Spock are weighing back. And Kirk is standing in front of the glass partition. For whatever reason, they make him stick his arm through and take some blood or something. And he pulls his arm back in and the thing closes. That was kind of cool. It was futuristic enough to do that. But then, in a scene designed only for us, they have a conversation. And he says, who the fuck are you anyway? And he's like, my name is Khan. And it's not long, and it's not corny, and it's not stupid. And we have enough time to see that he has not totally de-Britishified his teeth. Some of them are still kind of twisted, but they've all been whitened really well. And it's just
I would have said, my name is Seymour Butts.
My name is your
it takes Starfleet to figure it out.
They would never figure it out.
No, they wouldn't.
So
Uhura
this is my impression of the scene.
Might, after hours of thinking about it.
No one really knew how to react to this one, including the director. And I think the only person who had researched it enough was Pine. So this scene was for us. Remember, in context of their world, this is an everyday threat. He's as bad as a sciencey Romulan. He is about as tough and about as dangerous as a sciencey Romulan. He's 5 times stronger, and he's got superior intellect. But the relationship between Khan and Kirk and the crew was what made him such a great villain. So then this happens. We go back to the Enterprise with Khan, and we have this conversation in the brig. And when he says his name, it's just for us, the audience, and a few people like, woo, And I'm like, you fucking despicable normies. And like, by the way, people are like walking out a little bit during this. Like a couple of
My
people
theater
just
was
leave.
crickets, by the way, with that.
There was a couple of people reacted to it.
Yeah.
But maybe people are dumb sometimes, or they're drunk. You know, people go to the movies drunk. So
I tried that once and I just fell right asleep after about 20 minutes.
Depends on the movie, but this,
or how
this
drunk
movie,
you are.
I tried to play hockey drunk once. It did not go well.
You would figure Dale Bodger an entire career that way, and Marty McSorley probably too. You could have pulled
Babe
off
Ruth.
one game.
Babe Ruth.
That was baseball, but yes,
It
and
proved
Mickey
it could be
Mantle.
done. Yeah.
What did everybody think of Kirk being able to only punch Khan 6 times? Was that an intentional undermining of his character? What the fuck?
I was trying to figure out why he was punching him at all.
And not even marking him.
Like, have some self-control. You're supposed to be the fucking captain.
I might have punched him once if I was making a collar like that in space to someone who killed my friend, but I wouldn't have fucking become like a child about it.
Right.
And at this point, I might remember my high school history and be like, could Khan be an augment? Now, this is the one thing that might make JJ's Khan the genius they say he is. He is from 1896. Did anyone listen to the conversation in the brig?
No.
Okay, there are 2 things about this conversation that are important. One, he's from 100 years earlier than Khan says he's from in Space Seed. He says he's from 300 years ago. Okay, now I realize that it's 248 years or something like that is the actual difference, and then they rounded it up and made it 300. It doesn't matter. You're not supposed to change it that much that you whip. So we're getting whiplash. And also, like, we're now starting to figure out that the Kelvin track, like, their star dates are actually like TNG level era star dates. Like, it's everything is like wrong, and it's starting to become obvious over and over and over. So after we hit Khan and bring him back to the ship and find out who he is, Chris Pine stares at him blankly. Bones looks relatively alarmed, and Spock looks scared. Are they supposed to recognize the name from history? If they do, they don't react.
And why is Spock scared?
Because this Spock is an emotional fucking wreck. Train wreck. And because Uhura is still mad at him for what he did at the beginning of the movie.
They should have had Scotty in there. Because I always had a sneaky admiration for you.
But this isn't a Star
that would have
Trek
been
movie.
great.
But this isn't a Star Trek movie, so Vulcans aren't without emotion. I'm just saying, as a regular character in generic sci-fi movie, why is he scared? Did Khan say it super scarily? You know, frighteningly? No. He has no idea who this dude
He said
is.
it in a very cornball way, and I loved Chris Pine just staring at him almost blankly.
Yeah. So why again is this Spock character frightened by this at all? He has no idea who this guy is. He has to go talk to his fake older self to see what this guy even is, because they don't have a computer on this Enterprise.
They don't. No, nothing.
So why is he scared? Why is he scared again? He shouldn't be. There's no reason for any of these people to care whatsoever. It's like you arresting someone and
see Romulan.
Yeah, it's like the police arresting someone on a DUI and they're like, "What's your name?"
Yeah.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
Minnesota?
Okay. Home address? Okay.
You live above the Somali restaurant, huh, Khan? Broke my own rule, but I couldn't let.
I was going to say, Admiral, sir.
Motherfucker, you.
So anyway, then this happens. In our flight back, we have a couple of stupid conversations in hallways, and we talk about how we're going to do the right and moral thing, and we're not going to be stopped. And what ends up happening is Alice Eve and Kirk are all on the bridge, and the USS Vulture, with Scotty stowed away aboard on Keenzer in another like random plot arc. Scotty quit when he wouldn't sign for the torpedoes. Kirk has called him back. He has stowed away aboard the Vulture on Utopia Planitia, where they make all ships, but this is a secret ship. Now, the genius Khan's way of making a starship more powerful is to make it 5 times bigger.
Yes.
That's
100%.
genius. That was all I could do.
Paint it in darker paint.
Yeah, and it's so murky looking, and I hate the ship. It's just a giant Constitution class type design, and these two ships confront each other, and they start like the Vulture starts blasting away at the Enterprise.
Is this a Section 31 ship?
It's a Section 31 ship.
Of
thank you for mentioning that. They're planting that poison in there. And well, Kurtzman's part of the writing team. So at this point, what happens is they're gonna just take Khan and move on. But Kirk mentions, "I know who he is." He says, "Ah, shit!" You talk to him. Well, fire, and he starts firing at on the Enterprise. And one of the things I notice is some of the torpedoes take elliptical paths, like they're fired like cannon shot. It's really weird. So he starts pounding on the Enterprise. The Enterprise is taking more and more damage. Alice Eve shows up and says, "You know what? Since he's my dad, maybe I could talk to him." And I'm thinking, you're Australian, he's American. How are you Australian and he American? And if he indeed is your father, wouldn't that mean that you and him are both descended from fucking criminals, therefore probably can't be reasoned with? You already lied to everybody through this whole movie, lady. But okay. So she's like, "Dad, I can't believe the man that all I knew would do something so horrible." And he's like, "Nah, beam her off." And they beam her off the ship, and he just renews his attack. At this point, Scotty pulls off some sabotage or something to make the Vulture like unable to fire for a couple of minutes. And then he has to go on like a 4-mile run across the entire hangar bay of the Vulture to get to push a button. That's what we're down to in this movie. We have to run for a long time while yelling into our communicator to push a button. Then this happens. I'm trying to. Someone want to help me with this one?
I can't.
Oh, Kirk and Khan now align together because they just like squared off as the worst enemies of all time. Like, my dad can beat up your dad kind of shit. And now they're friends. And Kirk aligns with Khan, and they're going to take these jetpack suits that they should have used a couple of times in this series of movies already. And they're going to fly from ship to ship. And they have like the thing from video games that tells you to stay within like your lane to aid them on their approach. So there's like a Star Wars aspect to it. It's like, you can't make that run without a computer. And so we're trying to do that. And like, so there's a debris field between them and the other ship that they got to get to because it's their own debris because their ship got shot up.
It's the toys.
Well, they had to have it.
Well,
they had to have it for a mission in the video game too.
Yeah,
exactly. Khan, at least when we see Khan flying, he's like the Rocketeer, man. It's like, whoosh. And that's when you realize, oh, they're basing this part on the Rocketeer, and they do some one-throughs from the Rocketeer.
I thought it was like Superman. When I saw this in the theater, I was like, can't do any more than that. But you know, this was stupid, and they thought that it was so great that they would reuse it in Kurtzman track. Discovery.
Yeah, again, we've had specialized suits. These are for high-speed flight from ship to ship.
Because they stock those suits just for such an occasion.
So what they do is Kirk's suit is compromised. His computer's down. They've lost Khan. Looks like Khan's gotten away. Where he's going to go in one spacesuit is beyond us. He can only go to the other ship or back to the Enterprise. And so all of a sudden, as all's lost for Kirk, Khan comes back online on their scanners and goes, "I see you, Kirk. I'll grab you and bring you in. Everything will be fine." And he grabs Kirk. And Scotty manages to open up this airlock and grab onto something while the security guard, who should have just killed him, gets sucked out. He flies past them. They shoot past him. They come rolling up to the floor comically to a stop right at Scotty's feet. And pops off their helmets, and he's like, "Scotty," he's like, "Captain, good to see you." It's like absolute bullshit. And he's like, "Who's he?" He's like, "He's Khan." He doesn't say anything like keep an eye on him or like if he tries any shit, drop him. Just says, "This is Khan. He's gonna come with us now."
Bollocks. Yeah, it's such bollocks. I'm going to start using other dialects of English for swearing on this thing. It's bloody shite.
There is no curse in the tongues of Elvish or men that can really cover what they do here. And guys, just want to tell you, there will be another Star Trek style show coming on in probably like 20 minutes. We will finish while that show is in their first 3%, and before they get to the 0.2% BAC that makes them in any way amusing. So anyway, this happens after flying from ship to ship.
Right, but classic.
I would say fucking toilet wine classic, but what do I know? At any rate, this happens. And, I saw that tweet, Dick. So that's why I felt like saying that.
Yeah.
3 years, at least twice a week, I have to be attacked by this fucking asshole. Fuck you. At any rate, then this happens. In the other ship, we go to the bridge because why not? We have a fight there. We take out all the extras, and it's only the Admiral and Alice and Kirk. I'm still going. Not this Admiral. It's only Admiral Marcus and Carol Marcus and Khan and Kirk and Scotty. And Khan basically just beats down everybody, gets the upper hand. He takes Alice Eve and just crunches her leg, breaks her leg with one stomp of his foot, and walks over to Terrell and crushes his head because he can't give him any more than 4 years of life. I'm sorry, he crushes his head because it's a 1 for Blade Runner, absolutely stolen from the scene where Roy Batty kills Terrell, and it's total bullshit. And did anyone else feel this way?
Oh yeah, the whole thing is bullshit.
At this point, I've tried watching this movie like 5 times. And even on the latest watch where I was like, I have to watch this, I'm already so disengaged that shit happens and I don't care.
So then this happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, moving on to the next scene.
So then this happens. The ship that they attack is all fucked up. Their ship is all fucked up. Hey, the dead man. You know what? Let's do this the right way. I've made a commitment to be more media savvy. So here we go.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Thank you to the dead man with a very generous $4.99 United States super chat, where he says, pouring out for Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead, R.I.P. I did hear about that right before showtime. Guys, the other guitar player from the Dead passed away, Bob Weir.
Oh.
I saw him jam with the Stones. How cool was that? The Grateful Dead came on stage and did like a few songs with the Stones. It was awesome.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome.
Never saw that, yeah.
They were both on tour. The Stones were playing the Meadowlands. I'm sorry, the Stones were playing Shea Stadium, and the Dead were playing the Meadowlands. And how a Dead show ended early. It must have been an off night. And the opening act that year for the Dead was David Bowie. How weird was that? So, I think we might have had him there too. But the Dead man, it is a real sad loss for all fans of music. Bob Weir was a great guitar player, and we will remember him. Friend of the Devil, one of the great songs of all time of that era. I always wish someone would make a heavy metal version of it, but you know what? The ones I heard have been so terrible. You know what? Maybe it's best left to its original, but R.I.P. Bob Weir. And this terrible movie, let's fast forward it to the end. So then these things happen. We crash both. What the Enterprise is fucked. The Vulture is fucked. Do we crash both of them onto Earth into the ocean in San Francisco Bay? Boom! We crash these ships into San Francisco Bay. It's just the way it is. We crash ships into San Francisco Bay. It's a Star Trek movie. We have to do it, right? So after we crash this
Admiral,
yes.
Sir, question. These ships both have active warp cores, right?
Yes.
Doesn't an active warp core make a pretty damn big kaboom?
Well, fortunately, it was just structural damage to the ships, and the core stayed intact, right?
Oh, okay. I'm just thinking, wouldn't you after the Xindi have kind of done their thing, wouldn't you have like a little planetary defense network that would stop large objects or ships from attacking you, or even, you know, a huge mining laser would have rewoken you up to the fact you might need some way to prevent this from happening.
Then we do the worst thing ever done to Star Trek fans ever. This is still the meanest thing. They've only been persistently mean. They have never beaten this one. They take our most cherished, precious franchise moment and they invoke it and they destroy it.
Spock!
Yep.
Let's talk about what happens in the engine room. We go
have
to the engine room for no goddamn reason, and we find out that the warp transducer is offline, so we can't form a warp core. And then Kirk jumps into the warp core, where it turns out it's more like running around inside of a fucking giant industrial fucking mayonnaise mixer than anything else. And he grabs something that's conveniently located, hauls his body off the ground, and kicks this caliper back into place, and the warp engines come online, and we're set. And then we do the line for line. Scotty calls up to the bridge and he goes, Spock, better come down here. Better come right away. And Spock runs down to the engine room and they have their little bitchified reverse T-Walk moment. And Kirk is like,
Ship. Out of danger.
and I'm like, fuck you, movie. And
this was totally unfucking earned, by the way.
It was terrible.
The Wrath of
It
Khan.
happened too fast.
The Wrath of Khan scene was one of the most heartfelt departures of two friends having to say, lifelong friends having to say goodbye to one another. And we don't even know if Kirk and Spock like each other in this damn movie. They certainly didn't like each other
to like
in
each
the
other
first
by
one.
Spock Prime, who shows up for the last time in this stupid movie about 5 minutes earlier. Spock had a conversation with Spock Prime, which is of no tactical value. How do we beat him? It's like, well, by not letting him win. I mean, what could Spock have told him?
Right. and the whole I don't even know what you want to call it, Death Star core scene that we have here, because it's like the same design from the Death Star 2 with the Millennium Falcon shoots at. That's kind of like how Kirk is kicking this. And I'm like, why don't you have a machine, like a backup machine? This is Starfleet. You're supposed to have like auxiliary backups to the secondaries. You have no way of correcting float or adjustment on this whatsoever.
That can fit inside the warp core where things get knocked out of alignment pretty damn easy.
Yeah, and the fact you could just kick it back into place. What the?
Oh God!
It's
not even reverse phasing. So at any rate, he kicks this thing back into place. Spock and him have the conversation. There's
totally
no moment. There's no moment. That moment where Kirk and Spock have their hands on the opposite side of the partition, and Spock dies, and Kirk is like, "No." It's like that hit with so much weight, and with this, like. Poor Zachary Quinto. He's proven he's a good actor since then, but you wouldn't have known from this movie because it's so fucking bad. And he screams, "Khan!" like a child, and he goes running off to beat up the guy who killed his friend. That's his plan. He runs off to beat up the guy who killed his friend, which, by the way, is, worthy, but at the same time, it's like, all right, you're almost as strong as this guy, and you're pretty much, well, I mean, the movie's telling us you're smart, but we have seen no evidence in 2 movies of this. And so there's a fucking chase scene across Earth. We're jumping, and we're doing a lot of unconvincing jumps, really unconvincing. It's clear they're not going to make it, and then when they land, they just make it. It happens a bunch of times, going from vehicle to vehicle.
It's terrible.
It's a rip-off of Attack of the Clones. We're ripping that off now, and when Anakin jumps from speeder to speeder, and then all of a sudden we find out that the tribble that we've injected with Khan's blood has come back to life. And Bones goes, "I can save Jim, but we need Khan alive." To which I say, "No, you don't. You've got 72 more of these pieces of shit. So what if one of them dies if you wake him up too fast? You only need to clone his blood. Fuck these people. They're all convicts sentenced to die 300 years ago in 1896 when they did whatever they did wrong to the Spanish Empire."
Why do you have to wake anyone up to take a blood sample?
why do you need Khan's specific blood when you have 72 people just like him? So Uhura has to go down there to fix this because, of course, Spock can't pull it off on his own. He fails with a couple of Vulcan grips, and I think does he mind meld for one moment pointlessly with Khan just to make him feel bad or something? Because he touches him on the face. I don't get that.
The whole fight scene is stupid, and it's there to fill up like 10 minutes of runtime, and
It's
I don't
really
care
long,
about it.
Bad fight.
I start getting bored looking at my phone. I don't get it. I just don't get it with these people. Why would you spend all this time trying to do this choreography, this fight that no one's going to care about? Because anyone who has never seen Star Trek, like the normies, doesn't care who this Khan guy is. Spock is like
wasted a primary villain.
Yeah.
And again, at this point, as I walk out, and we get Khan back to the ship. We take his blood by force. We put it into Kirk. Kirk is going to be fine, and we refreeze Khan. The end. Oh boy, what a movie! I don't know. We didn't bother rating the first movie. I think we all thought it was like below an F. With this movie, I think we're going to rate it on a 1 to 10 of horribleness and destructiveness. Okay, that is the theme here: horrible and destructive. I'm going to say that this movie is an 11 out of 10 on horrible and an 8 out of 10 on destructiveness. Because the first movie was like an 11 out of 10 on destructiveness and an 8 out of 10 on horribleness. They flipped it for this movie. JT, 1 to 10 destructive and 1 to 10 horrible?
For this film or the first one?
You can do this one.
This one, sorry, destructive was the second one. What was the first one?
Stupid.
10 being the stupidest.
I think it was horrible and destructive.
Horrible and destructive. This is 9.98 out of 10 on how horrible it was.
It's horrible.
I'm not even treating it as a Star Trek movie on that rating. I'm just treating it as a movie. It is some stupid shit. It is some real stupid shit. It only every few years do you get such a movie this terrible. And it usually takes a lot of effort. What was that movie, Red Dawn or Red Sun, that was on Netflix a couple years ago that was supposed to be like the big sci-fi? Rebel Moon, yeah. I don't know if I saw anything as stupid as Into Darkness until I saw Rebel Moon.
Yeah, when they take the sack of grain hostage,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I hate your movie. I think I turned it off at that point.
That's the level of horribleness. Destructive. Because Alex Kurtzman gets his lock in for everything because of this movie. And I really do think that it's because of this movie that he gets more work in Star Trek after this. I'm giving it a 10 out of 10 on destruction.
This is his second movie writing Star Trek, and I don't think he's doing most of the writing. I think he's there saying like,
he's first on the credits. He's first in the credits for writing.
It might be because Orci comes after Kurtzman in the alphabet, and Damon Lindelof came last in a prestige way with his name larger.
Sure.
But you know what?
And 10 out of 10 destructive because this cements his ability to do discovery.
You're 100%. All right, so you gave your horribleness mark and your destructiveness mark.
Yes,
sure.
I have to agree. 10 out of 10 for both.
What was
This
the lowest
is
moment of this movie for you?
But when he's in the cell and he says, "God,"
I think that's mine too.
It's horrible. I can't stand the movie after that point. I have yet to watch this in a straight run ever.
Oof. All right. Was there any moment in this movie aside from Miss Eve looking great that did anything for you?
Not really.
All right. Well, Sean,
I can't really watch these movies. The lens flare
Oh, they were going
Alone,
insane. They were
I
trying to
can't.
raise it to an art. They thought that was artistic. It now looks as dated as acid wash jeans. It really does. It's like there's so much lens flare. They're not apologetic about it.
But you can
And
at
it's
least still wear acid wash jeans. You can't rewatch
wow.
this movie. Yeah.
Not around me.
No, I'm talking about
kidding.
painting the house or
okay, yeah.
shoveling cow shit. Yeah. And you can actually use them. This no.
Yeah, Germ's giving it a 10 out of 10. I guess, Sean, it's your turn. Where do you put this Into Darkness? 1 to 10 on destructiveness and horribleness.
I'm actually going to go Spinal Tap on you guys and give it an 11 on both.
I think I gave it an 11 on horribleness and 9.8 on destructiveness because there were still pieces left.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing redeemable about this movie as a both Trek and a movie in general. It's
a bad movie.
It's just fucking asinine.
There's not enough causality in this movie. We're starting to get to a point where it's like a lot of like what happens has to be explained later in a novel or is just implied. There's not enough causality. We are running out of trouble. Running out of time. Okay. Is it? Oh, wow. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, hey, the Dead Man. Thank you very much. Let's get some video for that. I think the Dead Man, you've joined the Q Continuum tonight, and I think you have certainly earned you've earned some video for that. Let's get the Spock becoming one of us.
That was so controversial. Sir.
Guys, thank you so much for the super chat. You know what? For the fun of it, I'm going to share a little bit about my life with you. There's a morbidly obese, retarded guy in Canada who lives in a filthy igloo sitting on his piss-stained couch blaming all his problems on me. I just thought I'd share that. Hey, Tony, what's going on? You're not on Jill's panel? Everyone else is on Captain Jilly's panel right now. My goal is to make it to 5,000 subscribers so that I can force Jill to get the 25-person Screen Yards plan to compete with me. I want to thank them for adopting our agenda that we announced 3 weeks ago and doing the exact same Star Trek that we are tonight. Just another one of those wonderful coincidences with Captain Jilly. Sean, remember when she went 9 straight coincidences and kept denying that there was any intent?
It seemed to, yeah.
You know what, guys? Give them a couple more hours, then they start slurring. That's when they do their quality work. They won't have to remember it, and you'll just be a few minutes from going to sleep. And now we've reached what I think is going to be one of the more amusing parts of our show. We're going to let our pal, Resolute Germ, let's put him right up on top where he belongs. Germ,
get your hand on the sensor.
Germ is going to now script. Do not know anything about script. He's all right.
Oh, I think maybe that's in reference to earlier in the show we were talking about that the script needed a script doctor.
Oh, this script needed not just a script doctor, but I mean, probably burn it. The only idea here that I say could have been worthwhile, and because of how long it took to get their next movie out, if they had saved money and made a more dramatic style Space Seed movie, have a cold open where you end like with a confrontation with some, heretofore unknown species and wipe them out, blow up a ship, and then do Space Seed. We also found like a D5 type cruiser. And Wes Cagle with a generous $2 American super chat. Spock was in favor of Professor John Gill. Yes, he was. Yes, in fact, he was.
Well, it was the most efficient way, you know.
Yes, you know what? And I know a guy who is an inverse Santa Claus. He's basically stuck on like loud, obnoxious, angry asshole 365 days a year. And while he lives in the same area as Santa Claus, and there's a real resemblance to Santa Claus, he also is really in favor of Professor John Gill. He
Just with
reaffirms it
fewer
over
teeth.
and over on X.
Fewer-
Yeah, you know what? Let me just say something to my ankle biters. Your toothless attacks do not bother me. Germ will now give us the plot for Star Trek Beyond.
For mercy's sake, I'll be very brief. We start off this less of an atrocity with a MacGuffin hunt, where Kirk is in a meeting hall with, at best I could describe them, as knee-high goblin-type creatures that roll like droidicas in Star Wars.
They do a forced perspective on you, and the joke is fairly decent. And the first thing I noticed about this was his uniform looked much better because it wasn't made up of a bunch of little Starfleet symbols anymore. And what Germ didn't mention is this is very important, guys. This is not a JJ Abrams movie anymore. It is now a Simon Pegg movie, and it's got significant differences and some imposed stuff from the Kurtzman people, and specifically Kurtzman is imposing stuff on them.
Yeah, Kurtzman is primarily the one behind the script. He walked away middle of production because he got a
What happened was, and Simon Pegg is trying to cobble together. This is like Star Trek: The Motion Picture. There was a TV show that was late that didn't work out, and so they took the props from that, and that had the cast and the contracts. It was going to be Idris Elba in an NX type ship. Then they fuck up their NX lore. They're 100 years off and 2 warp speeds slower than the NX-01 is. And they talk about Captain Balthazar Edison, who's no more than a ripoff of Garth of Axanar, and all this other bullshit. Okay, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Germ. I didn't mean to interrupt, but their uniforms finally looked better.
Yeah, I would say he gets the MacGuffin. They literally throw it in a hall closet. It's just in some random place in the ship, just sitting there.
It's very uninspired, and it's a lot like The Last Jedi, where she just hears the lightsaber call to her and just goes and gets it. He's like, I've got this weird piece of a weapon. I guess I'll just put it in a box.
Yeah. And then some undisclosed amount of time later, they go to Yorktown, which does not look Star Trek or Federation or anything at all. It looks like it got ripped out of Mass Effect.
And
it is hideous.
And yep, and Bones calls it a snow globe in space, and that's about right.
Yep. And
it's also impossibly large, isn't it, Germ? Like you look at the physics of this. Someone even throws in a line. Why don't we just put something on a planet somewhere? And Spock says, well, we wouldn't want to have favoritism. Like, what the hell is that a reason for not doing it? But this thing is so impossibly large. They built a space station that could handle like millions and millions of inhabitants. Why?
Yeah,
just build a base on a planet somewhere.
It's a Death Star with a smiley face on it, essentially. It's hideous. It's just there for no damned reason. But they find out old Spock is dead, and young Spock is considering going back to Vulcan to make little Vulcans, which kind of pisses off his still girlfriend for whatever reason. They're still together. And Kirk is getting promoted to freaking Vice Admiral. But let's just forget both of those storylines because they literally will never go anywhere farther than this. Some rando alien shows up saying, my ship crashed in this conveniently isolated spot. I need you to help me. And like the schmucks they are, they said, we'll just send the Enterprise over there to help you. And when they fall into the obvious trap, I may add a horrendously done nebula, which for some reason is full of rocks, it seems like, because they just have stuff crashing together in the background with the lightning.
Yeah, it's a lightning storm in space. Oh, again.
And then they basically get attacked by the obvious trap of a bunch of drones. No weapons, they just keep ramming the ship in a horrendously looking battle, which makes no sense why it isn't over in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, Germ, I was going to chime in on that for a second. First of all, once again, the scale and perspective in this movie is so horribly off and wrong that you sit there and you're like, oh, okay. And then the fact that they just start ripping through the Enterprise with no damage to themselves, you are left to think that, in fact, this battle will be done in less than a minute. And boy, Starfleet's got to totally redo how they design starships, because these swarm tactics really seem like they're going to work.
Yeah. And
was the swarm kind of cool, Germ?
No. They're not detailed enough to get a good look at it until you go to different shots, and then when you do get that detail, there's not really anything there. They base the general design off of Star Fox.
Yeah.
From the original Star Fox 64. They just put another skin on it. So that's, well, insulting.
Yeah, and it was very much Michael Bay Transformers. Just throw a bunch of busy shit all over the screen and make it look cool.
Yeah.
That's all that was.
And apparently, all these flying drones have another drone piloting it. Because
I'm sorry, guys. Just give me a moment here. I'm sorry. I just kind of was screaming into a pillow. I want to thank Kremlin for the $1.49 super sticker. Go ahead, Jerk.
Kremlin.
So, fast forward.
Kremlin.
They're looking for their MacGuffin. Kirk hides it from them. The ship crashes, but not after Uhura leaves the bridge to save Kirk, to separate the saucer section, which she has no training on and knows nothing about. But she can go down there and finish Kirk's job, which he failed utterly and completely at. And then another spot that I saw that just stood out to me. Scotty evacuating the ship. He takes his little pod. When he's piloting it, I notice he's piloting it with the iPhone. He has a little insignia sticker on the back. It's a freaking iPhone.
Was it the iPhone or the iPhone Pro?
I think it's an iPhone.
These are the details. The hard-hitting reporting.
By the way, do you guys like my topical avatar?
Yes, I love it.
Oh,
I love it.
I like the one I made of him as Colonel Green.
That was great. I think my favorite natural meme out there is Shah of Iran. Guys, we take no stand on this stuff, but we have X2. We've seen this is a king meme this week, so
yeah, it's just a meme. That's
non-political. You know what you won't see on this show is us trashing people while we're slurring, but you'll have a chance to watch that show later. It's on another channel. They're pre-gaming right now live. Do you think they'll attack anyone's character tonight? Anybody want to bet on that? I'll bet anyone here $5 that they don't attack anyone's character tonight. Any takers on that one? Yeah, I didn't fucking think so.
I just looked at Kelsey. No. So, Germ, what did you think of the look of the main antagonist?
He looks like a Krill.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? I also thought it was very low effort. What did you think? In terms of like villains, this was extremely bland, extremely vanilla. I don't know who the. Yeah, it just seemed like, why do I care? This is too villain of the week. There's nothing for me to invest in. Why is he destroying the Enterprise? Like almost like a mystery box level thing. At this point, I don't care why the crew's getting captured. I don't care that they tried to that they destroyed the Enterprise. None of this. There's no stakes. There's no stakes whatsoever.
Yeah, is it? So everything's gonna work out because, they've already. You have at this point still an hour left in the movie. They've rescued the crew. The bad guy has the MacGuffin. We meet what I'll admit is a relatively cute alien this time. And it's not, and she's not interested in Kirk. She's for some reason interested in Scotty. But it turns out, bioweapon. He takes all his drones off, attacks Yorktown. They jury rig a maybe 150-year-old ship that happens to be the bad guy's ship. Which he found something to make his life and the life of maybe 3 other guys in his crew.
So Germ,
he had to get a leather jacket on Scotty. He had to put on a ratty leather jacket from 130 years ago. He found that in the ship and put it on.
Yeah. So Germ, I guess my question is here: you had this whole ship full of a crew well trained to repair it and keep it in good working order. Yet this entire crew couldn't achieve what this one woman with no training or familiarity with the ship could just work on it by herself as one person for years, not really knowing what anything is or does. And then like a Star Trek crew with Scotty and Kirk for like 10 minutes can get this thing to be space worthy. Does that really seem to add up to you? Because I'm getting lost.
We don't know what actually happened
off the fuck when they dive off the fucking cliff. Well, I'm going to assume that we don't know what happened to the crew. That is one of the stupidest parts of this movie is some of the crew have been turned into like these weird monsters, and I guess we're left. Yeah,
the rest of those are drones.
Yeah, what I'm left to assume is that when Kroll found this power, when Balthazar Edison finds this power that makes him into Kroll, he grabs he grabs some of his crewmates and sucks the life out of them because he has like this instantaneous vampire ability. He can grab you and suck the life out of you, and really quickly
why that changes him, they don't explain.
No, they don't. By the way, the girl who has the weapon stored in the back of her head, the one who has the crab leg head, she is the detective and the star of the show Hunting Party in an early role. Unrecognizable, but if you like the Hunting Party, that's her.
I did not know that.
Yeah, major show. It comes on after SVU, linear TV, whatever, terrestrial TV.
Yeah, but that's pretty much it. He attacks Yorktown. He fails. He gets shot out into space.
And the swarm is defeated by playing VHF music of the Beastie Boys, which causes them to explode rather than crash into each other.
I was going to spare people that.
The plan is the swarm will lose coordination and start crashing into each other if they interrupt it. But instead, the Beastie Boys just kind of causes the swarm to explode, And I think the low point of this movie for me was everybody kind of like, as they're using the Beastie Boys to destroy the swarm, like they're like, is that classical music? And Spock's like, I believe it is. And you see Sulu and he's flying. And he's like, it's like cutting groove. It's just like, this is so fucking retarded. Could the stakes be higher? And then the final fight in the slipstream of the wind, slightly creative, kind of cool, until we get to the part where you have to disconnect 3 different pins to send Balthazar Edison crawl, shooting into space, and his death scene defies explanation. I don't get it. And at some point, he has a screaming meltdown about being Balthazar Edison and how he was born into war. And like he didn't believe in this mission of peace, and he felt abandoned. So he was embittered for like overly embittered. Like Starfleet training totally failed to weed him out as any kind of fucking exploration commander. Anyone think that was a bad fucking pick? Give this guy an NX ship, fucking basket case.
Yeah, and a slow NX ship.
100 years later,
first ship to go
Federation's first Warp 4.
And by the way,
why do that? They were so unoriginal that they had to do an NX class ship when they had all these other ships in Enterprise that were not NX class anything, and they couldn't go faster like Warp 3. Okay, we'll just pick one of those, and that one can't go faster than Warp 3. Why do you have to do the first Warp 4 ship? They were like, oh, well, we can't just, we already have Jonathan Archer in the Warp 5 ship, and we can't do that. So I don't know. What do we do? Bob? I don't know.
Well, didn't they kind of establish
from 5 down to 4? Oh, that sounds good. Let's do that.
Didn't they kind of establish that Warp 2 was about as fast as that they could go?
Yeah.
And then and they went to Warp 5. It wasn't like, okay, integer increments. It was a big jump.
Yes, it was. And that's how unoriginal, stupid, and lazy it was. And I don't know if Simon Pegg had anything to do with that, but I would think that he would want to try a little bit harder than that. So I think it was somebody else that wrote that in, or it might have been left over from the original script that was abandoned and then picked up by them.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that they tried. I mean, at least it was like, hey, they're doing a little homage to that series, but ugh.
I want to point out that there's an article from the Sydney Morning Herald with an interview with Simon Pegg from like 10, 11 years ago when this movie first came out. And it says, Abrams also persuaded Pegg to take on his latest venture into the stratosphere, writing the script for the Star Trek film with writer Doug Young.
Hey, thank you, Radioactive, for the $2, very generous $2 United States super chat, my friend. Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry for that little meltdown before, guys, but you know what? When you have like 3 years of nonstop coordinated attacks on you on X all the time and YouTube, get back to me and we'll talk about how it feels.
So it says, continuing here at the last line of this paragraph, Pegg says, I quit like 3 times, I think. Every time JJ Abrams said, oh, come on, Simon. So
I saw that.
Simon Pegg didn't even want to work on this thing anymore.
His life was a mess. He had just quit drinking. I think he's gone back since. I just don't know, because I've seen Simon Pegg wearing some like purple glasses, looking really kind of weird, and I just don't know. And he's making some having some pretty hot takes. So, here's the hold on, let me crawl out of there. Here's the Reddit post.
Yeah. And I read from the article that's linked
tried to
there.
quit was I have to work on my recovery, bro. I had a bad drinking problem. I want to maintain some fame. I want to be the rare comedian to have enduring fame.
And he was brought in to help rescue that script. It was abandoned, and then he was brought in. Right? He didn't get to write a clean sheet story.
Not only that, but he had no choice of cast or props. So, like, you must use the props in the show. You must use the cast in the show.
Yep. So, what does this tell you about, how dumb it is? Anyway, Germ, I feel like we cut you off here. But,
Oh, no, I was pretty much done. There's nothing really left to tell about the actual plot, which was thankfully very straightforward, especially compared to the other two, but still very, very dull and predictable. But we did get a hot alien. That's the one plus I'll say this movie has.
Oh, you mean the female Darth Maul?
Yeah.
Why do they always have to do that? Like it's like, hey, let's give.
The emphasis is on her in this movie too. She's in the center. In posters, it's Kirk, Spock, and her.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
She's in the middle. I think her role in this movie was.
Well, how else are you gonna have a threesome?
Yes, I guess. We got to wait 6 years for Spock to be ready. I don't know. All I can tell you is I thought that if this movie had been their first movie, it was a terrible story and it was a terrible movie, but we went to a planet, okay? Hear me out here. We did go to a planet. We didn't go to explore, but we went there, okay? We found a way to go. That's a first. We went to a planet. And here's the other thing. We morally felt obligated to mount a rescue mission. So Starfleet was like not really part of the problem in this movie. Early in the movie, we have to deal with a hangover from JJ. We have to get rid of the Uhura and Spock relationship. It's a lot like Attack of the Clones, where for the first 10 minutes, all we do is get rid of things people hated from Phantom Menace. It's like Corday dies, and then like we tell Jar Jar that he's on the bench for the movie, and we've switched over Anakin's, and then the movie starts. It's like that kind of goes on, and like there's a bit of self-awareness and a bit of apologeticness to this movie. I don't have the level of hate for this movie I have for the other movies. I don't think it's great, but I don't have a level of hate for it. Less bad Star Trek still isn't the Star Trek I want, but he gets rid of the relationship. There is no bipolar breakdown in this movie by Spock as opposed to 3 in the other 2 movies each. Okay?
Yeah, it kind of sets a pattern of Abrams just continuously has to correct things.
Abrams has to be corrected, and also Abrams's rap since Lost was he can only write a beginning. Because think of what happened with that island. They rewound the events of the entire series to a point before the series began and had it all be cope in people's heads in one long dream as they fell from the sky. I could have come up with a story where we found like a flintlock or something like that and some arrowheads. And then in the cave, there was an old Spanish galleon or something and a book where we found out that a long time ago, there was a disagreement on the island between some Europeans who got blown off course and maybe some natives, and both sides used black magic and unethical stuff, and the island became cursed. How's that sound? Better than an angel's dream for Cope, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like something we just wouldn't write anyway, because why would you're having to fix something that was a bad idea in the first place doing that?
Critical Drinker was very specific when he was talking about JJ Abrams. He said he did a JJ Abrams video this week. He said, well, maybe it was last. He said, JJ specializes in what I call rapid fire bullshit. And that's exactly the truth. He just slams his foot on the floor. It's like Kirk is stranded on the planet. The Enterprise is chasing this other ship. You've got Spock Prime in play. You've got Scotty. What do we do? Oh, transwarp beaming. Boom, we're back on the ship. Our plot keeps going. It's like then in the next movie, Khan gets himself in a position where he would get killed because he didn't execute his plan in even a 1960s level of technology. Again, this is like as if like the 4 of us were so angry at the government that we took a fucking We went to the Baltimore Navy Yard and stole the USS Constitution, the sail ship, and like sailed up the Potomac River and started opening up on the fucking Pentagon with smoothbore cannons. That's the level of technology. Sean, are you down to be first mate for that one?
Oh yeah.
Let's do it. I mean, this is the most retarded fucking Khan is so retarded that because in Star Trek Beyond there is some care and some heart and some deference to the characters where they're behaving more or less correctly. Although Germ does point out that Uhura saves everyone's life by disconnecting the saucer section. I would say this, she's supposed to, as fourth in command, have some of that knowledge. I had to think about it for a while, but in the original series, she is fourth in command.
Yes.
Yeah, but they don't know that. They don't know that in this show.
They don't, but
Pegg may have. Simon Pegg may have known.
I feel like Simon Pegg had a lot more respect for the source material. And I feel that the poison pill of Sulu being gay was thrown back at them by Kurtzman. I feel like that was his one. Like,
oh yeah, oh hell yeah.
And George Takei, the last moment he was cool, denounced that stuff.
Before we talk about the end of this film, because I know it's a special kind of dumb, there was one thing in this film that I did like, and it's like a 2-minute segment, if not less. And I'll actually say that I like it, and it's a controversial thing to like. So if you all disagree with me, more power to you. I know Bobby and Raquel on the previous fleet, when they talked about this movie, were not super happy about this moment. And I think I actually super chatted Clobby on it, but I'll stop teasing it. The beginning of the movie where Kirk is talking about the crew in his captain's log and how the effects of space are taking its toll on his drive to continue on. And he talks about how he was older than his father 1 year on the day on his birthday. That to me felt more like Star Trek and Kirk, at least in the movies, than anything else in all of the 3 movies put together. Some people think it's too dour, too pessimistic, too not optimistic enough to be Captain Kirk. But we remember in Wrath of Khan,
but at least it's an authentic moment.
Yes, it's an authentic moment. Thank you, Admiral.
Well, Kirk wasn't ever, even in the TOS, he wasn't immune to the burdens of command.
Yes. In the Wrath of Khan, they had a whole conversation between Bones and Kirk with the reading glasses and being a part of this museum. And you need to get out there before you really do become too old. And that was not necessarily a hyper optimistic, happy moment. But it was a real moment between Kirk and Bones.
Yeah. But Kirk was also older, middle aged at that.
He was. But my personal experience in life is I've had people in my family pass away at a young age. So as I get older, I approach the age that they passed. Right. So this type of message where he's reflecting that he's a year older than his father is kind of something that I think about. And I guess we all could think about that, right? If we lose someone in our family before they reach advanced age, you do kind of think about this kind of thing. And I think that there's no way that Kurtzman or JJ or anybody wrote this. It had to have been Pegg. I have no proof for that. But I'm like, somebody was actually thoughtful here. And so I like this moment. And it's the only moment out of all 3 movies that I would say, yes, this was a good one. Not great, not Academy Award winning or anything. But I would say that this is the only redeeming thing from any of these 3 movies, and jettison the other hours and hours I wasted watching this crap.
Let me throw one
done, I think. But it does come off somewhat disingenuous coming from a 30-year-old. He's acting like he's a worn down old man. He's been in space for 2 years. He's not even
No,
35 years old yet.
No,
that's true.
Real,
That
I
is
think
true. Maybe.
I think real time is passing in these movies. So when he's world weary, he's world weary in 2 though. Yeah, I was too soon for him to be at Wrath of Khan level burnout. They just did that to me. Oh no, wait, it's in Beyond where he's burned out.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the movie. In the beginning.
But if you think about it, it's like what? It took them 7 years to get to movie 3. That one might not have gone off on the first announcement either. How long was it between Trek 09 and
09 was 09 was obviously 2009. Into Darkness was 12, and this is 16 because it was a year
takes
after.
A while, so
it took them a while to get the funding for it. They really had to scrape to get this movie done.
People hated the second movie.
And JJ had moved on to Star Wars, which the first movie was 2015, which was him.
The infuriating knock-on effect of this, where I have to go and deal with the fact that the Star Wars fans in my life were being like just absolutely fucking ridiculous about this stuff, and you're trying to explain to them. You see The Force Awakens, and you're like, guys, man, like that was the most empty movie ever, and they're like, you're wrong, and you're like, dude, lightsabers talking, and they're like, you just don't understand the Force, and I'm like, I think maybe you don't understand the Force. And they're like, JJ Abrams made the only good Star Trek movie. And I'm like, wait, what? And they're like, Star Trek 09 is the only Star Trek movie that's any good. And then I realized that there's some people who are just like very bandwagon, and that the hardcore sci-fi fans, there's not as many of them in Star Wars, which is why Star Wars is so bad and still like with 2 kingdoms to pilfer as they die. Most people go pilfer Disney because it was always so much. Star Wars was always so much bigger, and there'll always be a few more normies who are not aware of the free fall of the franchise who will tune in to make the first episode of something pop.
You know, Admiral, it's kind of like when you're a coordinator or an assistant coach, and you're on a team that goes really far in like playoffs or has a lot of success. And then when you take that head coaching job somewhere else and you win like 1 game all year. And maybe you shouldn't have done that, right? And maybe JJ shouldn't have moved on to Star Wars because you're not going to succeed. And I think that's what happened. He's kind of like the Aaron Glenn of Hollywood in a lot of ways.
There was one other scene.
I think I crushed Teague again. We're bringing up the Jets. Sorry, Teague. Yeah, but
we've got a great draft pick. We're going to destroy some new quarterback's career. If you're a college quarterback right now, did you see the guy fucking tank that game so they wouldn't end up a Jet?
I didn't.
Yeah, Radioactive Action with a very generous $2 American super chat. Let me hold on a second here, Radioactive. Before I answer that, I have to clear protocol.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Remember when you got a whole series in 7 years? Ugh. We got a whole series for Star Trek Discovery in like 7 years, but it wasn't supposed to take that long, right?
Well, how many episodes was it? Like
the last 2 seasons were like 1 season split in half. That's the new Kurtzman thing, to pretend that you have success and to get out of paying your cast. I really don't think he's going to survive in Hollywood after the end of this. I feel like the fact that he crossed the line during a strike, and then there's another strike looming, and he did this disaster of a show, and he tanked a few people's careers, I think that's going to follow him around. And he lied to a lot of people. And everyone knows that Netflix thing was absolutely horrible. That
he'll always find work on Freeform.
The Netflix Star Trek deal and what happened with Star Trek Discovery requires people to have an understanding of like laws, intellectual property, and brand damage If you don't understand those things and don't understand they exist, you will not understand what's going on in Starfleet Academy, which we'll talk about next. But let's give a grade to this terrible movie and horrible.
Well, before we do that, I wanted to get your guys' opinion on something, because there was one other scene in the movie that I actually really liked, and it's in a cave when Spock is injured, and he and McCoy had a moment together that was actually really good. I don't know if you guys remember it. But they were very much Spock and McCoy, and it gave them a good moment together, and it was very much as we would expect them to be. I don't know if you guys recall.
I kind of recall that section. I just didn't like what led up to them being in that circumstance in the first place.
Yeah. But that was decent writing by Pegg, though. I do think that.
Oh, it was. I just It
there was
hard.
Too much
it was too hard for me to enjoy
in.
it.
By
the time I got there, I was already so frustrated with the film that I can't enjoy it at that point. The scene that I like just has the virtue of being right at the beginning of the film. So
yeah,
you haven't gone downhill enough, right? The ship isn't already, more than half sunk with the orchestra falling off the chairs, right? Because the ship is listing so hard. It does show that I think Pegg did have some opportunity to try and write something good in there.
Are you saying that instead of the Michael Giacchino theme, we should have had them playing "Nearer, My God, to Thee"? JJ?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I think my favorite part of the Kelvin trilogy is when Jack and Rose are in the front of the Enterprise, and he says, "I'm king of the world."
Especially when the Enterprise is being killed by little robotic gnats flying around in like 1 second. They should have been playing
I thought
that
was at least an interesting attack. I thought that was at least an interesting enemy. I'm going to be honest. I thought that was an interesting enough enemy. There was the enemy of convenience they left behind, the drone workforce. What was up with Idris Elba's voice in that? He didn't know what he was doing. It's like, you're a monster until you're a half monster, except for the times it will show you as a human. But get in your monster makeup now.
Yeah, I forgot that was even him.
It was one of his worst. What's his worst performance? Star Trek Into Darkness or Prometheus?
He was better in Prometheus, don't worry.
With that New Orleans accent?
Yeah, he was better in Prometheus. It was a better movie.
That movie sucks, but it was better than this garbage.
Well, yeah, I never said it was a great movie.
Movie did suck. Chicken Skin Guy Pearce was what did it for me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, we've got one last thing to talk about, and then we'll get out of here. And that is, Star Trek Academy starts, I think, next weekend. So Landman ends, Starfleet Academy begins.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Are we going to have angry viewing?
We might. I think it drops on Wednesdays. I heard the 15th. So it's midweek this week. The 15th is Thursday. So if I heard correctly, Star Trek Academy starts on Thursday. We all saw Alan Ang on either Film Threat or today on Nerdrotic giving his review that it was horrible. Saying
even the shills are hating it. Even the shills, yeah.
Are the woke shills hating it so that they can kill Star Trek so that it can't be revived because they have something against the Ellisons?
They're giving it good. They're being good little soldiers. They're giving it good grades and raving about stupid shit, but they're also acknowledging in a tongue-in-cheek way where it's failing. It's really disgusting.
I predict you'll see when it finally hits 1 or 2 episodes, which are supposed to be the best of the season, right?
Please give it a chance.
Reviewers. Yeah, I think you'll see Metacritic or IMDb give it a sub 3 out of 10 easily.
Yeah, but their write-up is going to be all glitzy and like, oh, it's so...
The fair grade out of 10 for this movie is like 3.5 or 4. Like it's not openly disrespectful to Star Trek like the other movies. They at least go to a planet. They at least care enough to mount a rescue. I mean, they're being moral. Captain Kirk, as dumb as that movie is, he's brave. As dumb as that movie is, Chekhov is still like the Chekhov we remember, really looking up to Kirk. Sulu, aside from that one moment, acts like Sulu. Uhura in her role as rallying the captive crew members, I thought was much better used in this movie than any of the uses of her in the other two, where it's Uhura and her weird friends. This was like Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and Uhura has a prominent role. They got it right. Like, this was the only movie where it was mostly Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Beyond had a little more to it with the Star Trekkiness than the other movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pegg understands the formula. It's just he's a comedy guy and he's not suited to writing sci-fi.
He wasn't suited. He just had success with a bunch of movies. It could have worked out. There were worse ideas, and he turned in the best movie of the three, even though it's a mediocre movie. This is the only one that isn't terrible entertainment, though. Like, Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Trek '09 are like, they're not just terrible Star Trek, they're god-awful entertainment. Star Trek Beyond it's not really good Star Trek, but it's Star Trek-ish. It's Trek adjacent. It's like trying to be Star Trek. It's almost as Star Trek as like a Battlestar Galactica episode from the second iteration. Like, it feels kind of Star Trek-like, and the aesthetic is a little better and a little closer than it's in other iterations we've seen, but it's not as bad as those other two movies, which were soulless. Like, all right, we lost our ship again and we did some predictable stuff, but like, the rescue mission was worthy. The Enterprise went down fighting instead of getting its ass beat around. Captain Kirk didn't punch someone 6 times in the face to zero effect. When he was comically trapped, and he could take it or leave it. It wasn't that great. But the movie had some quality to it, and I'm not ready to condemn it. Not out of hand. It's not. How do you put this? If Rogue One is a good movie, then this is a good movie.
Who the hell said Rogue One was a good movie?
I'm saying that Rogue One is a terrible movie, and this is a terrible movie, but this is their Rogue One.
I don't even feel the need to equivocate on this with that. When I look at this movie and I'm thinking your scale, Teague, on damage and horribleness, I was about ready to give this like only a 5 out of 10 in horribleness until we get to the surfing in space. The surfing in space adds like a number two more onto that. So 7 out of 10 in terms of how horrible it is.
You're talking about the fight in the slipstream?
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
The stupid music thing. I'm like, they're not going to hear music anyway. I don't even want to get into that ending scene because we didn't really go through it. But that ending to that movie, that final quote unquote fight scene, I think was beyond stupid. Star Trek beyond stupid. Where I would say it's 7 out of 10 horrible. And it moved it from a 10, or it moved it. If we cut that scene out, I think Simon Pegg moved this thing from unsavably bad to like a 5 out of 10, middle of the road bad.
I agree.
He did that all himself, and he couldn't rescue it. He did as much as he could to move this to just being a bad movie.
If we could have lost a few more terrible things, this movie could have been like a 6, but it's like just throwing gay Sulu out of the movie would have just one less what the fuck moment where you're just like, huh? Because for a little while there, it's like, this is feeling less terrible. And you're like, this is what everything they're saying is like making sense. What's going on? This is different. Kirk was brave. Like, he's only focused on saving his crew, and he was brave. He didn't stop to hit on like Yoda talking weirdo wrestler chick.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't give a shit about her.
In terms of damage, on a scale of 1 to 10, I actually think it only does damage very low. Damage maybe only a 1 or a 2. I think what it does is it helps prevent another movie, and we desperately needed them to stop making these movies because it was clear they weren't going to get a budget. They weren't going to get Simon Pegg full control. You weren't going to get what you needed. The actors are, they're getting older and older as this goes on. You had those TOS crew movies done in a fairly good clip, right? A new movie every couple of years. These, you're taking a decade and you're only getting 3 movies out of it. So how many more?
But
do you
they
really
actually
want to
had
do?
a plan for those, though. I mean, well, kind of.
True.
They even though
the plan
Nimoy
was
was
professionals.
apprehensive about coming back, but
Yeah, hire professionals.
The original plan of hire professionals who are highly adaptive and find a guy who's really good with other people's characters in the form of Nicholas Meyer. I think that was the only thing they could do. And then, like, when they had to swap out writing teams, they didn't go get some fanfic writer. It was like another bit, like when Gene couldn't make another movie for them, they couldn't live with the stakes of it. They couldn't live with the amount of money that Gene wanted to do it. When Gene, like, wouldn't play ball with the movies, like they gave it to good screenwriters. And, when there were problems with the script, we had a sufficient level of talent or hired someone with the skill set to fix it. Star Trek 1 becomes a classic because the other movies succeed. What would we be saying if Wrath of Khan hadn't have elevated them to a stratosphere that they still haven't been pulled completely down from? That movie was so good.
Right. So, in terms of the damage, I don't think it did any damage at all. I think,
this was an attempt to repair it. It might actually do some credit to Star Trek.
Yeah.
It actually does credit to their Star Trek.
Yeah.
Not Star Trek in general, their Star Trek.
In Star Trek Discovery, I think, I'm trying to remember what year that started, 2017. So it was a year after this. They were already well into their stupid writing and all the stories that we heard about them writing Star Trek Discovery and then stopping it and scrapping it and rewriting something else. They were already on their second rewrite for Discovery by the time this movie was released. And so, they might have already been filming when this thing came out. In fact, if you went and checked, I think this movie is so much
probably money
better.
Flying back and forth between the two productions. We know that weird stuff happens.
Yeah, this movie is so much better than Discovery. This movie is so much better than the show Discovery, and this is not a good movie by any stretch. But when you have somebody that actually knows Star Trek, like Pegg, you can move.
It's a bad movie with some decent parts made with good intentions.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to say it's an okay movie of a bad story.
The most you can say for any of the 3 movies.
Exactly.
They had good intentions. Simon Pegg had good intentions. The other 2 movies, greed was the best intention you can pull out of any of that.
This movie attempts to have a heart. It's not a strong pulse, but like this movie had a heart installed in it. The other 2 movies had like a wallet.
Yeah, let's also, I don't want to forget I do have to tip the cap to the way they paid homage to Nimoy. That was very respectfully done.
I appreciated when they opened up the case at the end and it was the picture of our original crew, I think from 6.
That was, I have to give them credit for that.
And we played their theme.
Yeah.
But you know what? Respect goes a long way. That's why I'm saying if this had been their first movie, we're somewhere with these new Star Trek movies.
Yeah. Yeah.
As you said, we desperately needed them to stop making them because of what would have happened. Like this movie, if it had been a success, JJ just would have come back, or so you would have found Kurtzman would have found a way to direct the next one.
Kurtzman's talons were too far into it by that time, though.
Their production time is so long, though, that by the time the next movie would have been made, I don't think they would have been able to excuse having Kurtzman on there. Like, they've announced that movie falsely so many times. We'll never find out what the lineup was. The last announcement was
right.
Well, the last announcement was, I'll always remember this one. The last announced people were story by the writer of Captain Marvel and directed by the guy who got Fantastic Four. So it would have been such shit. Fantastic Four was a better made movie than Superman, if that makes sense. Like, as far as like the story was better, but that James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn might be a less unwatchable movie than Fantastic Four, which is just,
well, you
I
also
wouldn't run away from James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn one more time just for the hell of it, but I would never watch Fantastic Four again, ever.
You also, as somebody wanting to make another movie, another Star Trek movie, should have realized that your acting talent's moving on. They don't want to make another one. You should just take those 3 movies and let them be their own thing and start over again with something else. Reboot the series. It's not like you don't do it every other year in Marvel or with Spider-Man anyway, right? There's tons of these franchises that get rebooted like 2 years after the previous movie comes out. They should have gotten a different crew, a different looking ship, and been realistic about it. And I don't think anyone was really prepared to take that route. And so you just couldn't get the funding for it. If they had said, we're doing a different crew, it's not going to be an Enterprise, we're going to try to go back to what we did in the 80s, they probably still wouldn't have gotten the money for it, but it would have done a lot better.
I'd like to have a movie with just a good one-on-one ship battle. Why they have to do this gnat swarming crap and all the, like in 09, it's just shit all over the screen. I hate it.
When I fired all those photons like 45 minutes ago, it wasn't good enough for you.
Yeah, but Sean,
would you like me to work up some more material?
Sean, let me ask you a question here. Star Trek 2, was the Enterprise the more or less powerful ship?
Oh, it would have more powerfully if it had been prepared. Okay. It would have destroyed the Reliant.
Star Trek 3, was the Enterprise the more or less powerful ship?
Absolutely more. They outgunned me 10-1.
Star Trek 4, non-applicable.
Yeah.
Star Trek 5, non-applicable.
Well, they faced off against the Bird of Prey.
Well, Star Trek 6.
Star Trek 6, woo, well, the Enterprise was more powerful, evenly matched, but with the cloaking device.
Star Trek 7? More powerful.
Are you talking with the D versus the stupid old Bird of Prey?
Yeah.
More powerful. Yeah.
Okay. So all the non-total 100% suckitude movies, the Enterprise is more powerful. We don't need a big bad ship.
Exactly.
Especially for a one-on-one battle, we don't need that whatsoever to make a good Star Trek movie. Yet JJ seemed to think that we did, and we don't. We don't need that at all.
Well, that's current Hollywood anyway. They always have to up the stakes. The galaxy's in danger, the universe is in danger, the multiverse is now in danger. It's like, what do they call that? There's a term for it where you just have to keep increasing the threat. I'm forgetting.
I don't know, but it's kind of like Tony Montana, where you start off small, then you go bigger and bigger and bigger, and by the time you're at your last scene, you've got a 50-kilogram mountain that you've got to get through before you can dispatch all your enemies.
Yeah.
It's sort of like if you keep layering on failed comics fundraisers.
Oh, I feel vindicated you mentioned that.
Did something happen there?
Or?
You have to tell us after the show.
Sir. Yes.
I don't know where it went from the last update, but the only thing I'll say about those guys is I said when I said what I said, I meant it. This thing hasn't worked out for 13 years. It's not going to work out now. It didn't work out, like I said, but they at least did try to own it. That was a less horrible response than I had anticipated from them. So whatever, people now know.
Yeah.
They're the ones who told people. We just simply were like, remember that stuff you said was going to happen last year? It's going to happen?
No, Gohan. Last year I worked with somebody to expose somebody that was running multiple fundraisers over several years to release a comic that they never released and then never refunded money. And a small
but dedicated group of YouTubers known as the Star Chamber meet together, and we decided that the punishment must be meted out. What happened was this person had been running, and we're not going to name them because at least they stopped, as far as we know.
Yes.
And also, they took some money off of me. I never asked for it back. But the thing that was insidious was it was aimed at veterans, and maybe a case to be made. Some might say disabled veterans specifically, which is a group that has a guaranteed income. So there's a cynicism there too. And also, like, their guaranteed income, they didn't, like, that's not like free money. It's like your disabled veteran income is because you got fucked up for America. You need every dime of that. And even if you don't, keep it and save it. If you want to set it on fire to make yourself feel better, or have your children have the greatest, head start, or invest it away and, invent the next great, thing, do that. But,
that's the inside baseball on it was a lot of that. So
we had to expose it because what happened was they managed to make us part of it because it looked like a worthy fundraiser. So we allowed them to fundraise here too. So I ethically could have just walked away from this one, but ethically I felt that it would have been wrong. Just like it would be wrong to have a bunch of drunk people on the air tearing apart someone's reputation tweet by tweet.
Gohan, we do have,
or to go on a 3-year tear of tweeting hate against people.
We do have receipts, no docuseries at this time, but we always
or consistently coming on doing the exact same programming like that you've known for weeks by mistake. All right, Sean Carter is a member for 24 months.
Who's that? Who's Sean?
Sean Carter is also known as Jay-Z professionally, and from Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm being a little controversial. You know what? I'm not going to make my friends defend me, but I'm going to ask for some validation here. 3 years of nonstop, unreciprocated stalking attacks on X all the time. Yes or no?
Oh yeah. But you're still here.
No,
and as constant as the midnight or the northern stars.
A break for being passed out on your couch in your mom's house.
Yeah, after like a bunch of energy drinks caused man baby to crash. If it wasn't for slacker socialism, my two biggest critics would have to get fucking jobs and shut the fuck up. They spend all day attacking me, tweeting and retweeting each other. They're both fucking trash. And I am not part of any community that would be part of theirs. All right? If you want to listen to both channels, go ahead. Listen to what you want. It's up to you. I mean, God knows, like, I'll watch somebody shave down a horse's hoof and pop a cyst inside of it, and, like, that's no value to that. Or watch Steve MRE 1989 do their thing. And anyone can do any show they want. But if your show becomes just designed to rival mine, how many times has the other Star Trek show, after they started showing up at our time every time and adjusting time to keep starting at the same time we're on, we were asking who put them on this mission? How many times do they show up doing the same fucking topic of the same micro topic of our general topic? They don't even have a Star Trek stream. They have an attack stream. It's a fucking attack stream. They spent all week
after your friend
trashing my reputation.
the other day too. Went after Tony.
They went after my friend because he showed that if you have talent and don't play these stupid games, you'll go somewhere. But if you want to play fucking idiot games and be the lowest common denominator of YouTube, you know what? Your show's like water. It finds its lowest natural level. And in the whole 3 years I've been watching you guys, there is no basement to the behavior. I denounced that fucking channel. I am not part of your fucking community. I do not appreciate your fucking reindeer games. None of what you've said about me has ever been in good fun, which is why I never have responded on X, really. I have spent the last 8 months on X not bothering to respond to this, and it has built them into a fever pitch. They cannot live without attacking me. The more I ignore them, the closer they get. These pathetic losers can't do anything on their own. They will be on 7 a.m. in the morning celebrating this in slurred speech in another show that should be deleted. They are fucking cringe casters. Speaking of cringe, Starfleet Academy starts on the 15th. Do we even bother with this garbage? I heard that it's getting views in the thousands.
Which views in the thousands. The
revelation today was the revelation today was that the last few episodes of SNW got 8,000-9,000 views,
and half of those were us.
Laughing out loud.
Half of those were us.
Well, this is when I say at our channel we try to make a difference. We try to fight against the people opposing good Star Trek. One of the things I did that no one else did was showed 30 to 50,000 people over the course of 4 years how bad New Trek was by having constant opportunities to watch it. So you could see for yourself, because seeing is believing. And this show was a more communal watch party until fucking really nasty cutthroat competition forced us to cut that part out. Thank you so much, great Simon Gohan.
Thank you. We are normally more positive than this. I'll restate that again. Although I'm sure angry talk is also great viewing. So if you
I don't do this that much. I will get this passionate over Star Trek, but you know what? 3 straight years of attacking my reputation. Fuck you and anyone who will have you on their show. Quite honestly, and the horse you rode in on, and that horse's owner and their mother. Fuck you. Just fuck off. Go a week without fucking talking about me. I haven't responded in 3 years. It has not. Guys, I have a heavy responsibility. I wake up every day and I have to plan my show and the agenda for 2 other talentless shows that follow my lead. You guys are swimming in my fucking wake. You're such losers.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Let's put that one up there.
There it was. Sorry, I couldn't find the sound.
I forgot about. I keep forgetting. My discipline is really bad with that one. I have to remember. People like it and it's fun. But anyway, what's going on with everybody's
good night to John the Beagle Dad.
I heard
good night,
John. I heard the other crew is now slightly less toothless, huh?
Yes.
Did you know that anger rots your teeth away from the inside by injecting cortisol into your blood? Did you know that?
Yeah,
if
I remember
you stay angry for what? Yeah. You know what else? Did you guys know that you can use Grok as a Voight Kampf machine? If somebody posts some Twitter video, ask it some questions. It's like, tell me everything wrong with this person. You might be surprised what it'll tell you. Anyway, what's going on with you, Sean? How's that model coming along? Did you finish that Enterprise, D?
How God, no. I've taped up the Voyager. It's been like a month since I've even been out there, man. But I finally got a new setup here in the room. I got a new desk. I got a little bit of cleanup to do, and I think in about 2 or 3 weeks I'm going to be kind of back on track and doing my normal shit.
Cool.
But yeah, it's been a long road.
I'm going to do something someone else can't do. You ready?
Yeah.
You're smiling now.
Oh, I thought you were going
to. I'm going to use these later to chew food as well. Try that one.
I thought
think
you were
finally
going to
got my
say
camera
look
working,
down
too.
and see your Johnson, but
Oh, there you go.
yeah.
Looking better and better. All right, let's turn
Thanks.
on 2 cameras and be really interactive. Well, I've noticed that this seems to be like
I got a messy bed, but
we've approached the friendly chat part where you guys find out that we're actually friends. Ever since like you went on the health conscious thing, you've been like really well groomed too. You've like kind
thank
of
you.
changed your look. Well, it's like you had a beard, and it was just like you were like starting to get towards crazy streamer look. Like right before you almost died laughing.
I was starting to look Canadian.
Oh,
you will never be the kind of reverse Santa Claus that fucking child is.
Well, the only reason I had the beard because it hid the 4 chins I was getting.
You had more chins than a Chinese phone book.
Yeah.
so you
Yeah,
just
no,
have to
but I
live
did
up in
get-
a cold
I got my hair
climate
cut today,
That's
yeah.
still in America. Then you
look
bring the
great.
beard back.
You really look
Very
great.
nice.
Thank you,
Very
guys.
nice.
By the way, here's the thing. People also like New York's a tough town to live in and a tough town to play in. Ask Sean. He's heard firsthand about this stuff.
I've been there. Yeah.
Having being a fan of a New York sports club as bad as the Jets, aside from the fact that their COVID vaccine worked as good as their team, great in pre-trials and totally a disaster once released for open market. Wow, you look different. I got this like $50 t-shirt for like $20 because they're such a trash team. NFL gear is so
like this
unreasonably
angle.
priced. It is so no, that's not a good angle.
Yeah.
Like looking slightly down at you seems to be good. I've noticed the only person who looks straight into his camera is Drinker.
I look into it if I'm addressing the chat like on PCB, when I do my play, I'm looking at it and I'm like, hey, but
no, Sean has the Q2.
Q2.
Sean's mic is the QU2, right? What you and I have the same. I have the same mic you have. It's not wireless.
No, it's not wired. No, is it?
You can tell Sean looks.
I can't read. I don't have my glasses on.
He just doesn't have the cord hooked up to the mic.
It's right here.
Yeah,
it's at the bottom there.
It's the Samsung Q2U.
Samsung.
Look at Kremlin.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, sir.
Why don't you ever look at me anymore?
I feel like I have to time him out just so YouTube doesn't
Well, how am I
strike
gonna?
my channel.
It's like, why don't you look at me? How am I going to pretend you're someone else if I look at you?
I must be doing something right because I think Kremlin's 2 favorite YouTubers are like me and fucking DNA Cobra, so I'm doing something right. Whenever we talk about YouTube, he's like, he's like right up to date on DNA Cobra. He's like Jeremy Prime.
Oh, you guys can see into my bathroom. I should shut that door. I'm gonna turn off the camera now.
You know, you can tell Sean makes models because he was able to figure out how to use the disc-shaped microphone holder that just baffles my stupid ass every time I try to use it. It's like,
You don't know how to use
it's a dream catcher.
It's the vibration protector thing.
Now that I've seen how Sean has it, it's called the shock mount, right? Now that I've seen how Sean has it installed, I think I can figure it out.
Not to be confused with the shocker.
No, never, ever, never that. I don't know what our plan is for Starfleet Academy. I do know that we took a poll, and a lot of times I forget to finish the polls. But you know what? One person who I could see dancing on a pole. No, I won't go that far. But you know what? I don't have that wide of a screen. Star Trek. Which Kelvin Trek movie do you consider least bad, sir? Trek 09 is least bad, 70%. That is the expected result. It's in the darkness, sir. 7%. Sir, Star Trek Beyond is okay. 3%. Like the stream, see results. I didn't include Into Darkness because obviously. Right? I mean, just fucking obviously. 30 votes, highly scientific. That's 10% of our crew. If you're just coming through, I'll ask you again. Do me a favor. If you don't have notifications turned on for this channel, just do so. here's another policy we have worked out. It turns out that we can't do guests on this show. We do guests. I have a weekday talk show. That's where I'll do guests. And it's fun to have people on like Snowdub, like the J-Man, like Neural Derp, like the Tachyon Pulse. We have made an addict of that man. Did anyone see that the Tachyon Pulse has now gone live twice in 2 days?
It's cool. It's cool.
He had 4 on StreamYards today. He went out and got StreamYards. We changed his life.
That's
changed.
Cool, though.
Think about this. How much more information is this major information broker going to be taking in now that he's live streaming and doing it that way? And how much is he going to have to defend? He has now entered a whole new. You've taken your first steps into a larger world. Like he can now, think about some of the things he's going to be able to do. He can elaborate on his theories. He can get super chats. He wasn't making, but he had to get by on what they give you for
pre-recorded content for the ads,
right? Which is reverse. It's they keep 70%, you get 30%.
Yeah, and I appreciated. I did appreciate that you gave him some good challenging questions, and he didn't shy away from them. And
he had personal honor.
Yeah, I enjoyed the interview, and it was really well done, and good on him for coming on and braving the storm.
He's been roasted, and what was great was when we played the video of him, and his face was horrible, and he's like, I look horrible. And he was just as fun as anyone else. So
yeah. Well, we wish him really well on that.
I would love to see another one and continue the discussion. Because
I have a feeling that the Tachyon Pulse will come back because our audience reacted well to him. He reacted well to our audience. He had no problem. He was very open. By the way, I've been communicating with him since. He was very open to everything I told him, as much as he was shocked and whatever his reactions were at the time. He is now trying to re-verify from his end. And if you've noticed the last couple of Tachyon Pulse videos, he's now tracking towards an Admiral Teaguean direction where he's hedging based on some of the stuff I said and starting to introduce a little bit of the ideas that I've put out there. So
he's going to start going all Patton on us now.
Montgomery.
Oh,
that would be great. That would be great. Could you imagine all the Saving Star Trek people and the Tachyon Pulse at the Paramount Theater in New York for the debut of the Star Trek movie next year? And, we walk up to him and the Tachyon Pulse says, don't worry, Teague, I shan't slap you.
You're going to have to get a version of that for him.
This patient of being slapped by you.
Need to have him dress up as Monty, and you can dress up as Patton.
I call on my other channel. It's at Space Patton. That's a perfect amount. Perfect. You know what? I am liking this. We're down to 1 bar of energy though, so we really have to focus for a moment on Starfleet Academy, and then we're gonna bid you good night. God knows that there's other people on a 7-hour marathon that need concurrence. And we love you all. By the way, let me thank everyone for your amazing comments. My mods and my crew have been in there reading them and introducing them into the main thing. I have to produce this. I do not yet have the skill of someone like Doomcock. We're growing, and we're growing pretty fast. As far as this channel, I'll explain it to you right now. We have a Taylor Sheridan audience that's now about the same size as our Star Trek audience. Our Taylor Sheridan audience was traditionally larger. Taylor Sheridan, Landman Season 1. Germ, did you see the amount of views it has now?
Not recently, but last time I saw it is well over 1,000.
10,000 for Season 1, Episode 1. 10,000 views. We make a difference. Landman is an important thing in keeping this channel statistics healthy. A lot of the Star Trek people are loving Landman. Getting the Landman people, back to Star Trek, a different story. But some of them have begun watching the Star Trek streams because, if you're watching Landman, you've got Paramount Plus, and you might just like Star Trek. And it's the best thing they have on there is their library of Star Trek. Unless you want to make an argument, oh no, their library of I Love Lucy is more important, in which case I would say you're probably right. But Their library of Star Trek is one of the most important things they have on there. And I use it almost every day. And on this show, we're going to return next week to Star Trek Enterprise, and I'm looking forward to that. But first, Alex Kurtzman and, Istophobos and I'm hoping to have Istophobos on during the week, honestly, because he is really, I don't know if the last conversation I had with him, he didn't seem to disagree that much, but what I keep trying to explain to Istophobos is that if Alex Kurtzman does enough damage to the Star Trek brand, he gets to keep it. And that he's not thinking like an extortionist. Like, of course it doesn't make sense that you would make the worst possible show you could. But you're not Alex Kurtzman, where you've been failing for now, what is it, 7, 8 years? Everything failed, one after another. All you've got left is your political identity and maybe some brownie points. And you know what? If you want to see a one-party America, just put Alex Kurtzman in charge of making fucking ads for either party. You want to get rid of one party, just make Alex Kurtzman their propaganda guy. They'll be gone in 2 minutes. He cannot write a moral character. He cannot write an interesting character. He is so hung up on the nightclub aesthetic of the 1990s. It's everywhere. Captain fucking Nitty, or whatever her name is, Holly Hunter, she sits in her captain's chair like a cat with her feet curled up in her hands and her arms around her legs. Did you know that?
Yeah.
And she doesn't wear shoes. She doesn't wear shoes. Because that's a thing. We are going to go back. We're going 1,000 years into the future to have someone who's 25,000 years in the past without goddamn shoes. Some fucking unshod fucking octogenarian fucking wench who
takes her shoes off like an asshole.
Like an asshole. Would you like to take your shoes off like a fucking asshole?
I recall Lieutenant Crappy Pants wore shoes like this.
This is the show where you bring your biases to the bridge. Leave your objectivity in your corner. Listen, here's the thing about Star Trek Academy and why I think it was made bad on purpose. Let's talk about brand destruction. I have a good person. Sean has admitted that he worked for Anheuser-Busch. Sean, Anheuser-Busch, in the industry of beer, not to be specific to any company. If I start an independent brewery, can I just go and have it distributed? No, it's a bottleneck right there. Now, let's say I do manage to get it distributed and my beer, Teague's Ale, gets to a 1% market share. Is somebody going to swoop in? Somebody whose company's initials start maybe are the inverse of the last two letters of the alphabet? Maybe they're the first two, but would a certain beverage company say, come to my area and market a beer that was almost indistinguishable from mine, but bad for less money and confuse people so that,
that might happen. Sure.
Is it perhaps called brand busting?
It sounds like something that could happen, and it sounds like something that's why you see little microbreweries popping up where they draw people to that location and they don't get. You're not allowed
to distribute. You have to sell your beer where you make it. That's the leftover loophole in the fucking remaining parts of the goddamn Volstead Act. The thing is, we can see it in music easier. Now, I use the brewery example. Let's talk about music. Dave C. likes a band called Almost Queen. I know these people because I used to jam in the same studio that they go to with my punk band. Almost Queen has a license to play Queen. If you try to play Queen on the East Coast, someone will come and serve you, and they don't have to do it. Queen does it. Did you guys know this? Queen will serve you a cease and desist because Almost Queen is the good enough, designated, and approved Queen cover band for the New York area. And if they change personnel, they have to be reapproved.
Wow.
They have an exclusive license to be the East Coast's Queen cover band. It might go further than that. Who knows if it's nationwide? Almost Queen gets $20,000 a fucking gig. So what difference does it make if even if it's $10,000, there's 4 members in Queen, so I'm assuming there's 4 members in their band. Even if there's 5, if it's $10,000 a gig, They only have to play 10 gigs to cover their $100,000 a year. And you've now got 42 more weekends in a year to make the rest back. JT is in an awesome historical recreationist music band. There's a demand for that that's niche. Could you imagine if you had a cutting edge Queen band? How many times has Dave C gone to see Almost Queen? And would Dave C like save his money and squirrel away funds if they were coming to town? JT?
Sorry, I was sneezing. Could you repeat that?
Would Dave C be squirreling away his money to go see Almost Queen if they were coming to town? Because it's such a good Queen experience.
Oh, sure.
I was in a punk band, yeah. I wasn't the singer. I only sang the more commercialized songs in the band. Our singer was more of like a punk rock singer. He was more like the singer from the Dead Kennedys or the Dead Milkmen, more specifically. But Queen protects their brand. They don't want to stop people from playing Queen live, but they don't want it done badly. Another example is Mike Love from the Beach Boys used to go out and do Beach Boys covers and put them on YouTube. The rest of the Beach Boys formed a corporation to get it off YouTube because it made them look bad and was tanking sales of their old records. Brand defamation is real. That's why when the other channel comes on at the time I'm on and does a bad version of my show to confuse people doing the exact same episodes in the exact same movies, that's not just a simple mistake. That's malicious. And if you support them, you are supporting a divider of the community. I am a uniter, not a divider.
Please clap.
So say we all.
Sorry, wrong.
What the hell happened to Sean?
Sorry, I clicked.
He popped out and back.
I clicked the wrong thing.
All right, so Star Trek Academy.
Oh, now I can edit my avatar. Hold on, I gotta.
Okay. So with Star Trek Academy, we have no freaking clue. We don't think it's going to move the needle. We heard that the last. This was on Film Thread. The last few and Drinker and Critical Drinker said it. The last few things dropped by Star Trek got like 7,000-8,000 views. He said that his video of his dog running while he talked about how much he loved his dog has more views at like 9,000. Star Trek Academy we may risk dangerously amplifying their message. I think with our mission complete and New Trek really just wrecked up, I don't know that we have to pay any attention to Star Trek Academy, although we could and it would still be hilarious. Yeah, right.
I don't
Sean
think
got a better
there's
answer.
any need to put the audience through that kind of suffering.
I don't think there's any need to put Sean through that kind of suffering.
It might be so hilariously bad we can't not watch it. You know what I mean? Like the
it
jokes
might be so hilarious, but the
might
thing is
be
here
so funny that
by mistake.
Yeah.
The real jokes won't land.
The joke is on the show, not the jokes in the show.
Their lore is the joke.
Right.
And by the way, the they, them, Hadar, that's going to be something. She's
the big fat one that runs the fitness class.
Yeah, she's got real. Verdronic said she's real all about discipline until she's around the fridge. Oh no, sorry, Az said that.
Oh no.
Oh, they were hilarious.
Oh, yeah. I will be watching. I don't know about the rest of it, but I will be watching this dog shit.
Fine, I'll watch it. I'll even
go
live and react to it like an hour afterwards or the next day, depending upon when I work this week. See, some of us have jobs too.
When does it come out?
There are North Americans who have jobs. They're called Americans, people.
I think we should come on. I think we should do a show after to talk about it. I'm up for it if you guys want to.
If my schedule is such, I say we watch it live together on my other channel and then go live on this channel to react.
Okay.
This way we don't have to watch it alone. Watching it alone is the most horrible thing. I was so sick yesterday and I had to watch all those Kelvin movies, and I don't think anyone has ever intentionally watched all those in a row.
It's hard. It's
I did it
really hard.
And it was really hard.
Didn't you feel like Beyond was like it's like I'm still getting a swirly, but they gave me a courtesy flush. Like there's not as much shit swirling around my eye. If I keep my eyes closed, I'll be okay. Beyond was the breath of fresh air after those other two movies. That was I'm pretty sure I saw it in theaters and I was like,
well, that was just Beyond was just the moment where they pull you out of the bucket while they're torturing you, because you're going to get shoved back in when Discovery comes out. It's like, here, take a breath. And it's like someone farted, but that's what you have to breathe. And you're just grateful for that.
Yeah.
And you're sucking in someone's ass air.
I fast forward or skip the scenes with the villain in Star Trek Beyond.
I can't believe that Paul Giamatti, who used to be in Ridley Scott movies and has an Academy Award, and whose father kicked Pete Rose out of baseball, has to do this. Is this Pete Rose's revenge, Sean?
I never knew that there was a relation there.
Pete Rose's? He's Paul Giamatti, is Bart Giamatti's son. Wow. Resolute Germ, do you think that this is Pete Rose's revenge? The gambler in you tell you that Pete's getting even with Paul Giamatti for this?
That would be fitting.
Would that make you happy if you could find if you knew that for sure? What was Pete Rose's number? 14? If you grabbed a deck of cards right now and you pulled it out and you got the 14 of hearts, would you be like, whoa, Pete?
That would be miraculous.
I have a funny feeling that, if we went up to Paul Giamatti without even prearranging the trick, held a deck of cards at him, asked him to pick a random card, and said, "Is the 14 of hearts your card? How did you know? I seem to pull it all the time." Little Bird told me. Yeah, you like to leave the hat in the bed too, Paul? Is that how you ended up? How did this man go? How does his career go so sideways that from an Academy Award, he's in Star Trek Academy? Anyway,
when he saw the title, he thought he was up for another one, so he agreed. And then he's crap.
Is he? Yeah, they fucked up his hair too. Like, they don't have enough money to make aliens, so they just shave up regular people's heads. And I'm just so glad. What are they going to do in the last 2 seasons? They call it, of Strange New Worlds. Will they just openly have an affair going on between Una and the character that they based off Una, Christina Chiang's?
I keep thinking that show is canceled because I don't
think we're going to see it anymore. Tachyon Pulse is now talking about it getting burned and canceled.
Which is what I've been saying ever since. Skydance was basically closed the deal to buy them. It's like, sure, they've spent money on filming it, but 90% of the budget, because they don't really give good money to that acting crew. 90% of it's post. 90% of that's post, because they spend like $5 on the sets.
And then 7% is executive producers, and 90% is post, and then the rest.
Yeah.
Then they do the publicity with kickbacks done badly. There's no way that those publicity contracts don't have kickbacks. They're done so bad. I feel like they're being trolled.
Did you guys catch any of that live stream shill thing they did with the red carpet for Academy?
You didn't see my show on Tuesday? We watched the whole thing.
I had a bad day Tuesday, but
sorry.
But yeah, that one chick with the bling on her teeth and doing the devil sign.
Oh, when she pulled her grill off to talk. I want to say something about that, guys. White guy here, but I'm not. I found out I'm not Latino. I'm Hispanic. Latino's a fucking too wussy of a word, and it's too close to Latinx. So, I mean, I might even start going with fucking, Admiral Banana Boat next. Just really ride the wave.
I think it's pronounced Latinx.
Yeah, it's
Latinx. I'm not from
just
planet
make sure
Latin
it's not a boat out of Venezuela.
Or like a 16th century fucking Spanish galleon that we're going to take to attack the fucking UN to try to prove our point, like Khan attacking fucking Starfleet headquarters. What a goddamn idiot. What a goddamn idiot. Like, we have a plan where one police copter could take us out. He had a plan where one hand fit. If he had gone to the Vietnam War Memorial and stolen a fucking helicopter, he would have fucking succeeded.
The only one who could pull that off would be Riker. In the
flying when
they did that war games where they gave him that beat up ship, and
I love that episode.
That reminds me of there's a really funny movie I've always loved called Down Periscope. It has a similar trope to
That's
it.
a great movie.
I love that movie.
With Artie Lang and Kelsey Grammer showing us what he would have been like as a Starfleet captain.
Yeah.
And
Harlan Williams was the sonar guy. I don't know if you know that comedian.
What's her name? The chick from Band of the Hand. Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, Harlan Williams. I played hockey with him.
Lauren Holly. She is so hot.
Harlan Williams, I played on a hockey team with me. He's a really cool guy. He's very funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but I asked him about it. He goes, I fucking hated that movie. I'm like, why? He goes, it wasn't realistic. It was like a police academy thing. I'm like, yeah, that's why it was funny. There's some great moments. Kelsey Grammer was really good in it.
Kelsey Grammer was really funny in it.
Yeah, he plays the captain of. They give him this crappy World War II submarine and challenge him to kind of go into a port and it was for training against unconventional attacks.
He's fucked a few things up, and he's made a few people angry, and he's like on the verge of getting kicked out of the Navy, and it's like this last ditch thing. It's like, you know what? We do have a plan for you. How about this? You play, the quarry in this year's war games, and if you distinguish yourself, maybe we don't throw you out of the Navy for being a dick.
Yeah,
and he's
Bruce Dern is in it too. Bruce Dern's really funny. It's Rip Torn, Bruce Dern.
They give him like a U-boat.
Kelsey
That's how fucking old this fucking submarine is.
It's a World War II thing. Yeah, it's really funny.
Why are the instructions in German, sir?
Yeah, Rob Schneider has a funny part in it. It's really, you haven't seen it, JT?
No, I have not.
Oh, you should check it out. It's a good movie, and Kelsey Grammer gives a pretty good militaristic aura about him. He's a good captain too. I like him.
Whatever
Just don't
it
think
was
about his
about him.
tattoo.
What's that?
Just don't think about his tattoo.
Oh yeah, his tattoo.
All right. So anyway,
yeah, I think he has a tattoo on his Willy Wang.
So
in the movie.
Look for a Star Trek video coming out this week, and then tomorrow we'll have episode 9 of Landman. Landman, the exciting show that had 10,000 views to its first episode synopsis, 8,000 views to its second episode synopsis, and 262 views tops for every synopsis since then. That second episode was so fucking horrible that no one engaged again. But we will see this one through, Walking Dead Men, though it may be. I am not making another video essay for this fucking moribund show. People turned on the show. It was just counter publicity that worked out. It was just they got trolled. They got trolled. They said that the female characters were too bad and too evil, and it was like a woke attack that basically swamped them, which I think is why Billy Bob goes after The View in one of the later episodes that seems heavily rewritten. He's venting on the people who went after their show because, like, all the female characters are shallow and horrible. And I'm like, we just saw Demi Moore do an awesome villain turn where she was fucking powerful and did the best acting of her career. And just because her character doesn't play a good person, like, and then she's back to being naive. Yeah, like
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Oh wow, West, I'm glad you're back. I'm so plus, given how gay Star Trek Starfleet Academy seems to be, they now have a show that can feature Wesley Crusher and Travis.
Oh no. Oh, that's horrible to think about.
Love, pride, weather in the name of love. Thank you so much, Wes Gagel, for the generous super chat. I was worried about you before, but you just dropped out there. I hope everything's okay, and we'll talk soon. Anyhow, wild week. We'll be back next week with Enterprise. Go ahead, JJ.
News Nerdrotic on X at Nerdrotics was just blocked by Star Trek on P+.
What?
It'll be undone in a few weeks. Once the Star Trek creator is Mike Sussman, a lot of people blocked by Star Trek will be unblocked.
Gee, that's a really smart thing to block someone that has multi-million followers. That's really intelligent of them. Wow.
It's not even as smart as attacking someone who's doubled your sub count because they're better than you. The ultimate validation, in my opinion. Or needing to have 12 people on your panel so that you could have 22 people in your chat falsely. And that's with the technology that they thanked PJ for in public. We all saw that too.
The memes on this post are legendary, by the way. One right after the other. Yeah.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Reddit is going to destroy this. The Starfleet Academy is going to be so bad that Disparu is going to buy a new house. Disparu is going to have a fucking house. I'm going to watch all. Disparu, come on our show. Disparu, you're invited, man. You are.
If he comes on, I demand that he talks as quickly as his cuts are on his videos. I want him to talk like that in real time.
You know what? I give him credit for the fast talking because that means.
Oh, he's great. I can't imagine how long it takes for him to edit his videos. It must take a long time. He's really
good.
Yeah, he is.
You know what? We know how long it takes him from the moment he gets a copy that he can download. It drops usually within 12 hours of it happening. He's always within about 12 to 24 hours. And like, he's been doing it so long. There are other people that used to be able to do shit like that, like Clipped Coin and other people like that. They all burned out. Only Disparu has consistently managed to super high quality video essay with humor on par with Doomcock. He's as funny as Doomcock.
He's really humor, and funny. I love that he's made his own style and everything, and I like him.
He's not a knockoff Critical Drinker. He's not
not at all.
Man's Mauler. He is the best fucking Disparu out there, and he's also right now the most consistent and effective Star Trek YouTuber. He really is. He was when he had his say in their Star Trek conversation today. He was going for 8-9 minutes. He knows everything about all Star Trek. This guy is a huge Star Trek fan and an enormous friend. We don't use the term ally. That's been fucking sullied.
Yeah.
Let people who don't know let people who don't have any fucking friends have allies, okay? People who don't have friends have allies. We have friends. Wes Cagle is my friend. Wes Cagle, I don't know if you're up for it, but maybe tomorrow you could do Ladman. You know you have access to the pass. And we love you all. Kal-El, great say man, Gohan, Wes Cagle, JT is here with me. I have like 500 chats. Krimlon, thank you, sir. I want to thank you very much. Sean is in the chat and here. As I scroll back, you guys are the most loyal. Radioactive, thank you. Sith Dan, thank you. I really got to thank you all. Thank you, Tony was by. Tony, see, you upset the natural order of things, and now the slacker socialists have organized to attack me after they attacked you. Isn't that awesome? In 3 weeks, that show has attacked Tony. And now this week they have subverted and attacked my show while counter-streaming me the whole time, doing double damage to the community that they wrench for and claim to represent as an envoy and a goodwill ambassador. I don't think there's any goodwill to Captain Jilly. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Tony. I want to thank Miskatonic Madman. Kal-El, you deserve double thanks. Wes Cagle, you get thanked again. Daniel, I missed it when you came through. We were really into that conversation. I said hi to Dad Man, and he also gets my thanks.
Hey, what the fuck?
To the top of the pyramid. And thank you all. John the Beagle Dad, thank you, sir. What did I miss?
Oh, no, I tried to go to my North by Northwest Cagle account, and it has a different handle. So I made a long time ago. That's supposed to be Ryan Kinnell's well-trimmed pubes. that was that.
Well, I'm guessing they are. I mean, he was in the Navy, right? He owns a buzz cutter.
This must have happened when YouTube changed the display stuff.
Yeah.
David Jones, Kimberly, thank you so much. You are the best. And Don Crane, we never got the answer to that question. We never found out if anyone spilled chew tobacco. Hey, John GS5II, thank you. You might be right about that assertion as well. DM Viewing was here for the first time. We had a lot of people here for the first time. Thank you so much for being here. Trek Reviewer was here. Germ was here. Gavin was here. RRT and Welchie was here. RRTNZ. I want to thank all of you for being on the show. And remember, Saving Star Trek is brought to you by the insanity of Admiral Teague, the dedication of my awesome panel, and by the dedication of viewers like Radioactive Actual, Sean Carter, the great Samien Gohan, and Wes Cagle. Friends and supporters, each and every one. Guys, I love you all, and thank you very much. In the words of the great Ozzy, I do love you all. I love you all very much. And we will see if we can't get this Star Trek video out. No one has any shouts. Who's doing stuff this week? Germ.
Yeah, Landman tomorrow. Well, today now. And we have Monday. We'll finish up with Critters 4.
All right. JT, you going on with Dadman or anything?
Well, this Tuesday is actually an anniversary stream for Dadman, so we will not be doing sports ball this Tuesday, but Tuesdays after we definitely will. Wednesday, still in talks with Dave. Hope he's feeling well. And then Friday, Mark D with the C, late night Fortnite. Who knows? Maybe I'll go in there with you on Starfleet Academy soon on a Thursday.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Also, real quick, earlier this evening, I was on 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser's channel, and we did a little 2-hour show on Norfrika, the Nordic-themed comic from the Rippaverse, including watching the Metal animated music video. So some pretty cool stuff there. We had a ton of fun. So yeah, if you're looking for something to watch later, go and check it out.
Nick Weiser is a friend and a colleague. And hey, look who's out there. It's our pal Mark D with the C. We're just talking about how people should watch your show tomorrow called Sunday. Well, today called Sunday Night Geekery. It's starting in only about 17 hours. I don't know. I'm bad with the maths, as the Euros call them.
About that.
By the way, math is a lie. But I think the greatest revelation the greatest revelation we found out this week. Yeah, it's racist. Math is racist. You know what? I remember when this country was great. I went into a place and I said, I need a job. And they said, you have no skills. And I said, but those people are minorities. And they said, you guys, you're fired. This guy can have your job. And they're like, lady, you'll pick it up fast enough. But then they found out I was Latino and I was let go too. That's why I became Hispanic. Now no one can stop me. Listen, some people get drunk and nasty. I get funny. All right.
Okay,
you have a choice.
okay.
You have a choice. You can go entertain the host, or the host can try to entertain you. Those are your two kinds of Star Trek shows you can choose from tonight.
Well, here, let me give the closing announcement, since you did bring up the Hispanic thing. And it's what I used to do at the supermarket. Here you go. Oh, wait, hold on. I should put on the echo, huh? Should I put on the echo?
Yeah,
go for it. Go for it.
Oh, shoot. Now I got to find it.
Why is your avatar?
What's that?
Why do you have a Pride Weather avatar?
Oh, so because you brought up the Crusher thing.
Oh.
I can't find
Admiral
anything.
Teague, please stop using copyrighted
Here
material.
we go. How's this?
Sir,
How's that?
we have to send for Albert Einstein.
Sir, he's very busy.
Sir.
Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
Okay, here we go. Atención, señores y señoras. Nos gustaríamos informarles que la tienda está cerrada en 10 minutos. Por favor, traigan las últimas selecciones a la caja número 2.
Jones Addiction.
That was it says attention, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to inform you that the store is going to be closed in 10 minutes. Please bring your final selections to checkout stand number 2.
And all Hispanic customers, please take the batteries and steaks out of your jackets and put them into the carts and pay for them, sirs and madams, senores and senoras. Hey, you know what? I keep healthy by jumping the turnstile. Everyone needs to do something. That's my excuse. I love you all. Thank you so much. And I'll be back tomorrow with Landman at 8 p.m. for the review, 7 p.m. for the watch party. Let's see if they can make something out of this progressively more unstable unstable story that is just breaking up in flight. We love you all, and you're welcome, Kal-El. I hope you enjoyed it. We put our hearts into this one. We really did. Math class is hard.
Thank you for everyone that survived the 3-movie marathon of The Ugly.
And for showing so much love.
Yeah.
I consider this an absolute win and great validation that we could play such a terrible selection of movies and still do so well without packing the panel or having any technology to back us up. So anyway, I won't be Xing about this because I have a life, but I do find the 3 years of unseemly attacks despicable. Get a life, you losers. And for the rest of you guys, I love you all. Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. But you know what?
Can
you know
I
her.
finish, please?
You love her. You know you want to see her. It's weird we'll get like that. Oh, you'd be Marco Rubio and cockblock.
Not so little anymore. Marco is yeah. They're gonna call it they're gonna call him Big Marco now.
Do you want the Star Wars trilogy and the mythology to go beyond your lifetime?
No. 3 will be the last film, and it'll be a 6-part series, and that'll be the end of it.
Incorrect.
You're not mentoring someone to take over for you?
No, it's
Automatic defense procedures initiated.
There may be other venues for it, but not in the theatrical release.
Affirmative.
I don't want to have it just sort of turn into Star Trek. I don't want to have it just sort of turn into Star Trek.
You know what? Just for the hell of it, I'm going to take a risk of the copyright strike. I know I'm putting myself at their mercy, but let's just see what the other Star Trek show is doing. Let's take a look real quick.
We will win. We will win. We will win. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't.
I'm going to be working on a little something Conan calls what is best in life. I'll see you guys later. And hey, you got out of the autopilot. Way to go. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Here she comes.
Incoming Sydney Sweeney video. Set burners to full. Lubrication supply sufficient for projected fapping level. Paper towels to standby. Turbo lift door secured and locked. Wives and girlfriend interruption probability at 12%. You may commence masturbatory actions at any time.
The word decent doesn't apply to me.
You throw fucking mud at me, I'll throw stones at you. Anyway.
She was attacked by what appears to be essentially a robot.
Good night, everybody.
Can I finish, please?